A digital interface flickers to life, displaying a character selection screen for echoes of the reverse plane, with various names, including Baek Woo-hyun, lock number 62, and test subject number 62, prominently featured. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark, confined space, where a young woman hangs suspended by chains, her body contorted in agony, a muffled scream escaping her gagged mouth. Her struggles are desperate, her legs dangling helplessly. Tears stream down her face as she whispers a single name, Woo-hyun. Her internal voice echoes, filled with despair, admitting she can't hold on any longer. She had believed it was just a game, constantly reassuring herself that they would soon be able to log out, but the reality of her torment feels incredibly real, and a profound apology escapes her. Her eyes open wide, filled with anguish, as tears and drool mix on her face. With a final, desperate surge of defiance, she screams, "No!" His hand reaches out, a desperate plea escaping his lips for Suah to survive. But Woo-hyun finds himself trapped, acknowledging how far he has come in this harrowing ordeal. He clings to the hope that someone, anyone, will survive this nightmare, before a sudden force sends him crashing down, leaving him to writhe on the cold floor in denial. As time passed, he had no choice but to accept his grim reality, a silent plea echoing for everyone to be safe. Bound and broken, his final thought is a desperate whisper, begging not to be left behind in this torment. His ankles, once free, now bore the cold, heavy weight of chains. A grim reality he now faced, trapped in this desolate place. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the fresh blood staining his shoulder, a testament to his suffering. This new, harsh existence had become his undeniable reality. Bound by an intricate web of wires and tubes, he could only gaze upwards, his silhouette a stark image of utter helplessness. This was the Reverse Planet, a renowned game with themes of dungeon conquering, power acquisition, and invasion wars, now praised by countless players, and it had become his entire world, his new reality, trapping him within its confines. Within this new reality, powerful figures clashed, their abilities manifesting as vibrant energy blasts and swift, impactful strikes, echoing the chaos of a desperate battle. Having logged into this game, a world he entered at a friend's recommendation, Woo-hyun finds himself staring out at a dark and dangerous planet, only to realize he is now completely trapped within its reality. This was a world where the Reverse Planet had manifested in actual reality, and now, he was falling into it. With a whoosh of displaced air, he descends rapidly into a sterile, circular chamber, several figures already awaiting his arrival below. A voice echoes, congratulating test subject number 62, for taking one step closer toward becoming a transcendent, part of a grand Project Transcendence. Woo-hyun, now clearly identified as test subject number 62, is shown wired into a chair, the grim reality of Project Transcendence settling in. This Project Transcendence is revealed to be a mad experiment that has consumed thousands of lives, all for the singular purpose of creating a single transcendent being. Kidnapped victims were subjected to electric torture, drug injections, and body modifications, all part of what could only be described as inhumane biological experiments. Meanwhile, a chilling command echoes through the facility. Burn the corpse, lock number 62 up with the rest who survived. A subordinate quickly confirms, "Yes, sir." Woo-hyun, still restrained, feels a burning resolve within him. He won't forgive them for this. His eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light as he thinks, if this truly has become my reality, I will survive and take revenge. With a fierce resolve burning within him, Woo-hyun's jaw clenches, a faint red glow emanating from his determined expression. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blares through the facility, signaling a breach. A digital display flashes red, announcing that an escapee has been detected and all personnel are engaged in the search. The blaring alarm intensifies, a silent command echoing through the halls. "Keep running." Responding to the alert, a trio of guards sprints through the sterile corridors, their footsteps echoing urgently. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun launches himself through the air, a desperate leap as he realizes the exit lies just ahead. He glances back at a pursuing guard, who mutters about going home early if they can just catch him. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates, shattering the sterile wall with a resounding crash. Woo-hyun stands amidst the destruction, as an unseen voice exclaims in disbelief at the cracked walls. Deep within the facility, a new confrontation erupts, as a red-haired man in a black and yellow combat suit looks up, a challenging question on his lips. His heavy steps echo through the sterile corridors, and with a fierce glare, he declares his deadly intent, ready to face whatever comes. The facility itself bears the scars of recent conflict, its walls cracked and damaged, prompting a frustrated exclamation from an unseen observer. The red-haired fighter stands his ground, facing a squad of armed guards who advance cautiously. Suddenly, a dark-haired figure crackles with purple energy, ordering his subordinates to hold back the red-haired man while prioritizing the search for Woo-hyun. Despite his defiance, the red-haired fighter is overwhelmed, falling to the ground, his hand bloodied from the impact. Yet, with an unyielding spirit, he pushes himself back up, his voice ringing out with a renewed, furious challenge. The dark-haired commander responds instantly, unleashing a devastating burst of purple lightning. A pained grunt echoes through the silence, followed by another, as a figure collapses into the darkness. Blood splatters as the impact sends them reeling. A white-haired man with glowing red eyes is thrown through the air, his hand crackling with a faint red energy. He screams in agony as another unseen force slams into him, green energy flaring around the point of impact. The momentum carries him into a solid wall, shattering the concrete on impact. Lying amidst the debris, his consciousness fading, a single thought echoes in his mind. It happened again. Elsewhere, tears stream down Woo Hyun's face, his expression contorted in anguish. His eyes, wide with despair, reflect the pain as he whispers a name, Woo Hyun. A desperate plea echoes through the darkness, a voice begging for vengeance, for all of them to be killed. As the white-haired figure lies defeated on the cold ground, a monstrous, shadowy hand looms over them. The words, "I'm sorry," Woo Hyun escape their lips, a final, sorrowful apology. The plea intensifies, urging him to take revenge on them. A desperate cry of "Please, this is so unfair." As monstrous, shadowy forms writhe in the periphery, the name WHYUN glows with a fierce, red intensity, a spectral call echoing through the void. The glowing name pulses, a desperate, repeated invocation, each syllable a burning ember in the encroaching darkness. A final, echoing cry for Woo Hyun to heed their dying wish. It has now been a very long time since that desperate plea, 1 year passing, then 2. 3 years have now passed. 3 years have passed since Woo Hyun escaped the lab. Now, in a desperate plea, a voice cries out, "Don't come any closer." A guard opens fire, bullets tearing through the air. But Woo Hyun moves with impossible speed, his leg arcing up to deliver a devastating kick, all to avenge the ones he loved. His path has been one of relentless retribution, a brutal cycle of taking lives. The impact sends blood spraying. As he continues his assault, another guard collapsing under his might, his dark aura flaring intensely, leaving him standing amidst the chaos, his eyes burning with a fierce, red glow. But he continues to fight, driven by the memory of those he loved, a relentless cycle of vengeance that never seems to end. Even as he battles, surrounded by shadowy foes, the desperate pleas of the past echo in his mind. His power manifests as a terrifying, monstrous form, fueled by the cries for retribution. But the endless struggle takes its toll, a silent question forming behind his gritted teeth. He wonders if this is his fate, to fight until his last breath. As he descends into an unknown abyss, a new path seems to open before him. His gaze falls upon a glowing blue interface, presenting an unexpected opportunity. The light of the screen reflects in his wide, searching eye. A special mission appears, bug fix, demanding the elimination of Project Transcendence for a reward, a chance to return to his original world. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun stares intently at a holographic display, its data flickering before his glowing red eyes. A chilling silence is broken only by the sounds of struggle and the sickening splatter of blood, as another figure collapses lifelessly to the blood-soaked floor. The carnage continues, leaving a trail of fallen men. Amidst the devastation, a hooded figure confronts him, demanding to know if he is responsible for this brutal scene. Woo Hyun is back to the viewer, calmly replies that there was nothing left to do but kill them. A man, bloodied and distraught, cries out in anguish, his face contorted in a scream as the Project Transcendence general manager faces the grim reality of the situation. With a firm grip on his collar, the general manager questions his own actions, wondering why he is doing this. Still reeling from the chaos, the general manager, now identified as Kim Young-jun, struggles to comprehend the situation, asking if he truly doesn't know the answers to his own desperate questions. His identity is confirmed as Project Transcendence test subject number 81, Kim Young-jun. But before he can process this, a furious voice cuts him off, declaring that he will take all of his lives, silencing the test subject number 81 with a brutal strike. The assailant is none other than Mr. Dean Woo Hyun, his gaze cold and unforgiving. Now, Young-jun lies defeated on the ground, staring up at his attacker. Woo Hyun is revealed as Project Transcendence test subject no. Superhuman, Baek Woo Hyun. From his prone position, Young-jun acknowledges his opponent's immense power, recognizing him as someone who has truly reached transcendence and become a genuine superhuman. He then questions if Woo Hyun is indeed the most successful experiment of Project Transcendence. As Woo Hyun turns to walk away, his hand glowing with raw power, he dismisses the notion, stating simply that he doesn't need it. Kim Young-jun, still reeling from his overwhelming defeat, can only manage a choked, disbelieving sound, his mind struggling to comprehend the sheer power he just witnessed. But even as he struggles, a new, older man with golden blonde hair sneers, asserting that his own demise would not signify the end of the conflict. He warns that the League of Enterprises never forgives those who dare to challenge them, and that the consequences would extend to their families, friends, and even their descendants. As he speaks, his hand reaches out, seemingly activating a hidden device. A soft glow emanates from the button he presses, confirming the activation. But the action comes at a terrible cost, as the blonde man's face contorts in agony, blood gushing from his mouth and eyes in a sudden, violent burst. A white-haired woman, observing the scene, looks down at the injured man with a clear expression of disgust. Her annoyance is palpable as she complains, frustrated by the blood now splattered across her. Standing over the remnants of his latest conquest, Woo Hyun questions the very nature of his mission, demanding answers from the defeated. A holographic system interface materializes before him, announcing the completion of all special missions and offering a return to his original world. A wave of relief washes over him, the thought of finally leaving this place a palpable desire. As his hand reaches out, poised to press the decisive button, but a voice echoes through the desolate void, calling his name and questioning his departure. As other spectral whispers join, reminding him of those he might abandon. The pleas ignite a furious resolve within him, transforming his desire for escape into a burning thirst for vengeance against unseen enemies. Surrounded by shadowy manifestations of his past, his resolve hardens, fueled by an all-consuming, burning revenge. The world around him dissolves into a maelstrom of purple and white, reflecting the chaos within. A bloodied hand clenches, a stark reminder of the brutal path he has walked. He questions the cost, wondering if his efforts have been enough. The thought lingers that this might be his only chance to disappear, to return. A spectral hand reaches out, urging him back, calling his name. He explains to the system administrator that he was on the verge of returning to his original world, though the administrator seems perplexed. The administrator turns away in frustration, reiterating that he was always meant to be here. With a pained resolve, he asks the administrator to deliver a message to the others. Blue energy crackles around his face as he whispers an apology, sealing his fate. He jolts awake with a sharp gasp, his eyes wide as he takes in the familiar surroundings of his bedroom. Sitting up, he stares at his own hands, a profound sense of wonder washing over him. This is truly awesome. He questions the reality of his situation, wondering if he truly came back. With a sigh of relief, he swings his legs out of bed, but a new question immediately surfaces. How much time has passed? Checking his phone, he confirms the date is exactly the same as when he entered the game, realizing that no time passed here while he was away. Standing now, he looks at his hands once more, the reality of his return fully settling in. As if it were all a dream, the memories began to surface, hazy and indistinct. But the pain was undeniably real as Woo Hyun found himself once again bound by glowing chains, his face contorted in a silent scream of defiance. He thrashed against the restraints, a monstrous shadow looming, the struggle as visceral as it had ever been. The glowing chains biting into his flesh, his eyes wide with a desperate resolve. A bloodied hand clenched tight, a testament to the brutal reality of his past. And then, a voice echoed from the depths of his memory, a desperate plea to be saved. He saw the face of a young woman, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling, begging not to die. Then, the sneering face of an older man, his words of venomous promise. Your family, even your friends, they will all pay for this too. No, he thought, the truth settling deep within him. It couldn't have been a dream. Every memory, every scar, was too real to be dismissed. He knew with absolute certainty that the 10 years he had spent trapped within those confines were undeniably real. As a low hum began to vibrate through his quiet room, pulling him from his thoughts. His phone, lying on the desk, displayed an incoming call from Young Naeon, a name that seemed to spark a flicker of recognition. Woo Hyun murmured the name aloud, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Indeed, the name felt familiar, though the context remained just out of reach. As he finally answered, Young Naeon's voice burst through the receiver, demanding to know why he hadn't been answering her calls and if he had forgotten their plans for the evening. She confirmed their meeting for that evening, insisting she would send her location and he should arrive quickly. Woo Hyun stared at the contact information for Young Naeon on his phone, the sudden reminder of his social life jarring against his recent internal turmoil. Still in his pajamas, he processed the abrupt shift in his day, his mind now racing with the immediate future rather than the distant past. He recognizes the voice, a familiar anchor in his turbulent mind, the one belonging to his closest friend. On the screen, her cheerful face appears, a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. She reminds him of their plans, asking if he's the one who got to play Reverse Planet, and urging him to hurry. His mind races, trying to reconcile the present with the fragmented memories of his past, wondering what exactly happened. He clenches his fist, a silent promise to himself that he should never forget. Moments later, the sound of a bell announces his arrival. As he steps into the familiar establishment, he looks around, a sense of purpose in his gaze, declaring his presence. From a nearby table, Young Naeon greets him warmly, noting that it has been a while since they last met. Young Naeon's voice cuts through the silence, asking if he's awake. He sits before his computer, a quiet response escaping him, wondering if she's working, before declining her offer. A heavy sigh escapes him as he considers his current state, unsure of what he might do. Naeon, seemingly oblivious to his internal turmoil, presses on, teasing him about passing on drinks and suggesting they just grab some food. Later, the sizzle of cooking food fills the air, as Naeon exclaims in realization. Woo Hyun, now seated across from her, brings up a new topic, asking if she had tried out Reverse Planet and at least completed the tutorial as she had promised. Her eyes widen in surprise at his question, uttering a confused, "What the intro?" She quickly explains, admitting she got distracted right after starting. Woo-hyun stares at her, a look of exasperation on his face, muttering about her not even playing the game. He reflects on a past filled with torment, a life spent in what felt like hell. All because of someone else, even as he recalls the excitement others felt about him playing a game. Meanwhile, Nayeon reminds him of a past promise, that he would become a regular on her stream. She presses on, highlighting his former status as a Coliseum ranker, believing his presence, even for a short time, would generate significant buzz for her small game stream. The word streamer echoes in his mind, a realization dawning on him as Nayeon looks away, slightly embarrassed. He recalls her mentioning streaming games before, finally understanding the true reason behind her persistent requests for him to play with her. Regardless, he challenges her, questioning if he ever truly promised anything, and points out her inability to even clear the game's tutorial. As he looks at his drink, a profound sense of familiarity washes over him, a feeling that he is truly back. A soft click echoes in the quiet room, as Woo-hyun's hand moves deliberately across his mouse, navigating the digital landscape. His gaze is fixed on the screen, where the words Planet Earth, Reverse Planet's developer stand out, a clear target in his search. Fingers flying across the keyboard with a rapid clatter, he quickly uncovers information about the company's headquarters in San Francisco. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers his next move, wondering what he's truly doing here, and recalling his past as test subject number 62. Even if they were involved, he muses, it's a dangerous path he's treading. His mind drifts back to a stark, confined space, where he was once bound tightly in a straitjacket, a prisoner of circumstance. Who knows what might awaken? He ponders, stirring up a hornet's nest of past traumas and present threats. A heavy sigh escapes him as he returns to the present, still seated before his computer, the weight of his past and the uncertainty of his future etched on his weary face. He questions his own actions, wondering just what he is doing, feeling that simply escaping his past hell should have been enough, and thinking he should stop and forget everything that happened there. Because this, he reminds himself, is his original world. With a quiet sigh, he reaches out, perhaps for a new beginning. After that pivotal day, when he finally returned, he began to walk a different path. Baek Woo-hyun went to school, greeted by the familiar sounds of student life and admiring whispers. He was simply trying to live a normal life. In the classroom, a classmate nudges him, reminding him about his essay. Yet, a dark, unsettling question lingers in the depths of his mind, a whisper of doubt. Have you really gone back? He finds himself trapped in a nightmarish vision, surrounded by shadowy, blood-red figures, as a chilling voice echoes, asking if this is his true reality. The unsettling feeling persists, even as Woo-hyun walks through the school halls, the phantom sounds of his past still ringing in his ears. He tries to focus on his studies, seated amongst his classmates, including young Nayeon, attempting to blend into the normalcy of school life. But the effort is visible. As he stares down at his open textbook, his mind clearly elsewhere. Deep within him, something begins to feel profoundly wrong, a chilling realization that his very existence is built upon vengeance, the sole reason he continues to live. The shadowy figures return, encircling him once more, their collective voice accusing him of not belonging here. A dark command echoes in his mind, urging him to go and kill them all, a violent impulse he struggles to suppress. The internal battle becomes too much, and a pained gasp escapes him as he clutches his head, the visions overwhelming his senses. His distress doesn't go unnoticed, as young Nayeon turns to him, a look of concern on her face as she quietly wonders what is happening to him. Still reeling from the visions, he struggles to catch his breath, a deep internal battle raging within him. The name echoes in his mind, a stark reminder of who he is and what he must do. The torment becomes unbearable, a shadowy, clawed hand reaching out from the depths of his mind, threatening to drag him back into the darkness. Suddenly, a firm grip seizes his wrist, attempting to pull him back from the brink. Caught in the throes of his internal struggle, he lashes out instinctively, pushing away the man who tries to intervene. The man, however, maintains his hold, his fingers tightening around an object. The struggle intensifies, Woo-hyun's inner turmoil manifesting as a visible, crimson aura around him, making him thrash violently against his captor. The man braces himself, enduring the protagonist's desperate resistance. His patience wearing thin, the man clenches his fist, demanding to know what is happening. As the outburst continues, a man stumbles back, while another, attempting to intervene, offers a hurried apology for the chaos. He knows others have noticed his recent strangeness, a truth that weighs heavily on him. Even his own reflection in the phone screen seems to glow with an ominous crimson light. Sitting alone, a sudden, sharp crack echoes within his mind, signaling a breaking point. Woo-hyun collapses, overwhelmed as a vibrant crimson aura erupts from his body, swirling around him with raw, untamed power. A desperate voice, perhaps his own, pleads for it to stop, lost within the encroaching darkness. As the crimson energy intensifies, the man who tried to intervene earlier struggles to hold him, begging Woo-hyun to return. But the voices within him only grow louder, demanding vengeance and questioning if he has forgotten them, a silent plea for him to just stop. As his internal struggle continued, Young Naeon's voice cut through the haze, calling out his name with clear concern. She looked at him with a gentle smile, though her eyes held a deeper worry. Her voice softened as she inquired, wondering if he had seen a ghost, noting how out of it he had been recently, and if something had happened. Woo Hyun sat on the ground, a faint sigh escaping him, as Young Naeon knelt beside him, her hand gently resting on his arm. He simply looked away, dismissing her concern with a quiet assurance, claiming nothing was going on, to which she reluctantly conceded. Still, she persisted, offering her unwavering support, telling him he could confide in his big sis if anything was truly amiss, a title he immediately scoffed at. As Young Naeon prepared to leave, Woo Hyun's eyes began to glow with a fierce crimson light, a chilling realization dawning upon him. He finally understood. With his hands now radiating the same ominous red glow, he casually dismissed her, telling her to go hustle. The crimson energy intensified, cracking the very ground beneath his feet, as he acknowledged the dark truth. He had brought these ghosts here himself, to avenge the ones he loved. He knows that if this doesn't end, Woo Hyun stands beside a sleek vehicle, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. He knows the torment won't cease until they're satisfied. And with a decisive step, he moves to enter the car. His hand grips the door handle, a silent declaration that if things continue this way, the distance between this world and the next will vanish entirely. A surge of energy accompanies his thought, a single command echoing in his mind. Let's go. Seated within the vehicle, his eyes glow with a faint, determined light, ready to embark on whatever path lies ahead. With his resolve hardened, he thinks he will go back in. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the digital patterns of his activated power. He vows to put an end to this for good. A shimmering blue portal opens, welcoming him to the reverse planet. Suddenly, Woo Hyun finds himself standing in an unfamiliar room, his reflection staring back from a large mirror. He wonders if this could be the research lab lobby. His brow furrows in confusion. He questions if he's truly returned to that world, having just made up his mind to go back to his old life. As a system prompt appears, asking if he wishes to keep his current appearance, he considers if there's another condition. Deciding to proceed, he resolves to go through the tutorial first, hoping it might be his way back. Continuing to navigate the unfamiliar system, Woo Hyun decides he should first delve into the settings, where a prompt confirms his character's appearance has been successfully saved. A new notification appears, reminding him that he had fought without any combat correction in his previous life, and now, the system automatically sets his combat correction to 0%. With the basic settings handled, the system then prompts him to choose his very first core ability. A helpful note appears, assuring him that he can always change this initial choice later, before presenting him with the full abilities menu. The interface displays a complex web of interconnected abilities, a skill tree of sorts, with 0 ability points currently available to him. Another system message explains that characters can be strengthened through various elements, and that the combination of core abilities and elements is known as a build. Woo Hyun observes the vast array of elemental options, a staggering variety that reminds him of his past. He recalls how, in the professional league, top-ranked individuals exclusively utilized meticulously researched builds, and it was precisely this strategic mastery that earned him the title of metahuman. This system, with its emphasis on builds and abilities, clearly held the key to his past power, even if he currently possessed 0 core abilities. As Woo Hyun delves deeper into the system, a memory flashes, taking him back to a sterile, confined space. A cold, detached voice echoes, identifying him as test subject number 48. The voice continues, revealing a disturbing truth. You awakened in the last test. It's been a week since we last saw each other. He stands, a silent figure in the stark environment, his mind reeling from the implications. A system message overlays his vision, posing a chilling question. Will they actually succeed in a process that happens before everything is over? The memory shifts, revealing another test subject, bound and distressed, a stark reminder of the cruel experiments. Woo Hyun's face contorts in a grimace of defiance, his thoughts clear. Well, no one wants to be a pawn in a game. The unseen entity's voice returns, cold and commanding. Let's start with the next test right now. Please head inside. Woo Hyun's eye narrows, a system message appearing before him, leaving him to ponder the ominous implications of the next test. A heavy, rhythmic thud echoes through the metallic chamber, as a powerful, unseen mechanism shifts with immense force. Then, a high-pitched whine pierces the air, and an ethereal, monstrous entity materializes, identified as an Edenu. The source of the earlier thuds is revealed to be a sleek, bipedal robot, its form imposing and its single red eye glowing with cold purpose. A system message clarifies its function. It is a killing machine designed to eliminate those who awakened and went berserk during Project Transcendence, having already claimed countless test subjects. Simultaneously, a holographic interface appears, displaying Tutorial Quest 01, destroy the Edenu, and instructing the user to fight it with their abilities. The robot's red eye intensifies its glow, emitting another high-pitched whine as if preparing for action. A thought crosses the mind, questioning if this is the first version of such a machine. Before the name, Woo Hyun echoes, a stark realization. He gasps, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dread. as the full weight of the situation settles upon him. To avenge the ones he loved, a powerful kick landed with a sharp impact. Woo-hyun lay helpless on the ground, a blonde-haired figure standing menacingly over him. Nearby, a metallic, sleek head with a single, glowing red eye observed the scene with chilling indifference. The robot's gaze remained fixed. The blonde figure's foot descended once more, a heavy step echoing the brutality of the moment. As the researcher walked away through a sterile hallway, a chilling thought echoed, no matter where they are. The robot's red eye continued its silent vigil, a constant, unblinking presence. Woo-hyun's face contorted with rage, his eyes now glowing a fierce yellow. As the memory ignited a burning conviction, researchers are always committing cruel acts. His glowing gaze held a chilling resolve, a silent promise of retribution. A metallic arm blurs into motion, initiating a swift, aggressive attack. Responding instantly, Woo-hyun twists, narrowly evading the strike. The machine presses its assault, its limb glowing with ominous red energy. It lunges forward, its single red eye burning with cold precision. But Woo-hyun is faster, launching himself into a counteroffensive. He delivers a powerful, arcing kick, aimed directly at the machine's core. His face set in grim determination, he channels all his force into the blow. Even as his foot connects, he realizes, even though the first version is missing some of its ability, it's still just the first version. Driven by an unwavering resolve, he fought to avenge the ones he loved. With a powerful, explosive kick, he delivered the final blow, the impact rippling through his body. A burst of energy marked the end of the confrontation, leaving him to survey the aftermath. As the system confirmed the test had ended, a message flashed, praising his amazing talent and ability, which far surpassed that of an average test subject. He stood, contemplating the results, his gaze fixed on the sterile floor. Another blue interface materialized, presenting a new objective. Tutorial Quest 01, destroy the Edenu. With a renewed sense of purpose, he affirmed his readiness to proceed with the next challenge. He stands in a sterile, unfamiliar lab, now clad in a white coat, the previous battle a fading echo. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know what is happening. An intelligent entity reveals its control over the facility's governance, as another voice questions their intrusion. A pained cry echoes through the sterile halls. Woo-hyun, now wearing glasses, tests a communication device, hearing the entity's voice clearly. The entity's message is directed to the oppressed victims trapped within the lab, urging them to give their all to escape immediately. A voice Woo-hyun recognizes. A system window appears, confirming his next objective, Tutorial Quest 02, to escape the research facility. Without hesitation, he unleashes a powerful, glowing kick, beginning his desperate bid for freedom. Woo-hyun bursts forward, leaving a devastating explosion in his wake, knowing he must escape this place first. The sheer force of his departure sends cracks spiderwebbing across the facility's reinforced walls. He moves like a phantom, a blur of motion through the sterile corridors. Still pushing forward, he wonders if the initial explosion has finally subsided. Meanwhile, a security lookout struggles against the impact, groaning in pain while prioritizing the protection of the corridors. The explosive force slams into the guard. Debris flies as the lookout is thrown back by the sheer concussive power. Despite the blood splattered across their mask, the lookout insists that the Dimensional Management Bureau is not an enemy. A blood-stained hand extends, offering a small, ornate key, as a voice explains that his victory is essential, for he has come this far precisely because he desires freedom. The voice continues, offering to help him. Another hand appears, presenting a selection of items, urging him to choose anything he wants and take it. The armory around them is fully stocked, a veritable arsenal of weapons and equipment. The masked figure then offers a final item, instructing him to use this to contact them once he's outside. Kneeling before the masked agent, Woo-hyun listens as the agent clarifies their intent, so that the Bureau can take him. Outside, a sleek, armored vehicle awaits, a voice questioning, is he ready? The metallic ceiling above reflects the dim, industrial lighting. As Woo-hyun, now clad in a loose white garment, walks away from the camera, ready to face whatever lies beyond the facility. He stares at the mangled remains of a killing machine, a faint huh, escaping his lips as a metallic clank echoes through the chamber. In this game, he knows, one must take a step to progress the story, and with a soft thud, his foot lands firmly. His hand finds purchase on a heavy chain. As he looks down, a complex mix of emotions swirling within him. Now clad in new, dark armor, he moves with purpose. Wondering why he feels such disgust, to think he would betray the country's beloved game for more than one planet. A brilliant blue aura flares around him, propelling him forward with a whoosh. My pride as a hipster is damaged, I tell you, a young woman laments. Revealing herself to be Kong Soil, a professional gaming streamer. Her live chat fills with comments, some questioning her game choice, others calling her a hipster. She vehemently denies choosing her current predicament, exclaiming, I didn't choose this punishment. You guys did. The game, titled Reverse Planet, is one she feels bound to, declaring, but a promise is a promise. She reaffirms her commitment, stating that she, Kong Soil, has never broken a promise with her viewers. As she interacts with her streaming setup, More chat messages appear, reminding her of past instances where she baited them about game choices, with some defending her. Ultimately, she resolves to conquer the country's beloved game as a form of punishment. As she dives into the new game, Kong Soil streamer persona takes over, announcing her venture into another hip web and exclaiming with enthusiasm. She declares her intention to pick an overpowered ability, and the system confirms her choice of a core skill. Next, the game introduces a feature called combat correction. This system is designed to assist with combat skills and ability usage, with higher percentages offering more help. A prompt appears, asking if she wishes to proceed with it. Other players' comments flash across her mind, some urging go zero bro, and to finish the tutorial without any assistance, while others boast they'd use 0% combat correction if they were playing. She ponders the challenge, wondering if clearing the tutorial without any corrections is even possible. Her research indicates that among the top rankers, a staggering 99% utilize some form of combat correction. The words combat correction loom on her screen, awaiting her decision. A deep, resonant voice speaks of a past where the desire to avenge loved ones was utterly absent. Meanwhile, Kong Soil, confident in her physical prowess, believes her hands are all she needs to succeed. Yet, she acknowledges that without the game's combat correction system, it would feel like trying to control a phantom limb she'd never used before. Shaking her head in frustration, she dismisses the idea, wondering if every other player truly relies on such assistance. Back at her gaming station, a mission prompt appears, offering a substantial reward for clearing the tutorial with 0 combat correction. Her eyes glowing with renewed determination, she declares that true streamers always attempt such challenges at least once. But the sheer amount of money offered for such a feat quickly overwhelms her, leaving her comically stunned. With a renewed resolve, she commits to using 0 combat correction until she clears the tutorial, sprinting forward into the game. Her feet blur across the ground. But her confident sprint quickly turns into a humiliating predicament, as she finds herself hanging upside down, questioning the reality of her situation to her chat. She immediately regrets her decision, realizing the Edenu had killed her within 2 minutes during the tutorial, a fight she'd entered completely unprepared, wondering how she's supposed to escape this predicament. Meanwhile, outside the game, a viewer comments that lasting 2 minutes isn't bad, as many others have failed the tutorial, while a robotic arm is shown, perhaps part of the game's environment or a trap. The game system highlights the impossibility of defeating an Edenu without correction, stating the quest wasn't designed for players to overcome it, as a large, imposing robot stands over her defeated form, emphasizing the sheer challenge. Back in the game, she begins learning the controls, looking at a holographic interface with a puzzled expression. The system initiates Tutorial Quest 07, Escape the Research Facility, automatically starting party matching for 4 players. A party, she muses, realizing she'll need to clear the mission with her new teammates. A confident smile spreads across her face as she declares the task too easy. However, the system quickly informs her that party matching has failed, suggesting her high RP, rank points, might be the cause. She reacts with a surprised huh. Undeterred, she stands in a new, sleek combat outfit, glowing with blue energy, as the system initiates an expanded search for party members, specifically targeting others currently on the same mission. As the party matching system processes, a series of chat messages appear, with one user stating, "Seep told y'all it won't work." Another expresses confusion, asking, "Why? I don't understand." The explanation follows. It only matches you with people who have 0 combat correction percentage, leading to a dismissive comment. Yeah, and no idiot would do the tutorial without it. A sudden realization dawns as the thought echoes. Hey, wait. Does that mean I'm going to be matched with people who have 0 correction too? The chat confirms her fears. Exactly, LMAO, it's a no correction party. Taunts follow. You need to carry instead of getting carried, kek, and a barrage of laughter. One user challenges, "I'll acknowledge you if you can finish this with a 0 correction party." Overwhelmed by the implications, she declares, "I am going to cancel the mission." Before she can act, a system notification flashes, announcing, "Party matching was successful." Her eyes widen in disbelief as she exclaims, "Huh? No way. Cancel. Cancel." The system then reveals the full details of the match, stating, "You will be joining his current tutorial mission, Escape the Research Facility." Meanwhile, a figure in a sterile environment walks away, seemingly unaware of the new development. The gravity of the situation settles in, and she lets out a frustrated cry, "I'm fucked." Her expression remains one of utter shock and dismay, as she stares blankly ahead. She stares up at the wreckage, a single word escaping her lips in disbelief. Around her, the metallic remains of a combat unit spark violently. Its leg twisted and broken, then its arm, crackling with residual energy. Her chat window explodes with frantic messages from other players, all echoing her own shock and confusion. He didn't even use a gun, she realizes, looking at the destroyed machines. The facility is littered with these fallen Edenius, all taken down without a single weapon or any combat correction. A wave of realization washes over her. She's actually going to get carried through this mission. With a newfound resolve, she declares they must go find this man. A bloodied knife, its blade still glistening, drips onto the cold, tiled floor. Below, in a dark, debris-strewn room, Woo-hyun hangs suspended upside down, his white shirt soaked crimson, his reflection distorted in a puddle of water and blood. A faint, crackling energy surrounds his head, his eyes closed in what appears to be unconsciousness or immense pain. Later, slumped against a grimy wall, he stirs, a weak groan escaping his lips as his eyes flutter open. His hand weakly reaches out, a desperate plea for help dying on his tongue. Suddenly, Kang Soil appears, the bloody knife clutched in her hand, her expression a chilling mask of intense focus, a faint aura shimmering around her. Unaware of the immediate danger, Woo-hyun remains slumped, his weakened state leaving him vulnerable. With a swift, brutal motion, she plunges the knife deep into his chest, blood erupting from the wound. Looking down at her victim, Soil's expression remains unreadable, a silent resolve etched upon her face. Her gaze is sharp, reflecting the glint of a bloody knife, as she meticulously works a small tool near her eye. Kneeling before the severely wounded Woo-hyun, she offers a desperate apology, admitting her grave error. A sudden realization dawns on her, connecting the bloodstained test subject uniform to the man before her. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun, slumped against the cold wall, silently questions his predicament and where he might find aid within this facility. She then introduces herself as Kang Soil, announcing to an unseen audience that she is currently live streaming, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Still broadcasting, she casually asks if it is acceptable to stream the entire scene, including the presence of another injured figure nearby. Her stream, however, is set to protect her identity, ensuring her face remains obscured from view. As she turns her attention to the second injured man, a wave of regret washes over her, making her question the true nature of her actions. The stark truth is then revealed. 2 test subjects have managed to escape their confinement. A figure in dark tactical gear barks an order, demanding the targets be killed, stating that capturing them is unnecessary. Immediately, multiple dark-clad figures descend upon Woo-hyun, who lies helpless on the ground, their movements a blur of focused aggression. A heavy boot connects with his body, the impact echoing through the confined space. Then, a gun flashes, bullets tearing through the air with a deafening roar. Woo-hyun cries out in agony, his body racked with pain as the assault continues relentlessly. The lead attacker, gun still smoking, mutters in frustration, wondering why this tutorial is so difficult. Meanwhile, Kang Soil watches the unfolding horror, her face etched with distress as she clutches her phone, barely able to utter a word. The walls around them bear the scars of the gunfire, riddled with bullet holes and impact marks. Woo-hyun remains on the ground, his body absorbing another brutal stomp, the relentless assault showing no signs of ceasing. Still suspended upside down, his ankle bound by heavy chains, he hung motionless in the dark chamber. But a surge of raw power coursed through him, and with a violent tremor, the metal links began to strain. With a guttural roar, he ripped himself free, shattering the restraints as fragments of metal flew around him. The final link snapped, leaving him unbound. No longer a victim, Woo-hyun launched himself into a furious counterattack, a glowing aura erupting around him as he engaged his surprised assailants. Meanwhile, watching the live feed, Kang Soil could only stare in disbelief, the chat window flickering with confused messages. Her audience questioned his identity and abilities, wondering if he was using system skills or something entirely different, like a reverse flame. The confusion mounted as they debated how he could wield a weapon seemingly unaided by the game, with some speculating if they were witnessing something beyond their understanding. Unaware of the online frenzy, Woo-hyun continued his assault, leaping through the air to strike another tactical figure with a searing, blade-like energy. He continues to struggle against his restraints, a surge of power coursing through him, shattering the heavy chains that bind his limbs. From the perspective of distant observers, the sheer force of his movements is baffling, with some speculating it might be wind, while others are certain it's an ability far beyond their understanding, a power that would guarantee defeat in any direct confrontation. They note that the core ability to change one's eye color and elevate physical attributes is considered absolute, a rare and potent phenomenon. Watching the live feed, Kang Soil's expression shifts to one of profound awe, utterly captivated by the absolute being unfolding before her eyes. The online chatter continues, questioning the nature of this power, recalling previous assertions that those who possessed such abilities were considered worthless. As his eyes glow with an ominous red light, the observers admit their complete lack of understanding, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo-hyun stares intently at a holographic interface, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as he navigates the complex system. The system reveals a concept known as the absolute being. This is described as one of the core features of Reverse Planet, a power that immensely increases all stats and skill resistance. Because of these formidable attributes, every user considers it a skill impossible to obtain. Within the Verse-Time community, the absolute being is listed as the #1 thing to confidently avoid, with no information available about it in the game. Players remain unaware of its true nature, only knowing that it prevents the use of other abilities, and advise leaving any party where someone possesses this skill. Kang Soil finds it odd, reflecting on how critical abilities are in a game, and wonders if it's even possible to fight without any skills. She recalls selecting her character out of curiosity, despite knowing nothing about the skill, and now, though completely useless, she's glad she became an absolute being, acknowledging that the physically weak cannot participate without stat corrections. Even moving without stat corrections is difficult, but she resolves not to give up, determined to grow stronger through physical stats. Woo-hyun moves with impossible speed, his foot striking with such force that sparks erupt from the impact point, leaving his opponents to wonder how his movements could be so swift, so utterly beyond their expectations, as he twists through the air, a whirlwind of controlled power. Surrounded by armed figures, the man stands ready, his presence demanding a single, desperate question from his bewildered adversaries. Just who is this guy? Before they can even react, he closes the distance, burying a brutal punch into one of their faces, blood erupting from the impact. A chain weapon, now stained crimson, whips through the air, glowing with a sinister red energy. The impact is visceral, a sickening explosion of force and gore, leaving no doubt as to the fate of his attackers. Moments later, the fight is over, and the man stands alone, his back to the stark, metallic wall, his white shirt pristine, untouched by the carnage. He steps over the numerous bodies of his defeated opponents, who lie broken and bleeding on the ground, a testament to his overwhelming power. His hand, now clean, is raised in silent contemplation, his thoughts unreadable. A disembodied voice echoes, declaring, "To avenge the ones I loved, it's not enough yet, Woo-hyun." The shadowy entity continues, "I'm even more caught up in your revenge." Standing amidst the wreckage of a sterile room, he thinks, "I'm not yet satisfied with this." His grip tightens on a small axe, as he surveys the broken keyboard before him. He then gazes through a fractured circular window, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, an urgent warning rings out, "Watch out." He reacts instantly, dodging a barrage of projectiles that spark violently against the metallic walls. One projectile finds its mark, leaving a bloody wound on his leg. Despite the injury, he continues his acrobatic evasion, leaping through the air as more sparks fly. He continues to evade the relentless barrage, a desperate "damn it" escaping his lips. Meanwhile, a young woman, her hands stained with blood, prepares for her own intervention. A crimson spray erupts against the sterile wall, as she fires a precise shot that sends Woo-hyun reeling, his body collapsing to the ground. A sharp thwack echoes through the space. She lets out a satisfied "hoo," acknowledging the cool precision of her strike. Her audience, watching a live stream, debates her contribution, some praising her skill, others accusing her of a kill steal. Unfazed, she simply asks, "I helped out, didn't I?" A wide, innocent smile spreads across her face, gun still in hand. A memory surfaces, a young girl's voice echoing, calling out Woo-hyun's name with innocent joy. He looks down at her, a silent guardian in a pristine, white space, as she gazes up at him with adoration. Surrounded by others, Woo-hyun stands tall, a figure of quiet strength among his companions. But the memory shifts, replaced by the chilling reality of shadowy, monstrous forms, their glowing purple eyes piercing the darkness as they surge forward. Back in the present, Woo-hyun processes the recent chaos, a quiet escaping him as he questions the hard carry he just received. Kang Soil's voice cuts through his thoughts, a hint of nervousness in her tone as she asks if he's upset, quickly adding that she only wanted to help. He meets her gaze, a slight smile playing on her lips, and simply replies, "No." His expression softens, acknowledging her actions with a sincere, "You did help." Meanwhile, the live stream chat explodes with adoration, viewers gushing over his kindness, his amazing acceptance of a kill stealer, and his handsome, modulated voice. Still processing the recent events, Kang Soil asks if she can continue to hard carry him to the top, to which he simply affirms. Hesitantly, she addresses him as Mr. Hard Carry, prompting him to reveal his full name, Baek Woo-hyun. The revelation causes a stir, as his real name suggests a celebrity status, and Kang Soil acknowledges him with a surprised, "Ah, yes, Woo-hyun." Taking a moment, she then asks if it's too much to inquire about his first core ability, wondering if he chose absolute being. Without hesitation, he confirms her suspicion, as the live stream chat explodes with disbelief and calls for reevaluation, some questioning if ordinary people could ever achieve what he just did. With a slight blush, Kang Soil deflects, claiming there's nothing in particular to discuss. As she processes the implications of his power, the two continue their journey, moving through the sterile corridors of what appears to be a dungeon. She can't help but wonder aloud, when he calmly points to a screen, stating that there are two Edinals just 20 meters ahead. His companion can only manage a confused sound, struggling to comprehend how he could know such precise information. She turns to him, her expression a mix of disbelief and awe, muttering that he doesn't even possess detective skills, yet he can pinpoint the exact distance and number of the Edinals. He simply offers a calm, reassuring smile, dismissing her concerns as he suggests they simply keep moving forward. Her surprise deepens as she realizes the truth. He was absolutely right. Without a word, he extends a hand, blue energy crackling around his fingertips. His eyes glow with a faint, ethereal light as he focuses, a nostalgic thought crossing his mind. He used to enjoy playing detective in the past. The Edinal falls, defeated, leaving him standing calmly over its inert form. Soil cries out in alarm as he launches a sudden, powerful kick. His leg arcs through the air, connecting with devastating force. The creature shatters instantly, disintegrating into countless glowing fragments. He recalls a time when he was deeply immersed in gaming. Standing over the remnants of his foe, while Soil watches, stunned. A faint glow still emanates from his retreating foot, and his eyes burn with an intense, golden light. He clenches his fist, remembering, I was a rancor there. The afterimage of his swift movement lingers in the air. He remembers the driving force behind his actions, the deep-seated need to avenge those he loved. While Soil, still reeling from his casual display of power, struggles to comprehend the true significance of his words. A rancor? A C-class dungeon rancor, she muses, trying to make sense of it. She'd never seen rancors get promoted before, and the idea of sending one to the end of a trial seems almost absurd. Is it really that big of a deal? She wonders, then a name sparks in her memory. Battler. The name escapes her lips in a gasp. A figure from Woo Hyun's past, clad in heavy armor with long, flowing hair, stands silhouetted against a dark backdrop. And Soil's eyes widen in disbelief. Isn't Battler the #1 player on the Reverse Planet Pro scene? Woo Hyun, seemingly oblivious to her internal turmoil, muses aloud about a hypothetical match between their carry and Battler, before simply stating, let's get going. He turns, his back covered in blood and grime, a soft grunt escaping him as he moves, the words final tutorial mission flashing in his mind, signaling the end of this grueling trial. He had come a long way, pushing through countless obstacles, only to hear a voice echo through the sterile hallway, challenging him with a sneer as the lab's security chief materialized, poised for battle. You managed to come all the way here, the imposing figure declared, his voice dripping with malice. I bet you didn't know that this place will become your resting place. This was the lab security chief, the tutorial boss, a formidable obstacle in his path. The security chief, now a tutorial challenge, stood over a group of subservient figures, ready to unleash his forces. But the protagonist's resolve burned bright, his eye sharp with unwavering determination. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion against the chaotic backdrop. Yet, the security chief was not alone, leading a relentless horde of shadowy figures with glowing purple eyes. As the darkness closed in, a desperate message cut through the chaos. Found you. Hurry. From the swirling darkness, grotesque, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth materialize. As the lab security chief's voice booms, commanding them to kill. One of the shadowy entities echoes the chilling order, a guttural kill, escaping its form. The chief himself unleashes a powerful, crimson-tinged attack, pushing back his unseen opponent, declaring that escape is impossible. Amidst the chaos, Woo Hyun moves with blinding speed, his foot blurring as he evades or counters the assault. Elsewhere, Kang Soil takes a tactical crouch, her rifle aimed, ready for action. Back in the fray, the chief maintains his powerful stance, a fierce red aura radiating from his clenched fist. Woo Hyun reacts with a gasp of surprise, realizing the chief is employing particle barriers, a power he thought exclusive to the awakened. A system message confirms the security chief's awakened status, acknowledging his boss-level strength, while another voice mockingly comments on the futility of trying to shoot one's way out. The urgent call echoes, Woo Hyun. As he charges forward, a voice cuts through the comms, promising cover fire from a distance. She quickly assesses the situation, ready to be carried if needed. A simple yeah is his only reply, as he closes the distance with blinding speed. A devastating kick connects with the chief's side, sending a shockwave through his body. A deep gash tearing through his leg. The force of Woo Hyun's kick reverberates through the facility, shattering the particle barrier with an explosive impact. Debris flies as the shockwave expands, a testament to the sheer power unleashed. From a distance, Kang Soil watches the unfolding chaos, her eyes wide with surprise at the devastation. Unseen observers react with a mix of shock and amusement, wondering aloud why the particle barrier failed when he didn't even appear to use a projectile, speculating it might be a bug. The lab security chief, his arm clearly broken and leg severely injured, struggles to rise, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. The unseen voices continue their commentary, dubbing Woo Hyun Iron Man, and marveling at his unique skill and ability. Despite his injuries, the chief roars with primal fury, vowing to tear his opponent to shreds as he lunges forward. His attack connects with devastating force, sending a powerful shockwave through the ground. The unseen observers gasp at the sheer power, noting how the ground sinks in and speculating that the chief must weigh a ton with that skill, wondering if anyone could survive such a hit. Woo Hyun delivers a powerful, blurring kick, sending the lab security chief reeling from the impact. Enraged, the chief snarls, "How much longer do you think you can keep dodging me?" Before unleashing a furious counterattack. A swirling vortex of raw force erupting from his fist. The blast catches Woo Hyun, throwing him violently backward. Through shattered debris, his face already streaked with blood. His hand, now crimson and mangled, falls helplessly through the air, as he internally acknowledges the overwhelming power, realizing that even a single hit could be fatal, yet he's been forced to block everything, unable to dodge the relentless assault. The impact of the chief's attack leaves a bloody mess, shattered glass and debris scattered everywhere. Enveloped in a furious red aura, the chief unleashes the full force of his power, sending Wu Hyun hurtling backward with a pained cry, slamming him against a concrete wall. He lies amidst the wreckage, barely conscious, his body battered. A voice echoes in his mind, warning him not to disable his iron skill. Above him, the chief's hand crackles with malevolent purple energy, claws extended. He stares down at the fallen fighter, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, declaring, "You can't die so easily." The chief continues, his voice dripping with malice. "Kill him to shield. Like what happened to us. Even more violently." Wu Hyun's eyes, now burning with a furious red glow, reflect the chief's words, his face contorted in a silent, seething rage. Barely able to process the sudden shift in power, the chief could only wonder how a mere test subject could possess such overwhelming strength. A cold, internal voice acknowledged the catalyst, "Thanks to you." His hand extended, a silent testament to the overwhelming power he now wields. While from her remote observation, Soil watched the unfolding scene in stunned silence. A final, violent impact echoed through the facility, as a system notification confirmed the outcome, declaring the lab security chief defeated. Soil's disbelief shattered the silence, questioning the reality of what she just witnessed. The online chat exploded with a mix of awe and analysis, recognizing the protagonist's overwhelming strength and the raw, uncorrected nature of the fight, noting his apparent familiarity with such brutal encounters. Standing over the fallen chief, he surveyed his victory, as the chat continued to affirm his prowess. As the dust settled, the online audience erupted, their comments flashing across the screen, some exclaiming, "You just got carried," while others questioned, "Why is someone this good here at this time?" Kong Soil, still reeling from the display of power, could only whisper, urging him on, "Let's go, Wu Hyun." A faint purple aura pulsed around his hand, as if in response to an unseen prompt. He uttered a quiet, "Yes." Leaving the defeated lab security chief behind, Wu Hyun began to walk away, his path illuminated by the lingering glow. He continued his journey through the facility, until he finally reached an exit, a sigh of relief escaping him as he declared, "I'm finally out of there." Stepping into a new, unfamiliar space, a system notification flashed. Tutorial mission, escape the lab, complete. Level up, you have gained 1 skill point. Then, a prompt appeared, directly addressing him. "Wu Hyun, are you going to continue with the main quest today?" Back in her own reality, Kong Soil stretched, clearly exhausted from the intense observation, and decided, no. Kong Soil decides to conclude her broadcast for the day. But before signing off, she asks her audience to wait a moment, revealing she has something special to share. A chibi version of her appears, looking slightly hesitant as she agrees. The stream's overlay confirms the no corrections tutorial is complete, while chat messages scroll by, some expressing amusement at the streamer's shameless behavior. More comments flood the screen, praising her as the hardest carried streamer and lamenting the stream's sudden end, before a final message thanks viewers and promises a return tomorrow. Wu Hyun, now face-to-face with the streamer, offers his thanks, as she holds out a small gift box, asking what he wanted from her. With a hopeful smile, she then asks if he would consider joining her streams regularly, leaving him visibly surprised by the unexpected invitation. Continuing their conversation, she explains, Yes. I primarily play for the Reverse Planet main quests, and sometimes do PvP. With a hopeful expression, she adds, I'll make sure to give you a special reward sometime. I'll give you a special reward on top of that too. He responds with a slight hesitation. I'm sorry. Though his words are agreeable, he concedes, alright. Yet, his expression betrays his true feelings, remaining unconvinced. She then asks, can I add you as a friend then? To which he internally muses, yeah, well sure. Waving goodbye, she cheerfully states, it was fun playing with you. Hope you enjoy this game. As she turns and walks away, a system message flashes, indicating that Kong Soil has left the game. Left alone, he simply stands there, silently contemplating the recent exchange. As the tutorial finally concludes, Wu Hyun stands in the metallic chamber, the weight of his recent ordeal settling upon him. He reflects on the experience, a question lingering in his mind. Why had he felt nothing on the other side? Back in the real world, his fingers hover over the keyboard, the glowing keys a stark contrast to the virtual battlefield he just left. Yet, the full implications of his unique gameplay, which some online communities were already debating as a hacker's no-correction no-gung run, were still unknown to Baek Woo-hyun. The future of his gameplay was now over, and a new question arose. What would it truly feel like to be back in the real world, especially after an anonymous viewer had just donated 10,000 to him? An external voice, perhaps a developer or a player, laments the unexpected outcome of the tutorial, expressing frustration over the test subjects escaping the lab and the security chief's inability to stop them. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun's gaze remains sharp and focused, his expression intense as the digital interface around him signals the end of this chapter. A game interface displays the player roster 4 echoes of the reverse plane, highlighting the name Woo Hyun among others. Early in the morning, the sky above the city is clear and bright. At the modern branch of Planet Earth, the developers of Reverse Planet, a sleek, glass-fronted building stands tall. Inside, the entire office is in chaos, all because of a single player. Woo-hyun sits calmly at his desk, oblivious to the commotion, as the unprecedented incident in gaming history unfolds. On a nearby monitor, his avatar delivers a devastating blow to the security chief, the impact radiating across the screen. Even after rewatching the footage, the sheer brutality of the defeat is undeniable, with the boss character left bleeding on the ground. No buffs, no stat correction, and no items were used, yet he crushed the security chief barehanded, a feat that defies all logic. The online community already assumes he's using hacks, unable to comprehend such overwhelming power. In the development office, a tense atmosphere hangs heavy as users flood the company with demands for an explanation, the brown-haired developer confirming that this is indeed a real mess. And asking if they are absolutely certain it's not a hack. His colleague, the dark-haired developer, responds with a firm, yes, completely. The brown-haired developer, eyes fixed on a screen, elaborates that they checked everything, even accounting for the data lost from the moment the character was created. There was zero evidence of cheating or external program intervention, he states, acknowledging that they've seen countless cases over the years, but nothing like this. The screen then displays footage of Woo-hyun's avatar, effortlessly walking through walls. Another clip shows him moving like a transparent ghost. The developers conclude, with a sense of disbelief, that they've never seen movement like that. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a blood-splattered Woo-hyun, his body bound by heavy chains, hanging suspended in a dark, unknown space. His silhouette is barely visible against the oppressive darkness, a stark contrast to his earlier impossible feats. In a hushed meeting, a man with light brown hair suggests that if the player's actions aren't a hack, then it must be some kind of bug or glitch. Another, in a dark suit, counters that there's a very small chance it could be a new type of hack that simply hasn't been detected yet, to which a third man in glasses simply agrees, a single word confirming his understanding. The gravity of the situation settles as a voice insists, they need proper verification. Baek Woo-hyun listens intently, his hands clasped together, a deep concern etched across his features as he processes the implications of their discussion. Later, in a quiet cafe, he sits alone, engrossed in the glowing screen of his laptop. A single thought echoes in his mind, a simple "so," hanging in the air. He reflects on the sheer impact he's had, realizing the online community has been flipped upside down because of him. He observes the unfolding situation, while elsewhere, a familiar streamer watches with keen interest. The online world is in utter disarray, she exclaims, a sentiment echoed by many. The unprecedented events even sparked a no-modification challenge among players. The challenge revealed a critical flaw. Without modifications, abilities simply wouldn't activate, leading to accusations that Baek Woo-hyun must be hacking. Everyone failed the challenge, reinforcing the belief that his feats were impossible without illicit means, a revelation that shocked him when he first saw the video. Later, in a more private setting, Soil addresses him directly, confirming his identity. She expresses surprise at being recognized, having worn a mask during her stream. Woo-hyun admits he knew she was skilled, but not to this extraordinary level, prompting Soil to reveal that she had been contacted. He questions the nature of this contact. He listens intently as Soil begins to speak, her voice tinged with disbelief. They want to investigate whether you used hacks, she exclaims, the question hanging heavy in the air between them. Woo-hyun simply confirms, a quiet, yeah, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. He then clarifies that the company had messaged him directly, stating they would wait until he was finished with his current activities. The streamer, Soil, had been contacted by a game company directly to verify the use of hacks, a development poised to garner massive attention. Her eyes wide with curiosity, Soil asks if he intends to comply with their request. He considers the offer, recognizing it as a rare opportunity to engage directly with the developers, despite it being only the Korean branch. This interaction could potentially be his only chance to find a way out of the other world he's currently trapped in. Soil's face lights up with understanding and approval, acknowledging his decision as a good choice. He finds the constant mention of hacker irritating, wishing for a clearer term to describe his situation. Still, he doubts anyone would truly believe the extent of his predicament, especially since his exact location remains unknown. A sigh escapes him, but Kong Soil insists that even with a different appearance, his fighting style is simply too unique to hide. His movements are distinct, a blur of calculated force. Indeed, even seasoned professionals can be identified by their unique combat habits, regardless of how well they conceal their faces. The online community has already taken notice, with one post declaring they've found the rookie's alt LOL, garnering thousands of views and comments. Even a subtle habit, like tapping his foot twice for good measure, becomes a tell, sparking a flurry of online comments from obsessive fans. Soil expresses relief, noting that if he hadn't agreed to cooperate, the hacker would have been relentlessly flamed online. He questions her concern, wondering why she would care about his online reputation. As his foot taps rhythmically against the floor, he considers the implications. You think the most certain ones dream about them. They aim at anyone even remotely related. Kong Soil continues, explaining that at first, they would blame him, but eventually, their anger would turn towards her as well. He listens intently, a quiet, is that so? Escaping him. Considering her words, he thinks, in that case, A moment of quiet passes, the image of soil reflected in his drink. Soon after, a message from Baek Woo-hyun appears on her phone. I'll do it. A small, relieved yes escapes her lips. Her eyes widen in surprise and delight as she realizes he agreed. A hand flies to her mouth, barely containing her excited gasp. With the agreement made, Kang Soil's excitement is palpable, knowing that with this level of hype, the stream viewer count is going to skyrocket. Indeed, the numbers begin their rapid ascent. As she hums contentedly, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Meanwhile, in his own space, Woo-hyun sits before his monitor, a quiet determination in his voice as he declares, just wait, all of you. Soon, a public notice flashes across screens, announcing a momentous event. You are going to witness something never seen before in Reverse Planet history. The notice details a hack verification stream incoming, directly addressing the trending controversy. Hello, everyone. You know what's trending the most these days, right? Baek Woo-hyun and the hack controversy. There'll be a stream to clear things up. For days pass, and the digital world prepares for the broadcast. He extends a hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his palm, as if preparing to activate something. Suddenly, a voice calls out, Woo-hyun, hello. Kang Soil rushes forward, her expression filled with concern, asking, it's been hard on you, hasn't it? Sorry, this happened because of me. Turning his back to her, he offers a calm reassurance. No worries. I'm fine. But then, facing her directly, he probes, but Soil, do you not suspect me? She hesitates, then admits, well no, I saw your movements that day myself. And honestly, that kind of power. Looking down, the streamer continues. More importantly, if you were the mastermind behind a deranged killer, I don't think you'd be acting like that. He looks away, dismissing his actions as mere instinct. But it was just instinct, ha. Then quietly muses, instinct, ha. With a glowing blue orb forming in his outstretched hand, he proposes, anyway, shall we start the stream? Her hand is shown, as she readily agrees, okay. With the stream now live, Kang Soil greets her audience, thanking them for their patience. As the chat immediately explodes with comments, some accusing her guest of hacking, others urging neutrality, and many simply marveling at the 10,000 viewers already tuned in. The stream's official start is met with a flurry of anticipation and speculation from the viewers. As the debate over the alleged hacking continues to rage in the comments, Soil stands beside Woo-hyun, who is now the subject of the chat's scrutiny, with viewers questioning his identity and role in the controversy. He calmly introduces himself as Baek Woo-hyun, a declaration immediately met with derision from some in the chat, who label him a shameless hacker. The chat remains divided, with some viewers still defending the possibility of his innocence or urging others to wait for the facts. Observing the escalating chaos, Soil sternly warns her audience that she will disable the chat if they continue to cross the line. Later, as they stand together in an open field, a new comment appears, directly questioning Woo-hyun about the main verification and the truth behind the controversy. The online chatter continued to rage, with one viewer declaring the very idea of his verification ridiculous, questioning how someone who had overturned reverse time could be dismissed so easily, while others wondered if he was a Coliseum ranker or simply a pretentious hacker. Acknowledging the audience's awe, Soil conceded that his abilities were indeed amazing, then challenged him to prove it. With a confident smile, she explained that they had invited a special guest for the day's verification, who should be arriving at any moment. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes widened slightly, announcing their arrival. A new figure stepped forward, introducing himself as Park Gum-won, Operations Team 1 Manager of Planet Earth Korea, clearly marked as a GM. Woo-hyun, taken aback by the unexpected arrival, could only question the manager's identity and origin. The chat exploded with renewed interest, noting that Soil had brought an actual operations manager to verify him, debating if the official was real or an impersonator, until someone pointed out that only authorized headquarters staff possessed the GM tag above his head. This revelation caused a significant shift in the audience's perception, making them wonder if he truly wasn't hacking after all. He considers the manager, knowing that anyone from the operations team would possess a high chance of knowing his true identity, and after the verification, he intends to ask him some questions. As the manager approaches, Kang Soil greets him warmly, thanking him for coming, then introduces Woo-hyun, who offers a polite, nice to meet you. The manager, Park Gum-won, recognizes the name, acknowledging that this is indeed the infamous Baek Woo-hyun. Woo-hyun observes the manager's calm demeanor, noting that he appears perfectly normal on the outside. With introductions complete, Park Gum-won gestures ahead, informing them that he will now guide them to the verification area. They arrive at a vast, high-tech chamber. Its glowing blue platforms and intricate energy fields stretching out before them. This, Park Gum-won explains, is the primary training room, typically used by players for skill training or combat practice. He continues, stating that as mentioned earlier, they will conduct multiple combat tests to check for any external program assistance. He surveys the vast, metallic chamber, a space unlike anything he has ever encountered in the other world. As he takes it all in, Park Gum-won turns to him, asking if he consents to the rigorous testing ahead. Without hesitation, he affirms his readiness, his resolve clear. Park Gum-won then taps a command into his tablet, initiating the first phase. With a distinct click and clank, a section of the floor opens beneath him, revealing a dark shaft. He steps onto the newly formed platform, a soft thud echoing in the vast space. Then, with a whoosh and hiss of hydraulics, a formidable, white humanoid robot rises from the depths, its blue eyes glowing ominously. From the sidelines, Kong Soil recognizes the machine, exclaiming that it's a high-tier ethical bot. The question hangs heavy in the air. Can someone with no modifications and only their first core ability unlocked truly defeat such a formidable opponent? While the details of Reverse Planet remain obscure, the consensus is clear. This bot is far stronger than any mere tutorial enemy. He stands ready on the platform as the test begins, the system announcing the deployment of a mid-tier training bot. But as the bot appears, his resolve hardens, a silent vow echoing in his mind to avenge those he loved. With that fierce determination, purple energy crackles around his hand. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, Park Gumwon mutters about the test's lethal nature, noting how it's designed for participants to kill each other. Before he can finish his thought, a sudden, blinding flash of motion erupts, and the bot is met with an overwhelming force. Park Gumwon stares at his tablet, his expression one of utter shock and confusion. Even Woo Hyun looks down at the empty space where the bot once stood, a hint of surprise on his face. Only the faint, dissipating shadow of the bot remains, a testament to the speed of its demise. Park Gumwon's eyes widen further, the realization dawning on him that the bot was instantly killed. His incredible display of power quickly goes viral, with online commentators reacting in real time to the footage of him effortlessly dismantling the training bot. The sheer force of his blows echoes through the digital space. As one commentator exclaims that he's crushing a mid-tier Ednal with his bare fists, while another points out that the bot had previously tanked a 5-hammer blow without flinching. A third simply gasps, "Wow." The awe quickly turns to apprehension, with one asking if it's just them or if this is truly scary, and another remarking how pitiful the Ednal now looks. Meanwhile, the official observing the test can only utter a stunned, "This is insane," as Woo Hyun stands amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, his power undeniable. A system readout confirms the impossible, no external program interference detected, proving the raw, unadulterated nature of his abilities. The manager's internal monologue echoes the system's verdict. This is absolutely not a hack. Yet, the immense power seems to take a toll, as Woo Hyun's face contorts in a grimace, his eyes shadowed with an unspoken burden. As the purple energy dissipates, Park Gumwon is left to ponder the implications of this unprecedented display, wondering what their next move should be. With a powerful, decisive motion, he steps forward, his unwavering resolve clear, to avenge the ones I loved. A complex game interface fills the view, displaying echoes of the reverse plane, alongside player statistics and control options. As Woo Hyun clutches his head, a dark aura swirling around him, muttering, This is insane." His hand hovers over a sterile, metallic surface, while a system message confirms, "No external program interference detected." The dark, ethereal energy persists, accompanied by an internal declaration, "This is absolutely not a hack." Woo Hyun's face contorts in a mix of frustration and intense concentration, his eyes burning with resolve, as a cascade of glowing particles descends, illuminating the dark space. Then, with a powerful, decisive motion, his foot strikes forward, generating a burst of sparks. After the intense confrontation with the system, an official confirms, "It's done." Woo Hyun simply acknowledges, "Oh, okay." The official continues, explaining that despite their thorough checks, we weren't able to find any external programs in this battle. But, you see, the system's security is too tight. A new question arises, challenging Woo Hyun's capabilities. Would you be able to fight in the method that we specify? Without hesitation, Woo Hyun confidently replies, "Of course." The system then clarifies the nature of the alleged cheat, explaining that an autopilot cheat is fundamentally a proxy control system operated by a program, so it cannot perform combat exactly as the user wants. Therefore, to prove one's innocence, if you can control your body's movements to some extent, and then fight exactly as you want, you can prove that you're not cheating. Woo Hyun accepts the terms, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. This time, please slay the heads of the 3 intermediate training bots with your chain sickle." Confirming his understanding and readiness, he simply states, "Got it." The official, observing Woo Hyun's choice, expresses concern. Just who is he? This is absolutely disadvantageous for him. An official watches intently from an observation room, his gaze fixed on the monitor before him. A thought crosses his mind. He simply cannot imagine the test subject failing this challenge. Meanwhile, in the arena, Woo Hyun launches himself forward, a dark blur against the sterile white of the training bots. His foot strikes the ground with explosive force, propelling him into a blinding dash. The air distorts around him as he closes the distance, his attack a mere streak of motion. With a sharp impact, the first training bot shatters into countless fragments. Without a moment's pause, he pivots, already targeting the next opponent. Another swift, decisive strike, his form a whirlwind of controlled power. And just as quickly, the second training bot disintegrates. With a powerful kick, he launches into the final phase of his demonstration. His chain sickle a blur, he strikes the remaining bot with precision. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, he presses the attack. Another swift kick connects, leaving the final bot sparking and broken as he stands victorious. The bot's leg shatters, confirming its complete destruction. From the observation room, Kang Soil watches intently, remarking that she knew he was fast, his reckless moves efficient, a true fighter. Park Gumwon, standing beside her, agrees, stating that he is the one who is overpowered, not his weapon, a 3D printer chain sickle primarily used for close-range combat. Back in the arena, Woo Hyun concludes that with this, he has collected enough data for verification. He stares intently, his eyes burning with a crimson glow, as the administrator's voice echoes, wondering what the outcome of this test will be. His hand clenches, a silent testament to the immense pressure, as the question hangs heavy in the air. Can he truly win? He faces the advanced training bot, a formidable opponent with a singular, devastating core ability, and the administrator admits to a touch of greed, hoping for an impossible victory. Meanwhile, Park Gumwon watches, a worried frown etched across his face. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupts, the air crackling with kinetic energy. Woo Hyun stands amidst the settling dust, the aftermath of his explosive action. His eyes blaze crimson once more, a fierce determination burning within them. The sleek, humanoid training bot stands ready, as an incredulous voice exclaims that there's no way he's bringing her out. The observers are stunned, some questioning if he's crossed a line, others marveling at his toxic skill, wondering if gaming organizations will be shaken by his potential victory, and confirming that his verification will proceed after defeating the bot. The advanced training bot, possessing a single core ability, stood as the next formidable challenge. As he faced it, Woo Hyun's eyes glowed with an intense, unwavering focus. He moved with purpose, advancing steadily towards the waiting automaton. In a blur of motion, he tore through the surrounding training units, leaving a trail of shattered metal and dust. The arena floor became a graveyard of broken machines, each one a testament to his overwhelming power. Yet, the advanced bot merely responded with a chilling, almost human grin, its red eyes glowing ominously. Then, a sudden burst of speed. As Woo Hyun's gaze sharpened, his glowing yellow eyes fixed on his target. A deafening impact echoed through the chamber as his strike connected. The advanced training bot lunges, its arm a blur of motion, but he meets the strike with a swift block. The impact reverberates as he deflects the bot's continued assault. Before it can recover, he unleashes a devastating counterpunch, his arm glowing with focused power. The bot's metallic frame distorts from the sheer force, recoiling violently. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a powerful, arcing kick. The bot is launched through the air, spinning uncontrollably from the impact. Its form a blur, it continues to fly across the training room. Standing over the now-defeated machine, he muses, as expected, intermediate bots can't even hold on. He adds, if I allow even one of them to land, I'll be dead. His gaze fixed on the wreckage, he concludes, not to mention. Woo Hyun's fist connects with a solid thud, a blur of motion against an unseen target. He realizes the hardness of her skin is on a whole different level. Despite his efforts, he can't damage her at all. Another strike lands with a sharp thwack. As he moves with blinding speed, his eyes glowing a fierce red. A new strategy forms in his mind. In that case, with renewed determination, he launches another aggressive assault, his eyes still burning crimson. As he resolves, I'll just beat her up until the damage builds up. Another powerful impact echoes through the training space. Woo Hyun observes his opponent, a humanoid training bot, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He stares down, a silent question hanging in the air. While external observers are left speechless by the sheer intensity of the battle, some questioning its possibility, others simply terrified. Despite the bot's formidable capabilities, Woo Hyun maintains his resolve, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. Though he had been pushed back moments before, the force of the bot's attack sends him flying through the air, slamming him against a distant wall with bone-jarring impact. As he recovers, a thought crystallizes in his mind. Pure physical reaction is proving meaningless against this opponent. With a renewed sense of purpose, Woo Hyun stands, his body now radiating a vibrant blue energy, ready to unleash a different kind of power. Driven by a fierce resolve to avenge those he loved, Woo Hyun unleashes a powerful kick, the impact sparking against an unseen target. Meanwhile, in the study, the advanced training bot's data has been meticulously collected, and Park Gumwon acknowledges the information with a simple, "Oh, I see." Kang Soil, observing the results, questions if he truly isn't cheating, as Park Gumwon confirms it's merely preparation for a new ranking, declaring him a monster. Online, the public erupts in disbelief, questioning how he isn't cheating, only for the admin to confirm his legitimacy, leading to the swift deletion of baseless accusations. Kang Soil, scrolling through the comments on her phone, sees a user's disbelief that he's not cheating and dismisses it with a casual, "No way, LMAO." The chat continues, with users noting the admin's confirmation and predicting that even trolls won't mess with him now, while others playfully question why she seems so proud. Considering the new term, Kang Soil muses, "Haxical?" I like that expression. Park Gumwon then asks Kang Soil what she's doing there, noting that Woo Hyun has been recognized as the only one who promises to be at the top of each ranking. With the verification process concluded, he asks her to share her feelings with them, to which she awkwardly replies, good work, everyone. With a sigh of contentment, Kong Soil concludes her live stream, acknowledging the experience as enjoyable, even as her viewer count remains impressively high. Her chat explodes with reactions, some lamenting the stream's end, others expressing frustration at missing the beginning, and many praising the legendary broadcast that proved Woo Hyun's innocence. As the final goodbyes flood the screen, Kong Soil offers her own farewell. Later, addressing Woo Hyun and Park Gum-won directly, she expresses her gratitude for their participation in her stream. From the screen, she continues, thanking them for willingly taking part in the verification request, to which Woo Hyun humbly replies that it was nothing. Park Gum-won, reflecting on Woo Hyun's casual dismissal, repeats the phrase, a hint of surprise in his tone. He prepares to take his leave, tablet in hand. But before he can depart, Woo Hyun stops him, requesting to ask one thing, to which Park Gum-won inquires what it is. With a piercing gaze, Woo Hyun asks if this game has ever had a bug before. Something like someone getting stuck in this game for a very long time. Park Gum-won muses, responding to Woo Hyun's pointed question about whether a bug in their game would have caused it to blow up. He concedes that Woo Hyun has a point, almost. With a simple goodbye, Gum-won steps into a shimmering blue portal, disappearing from the room. Kong Soil lets out a quiet sigh of relief. The stream finally concluded. She turns to Woo Hyun, congratulating him on a job well done and offering to share the stream's recording, then asks if it would be alright to contact him again later, to which he calmly agrees. Soil's hands clasp together in delight, a bright smile gracing her lips as she exclaims her understanding and eagerness for his next call. Yet, a determined glint enters her eyes. She can't let him go so easily. As the thought of him being a living, breathing clip farm crosses her mind, she tries to prompt him, asking if there's anything else he'd like to say. But she quickly catches herself, realizing she can't bring herself to ask him to join her stream again, knowing his previous acceptance was purely for the money. For today, she decides she must draw the line. Woo Hyun declares his training complete, the advanced bot before him still glowing with residual energy. A shimmering blue light washes over the scene, signaling the end of the simulation. He looks down, a neutral expression on his face, as a voice confirms the expected outcome and orders the bot's removal. Soon after, a message pops up on his interface from Jung Nayeon, asking to meet in the battle prep room. Meanwhile, Kong Soil beams with excitement, her eyes closed in pure delight, exclaiming that the community is absolutely exploding with hype right now. She then turns to Woo Hyun, mentioning how she'd asked him to keep an eye on viewer comments, but he clearly wasn't interested. And a thought forms in her mind. What if he could just play the game without worrying about the viewers? Would that be okay? With a hopeful smile, she gently takes his arm, awaiting his response. As Kong Soil assures him she'll prepare everything for his next session, he quietly expresses his reluctance to stream. Ignoring his hesitation, she declares it's time to move on, proposing they play some player versus player. The scene shifts to a futuristic battle preparation room, where Woo Hyun now stands with both Kong Soil and Jung Nayeon, the latter having joined them as previously arranged. The concept of player versus player, or PvP, is then prominently displayed. It's a game mode where players directly compete against each other, and is recognized as one of the two most significant game modes on the planet, alongside player versus environment. Woo Hyun, taken aback, questions if this is why he was called so suddenly. Kong Soil, with a hint of playful challenge, asks if he truly intended to leave without engaging in PvP with her. Jung Nayeon then subtly adds a warning not to run away, prompting a quick, sharp hey from Kong Soil. Considering the PvP mode, Woo Hyun muses that while its story is familiar to the other world, everything he sees within PvP itself feels entirely new. He considers the new game mode, noting that there isn't anything fundamentally different from the store-bought weapons he's encountered before. With a cheerful declaration, Soil agrees to give it a try, then eagerly offers to explain player versus player combat. First up is Showdown, a direct confrontation between opponents. She clarifies that it's a literal showdown against matched opponents, with two modes, solo, a one-on-one, and team, a two-on-two, where the first to 3 wins takes the match. Next, there's Warfare, which encompasses various game types like King of the Hill, Payload, Capture the Flag, and Deathmatch. This mode allows players to choose a specific game type and fight in a team of 5. Then, with a knowing look, she hints at the specific mode they'll be playing today. It's another showdown, but this time, it's the last one standing. She explains it as a battle royale, where 100 people spread across multiple zones, farm equipment, and fight until the last remaining person or team wins. Guiding him through the initial setup, Kong Soil suggests a particular approach, noting it's his first time in this kind of environment. He observes the new interface with curiosity, as she confidently declares she already knows a good build for him. This particular configuration, she explains, was the very reason she earned the title of King in another world. With the preparations complete, she offers to get him fully online, and he readily agrees to log in. Their starting point is designated as a military base, a zone filled with real-world equipment, but also a high-level monster block zone, making it unsuitable for beginners. She playfully asks if he found PvP games difficult, then expresses her desire to show him something she excels at. He can barely contain his excitement, a wide grin spreading across his face. With a cheerful exclamation, she confirms her login, her hand poised over the mouse. A system message confirms their starting point at the military base, and the game announces a 60-second countdown until it begins. Her eyes gleam with anticipation, a focused intensity reflecting her readiness for the battle ahead. As the battle royale begins, Woo Hyun's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a silent promise to meet the challenges ahead. He immediately finds himself facing a formidable opponent, a third-grade monster, but his movements are swift, leaving a trail of blue energy and shattered debris. Observing the creature and his surroundings, he notes the monster's grade and the desolate state of the area. With a decisive look, he declares his intention to move to a different zone. Then, in a flash, he vanishes from sight, a mere blur of motion. His speed is incredible, culminating in a powerful impact that sends debris flying, shattering the monster's form. He lands gracefully, the monster now eliminated. Meanwhile, a system message confirms the kill, Baek Woo Hyun, eliminated. Kang Soil, witnessing the notification, gasps in disbelief, wondering how he achieved a kill so quickly, without even revealing his full abilities. As the system rapidly flashed multiple elimination notifications, Baek Woo Hyun, eliminated, appearing 5 times in quick succession, Soil could only stare, her mind struggling to process the sheer speed of it all. Another kill? And another? What on earth was happening? Even Woo Hyun himself seemed to pause for a moment, a quiet huh, escaping him as if surprised by his own relentless efficiency. The question echoed in Soil's mind, a desperate plea for understanding. What on earth is Woo Hyun doing? Her initial shock gave way to a stunned silence, leaving her only with a soft, disbelieving but. Within the digital expanse of the reverse plane, Baek Woo Hyun, his eyes glowing crimson, prepared to avenge those he loved, with 6 targets marked for elimination. Almost instantly, a notification flashed across the screen, confirming the elimination of Lucky Day, leaving Young Naeon to wonder if he had truly gotten a kill as soon as he started. The eliminations continued to cascade, with Unsleepless, Lee Seojun, and Chikan Slov falling in rapid succession. The final 2 targets, Jish Honey and First Class, were swiftly dispatched, completing the objective with terrifying efficiency. Young Naeon could only stare, her eyes wide with disbelief, as the sheer speed of the eliminations registered. A soft gasp escaped her lips. From somewhere unseen, a voice echoed the sentiment, questioning what in the world Baek Woo Hyun was doing. Unaware of the shock he caused, Woo Hyun continued his relentless advance, a blur of motion within the reverse plane, his weapon ready. He moves with brutal efficiency, the system confirming the swift elimination of multiple slime monsters. Even as he lands, a thought crosses his mind. He no longer senses the presence of any other players. He hadn't anticipated such speed, eliminating 6 individuals in a single descent. His gaze sharpens as he continues his descent through the ethereal plane. A new resolve settling over him. With the farming complete, it's time to leave. Suddenly, a desperate plea echoes through the void, a voice crying out for Baek Woo Hyun's help. It's Young Naeon, her face etched with fear. As she reveals her dire situation, she's surrounded, overwhelmed by too many enemies. As Young Naeon's desperate call echoed, a map materialized on the device, pinpointing a location with a sharp, decisive sound. Woo Hyun, examining the glowing display, noted the considerable distance to the block across the road. Through the device, Naeon's voice came again, her tone urgent as she asked if he was there. Her profile icon appeared as she clarified her position, declaring she was on the 3rd floor's rooftop. She continued, explaining the overwhelming number of enemies preventing her from fighting them off, to which Woo Hyun simply responded, "Okay," already stepping forward. With explosive force, his foot struck the ground, launching him forward in a blur of motion. He closed the distance towards 2 enemy figures, one of whom, caught off guard, shouted a challenge. His companion, reeling in disbelief, could only wonder how anyone could move so fast. The second enemy, quickly assessing the threat, urged his partner to prepare their ability, vowing to somehow block the approaching speedster. He moves with a singular purpose, a blur of motion across the rooftop, his foot striking with explosive force as he closes the distance to his first target. With a powerful, glowing fist, he delivers a devastating blow, the enemy barely having time to register the attack. The impact sends the figure flying, their system registering the elimination of Baek Woo Hyun, an enemy sharing his own name. But before he can press his advantage, another enemy, cloaked in a vibrant purple aura, reacts with shock, questioning the nature of his abilities. With a furious roar, the new opponent unleashes a powerful counterattack. A wave of dark purple energy erupts, expanding rapidly to engulf the entire area. The concentrated magical force distorts the air, creating a vortex of destructive power. Caught in the blast, Woo Hyun is violently thrown backward, his body twisting amidst the purple trails. The momentum carries him further, a streak of black and white against the swirling magical assault. A figure in a green helmet watches the unfolding chaos, a gasp escaping them. Meanwhile, Baek Woo Hyun moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful, low kick that connects with a sharp crack. His body twists with the momentum, the force of his attack leaving streaks in the air. Another enemy falls, the system confirming. Baek Woo-hyun has eliminated Tyrannosaurus. He doesn't pause, sprinting through the digital landscape, blue energy trailing behind him as he closes the distance to his next target. His eyes glow with fierce determination, a powerful aura of blue energy flaring around him. The system announces another victory. Baek Woo-hyun has eliminated Deep Prince. With a final, decisive kick, he eliminates Jim Concern, leaving a trail of defeated foes. A voice reports, "I'm at the front gate of the building." He strides purposefully down a desolate corridor, his destination a single, nondescript door, while a familiar voice asks if she should send support. But Woo-hyun's response is firm, telling her to simply wait. Reaching the door, his hand closes around the cold metal knob, and he pauses, glancing back as if confirming his decision. A quiet count escapes him. 4. Before he corrects himself with a slight shift in tone. No, there are 5. With that final assessment, he pushes the door open and steps into the room, revealing 2 figures already inside, one poised with a knife. The attacker, with a look of surprise, lunges forward, his blade glinting in the sudden light. As the first attacker lunges forward, a guttural cry of "die" rips through the air. The glint of a blade follows, aimed with deadly precision. But before the knife can connect, Woo-hyun moves, his counterattack so swift it leaves the orange-haired assailant stunned, a bewildered "huh" escaping his lips. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating blow. The system confirms the elimination of Kazari, as Woo-hyun stands over his fallen foe. With one threat neutralized, he realizes the need to accelerate, muttering, "I'll have to pick up the pace." Blue energy crackles around him, an ability activating to sweep the area. The immediate result is a cascade of system notifications, confirming the simultaneous elimination of Guki and Sukang. A system message flashes, confirming another elimination attributed to Baek Woo-hyun, this one linked to dental care. Before the first can even fade, another appears, reporting a swift elimination connected to obstruct. Amidst the debris of a shattered room, Woo-hyun stands, his presence a silent testament to the chaos, as an unseen voice questions the impossible speed of events. Elsewhere, Kang Soil stares at her screen, the words Baek Woo-hyun is smashing right now echoing her own disbelief. Park Gum-won's eye widens in shock, the question "when did he?" hanging unspoken in the air. Back in the fray, Woo-hyun moves with blinding speed, a torrent of crackling blue energy erupting from his form as he strikes. His hand, wreathed in the same vibrant aura, delivers a decisive blow. He pauses, a faint smirk playing on his lips, surveying the aftermath of his swift assault. Standing over a defeated foe, Woo-hyun offers a casual, almost mocking, remark. Beside her, the system registered an astonishing 14 kills from a single player. As the ground beneath his feet shattered from the force of his movements, Nayeon couldn't help but wonder if her presence was truly necessary, questioning her own role as the supposed ace. Despite her internal struggle, she resolved not to be outdone, declaring her intent to carry the rest of the game, to which he simply offered a casual, "Yeah, sure." The city around them lay in ruins, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Suddenly, a clear system notification echoed, declaring the game's conclusion. The final results flashed across the screen, showing a decisive victory with 1 out of 50 participants remaining. The game had ended. The final score confirmed the overwhelming performance, with Woo-hyun's contribution significantly outweighing the others. He begins to explain, a slight hesitation in his voice, that they had actually won 10 times in a row. Standing in the sterile, futuristic chamber, he declares that he can't play any more games today, suggesting they call it quits. Nayeon, however, is still reeling from the revelation that her friend, whom she had always considered a normal student, was actually incredibly overpowered. She looks at him with a questioning gaze, a hint of surprise still lingering on her face. She then asks if he can wait for her just a bit longer, without doing his main missions, promising to bring him an official offer. He dismisses her, stating that he isn't interested and wasn't going to do that main mission anyway. Turning to leave, she bids him farewell, her form receding into the distance. A sharp, digital sound echoes, signaling a system notification. As Woo-hyun, his expression unreadable, reflects on his recent endeavors. He couldn't glean any useful information from the player-versus-player matches either, leaving him with no new hints. Standing tall and composed, Woo-hyun remains lost in thought, his mind still processing the lack of progress. Meanwhile, the city lights begin to twinkle outside, illuminating a towering residential building, where another individual is grappling with their own challenges. Inside, a young woman lies on her bed, her legs casually propped up, a picture of relaxed contemplation. She sits up, a phone in hand, and sighs, lamenting that the reverse time community is still down, preventing her from accessing crucial information. A soft chuckle escapes her, as she and young Nayeon relax together, both beaming with contentment. Her livestream, titled Kong Soyul, boasts over 100,000 viewers. A thought crosses her mind, wondering if she should have pursued streaming more seriously. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun reflects on a past conversation, realizing that while the words weren't explicit, the intent behind them was clear, a decision had been made. Back with Soil, she scrolls through her phone, determined to secure her share of something important. A thoughtful expression crosses her face. Before her eyes widen in surprise at whatever she's seeing, a sudden realization dawning on her. The next day arrived. At a cafe, young Nayeon leaned forward, questioning Woo Hyun about his frequent outings. Meanwhile, elsewhere, she stared at a laptop screen, a look of utter bewilderment crossing her face. The screen displayed a live stream from the Reverse Time community, featuring the Emerger project. Kang Soil, now engrossed in her phone, saw the same bizarre content, a pixelated blue blob, and wondered aloud what it could be. Back at the cafe, young Nayeon continued her conversation with Woo Hyun, asking if it was acceptable to simply play the game without caring about its implications. Kang Soil, standing beside a dark-haired man, firmly stated that she had not agreed to anything being fine. Woo Hyun, still with young Nayeon, then shifted the topic, proposing the idea of a reality show. The concept of a reality show hung in the air. In a bustling cafe, Woo Hyun outlines a new broadcast format, explaining that multiple cast members would gather in one place to compete for audience favor alongside others. Young Nayeon, holding a document, listens intently as he suggests one person would play the game, while the other handles the communication. Woo Hyun then offers a contingency, assuring her that if the task proves too demanding, they could always bring in a professional gamer. Meanwhile, a different conversation unfolds elsewhere, with a laptop and documents spread across a desk. Park Gum-won, facing Kang Soil, proposes a profit split, suggesting a 6-to-4 ratio, and asks if she finds it agreeable. Soil, however, dismisses the idea, stating her current disinterest in streaming. She then confronts him, asking about her share from her own earnings. Gum-won, holding his phone, acknowledges receiving some funds that morning, though he had expected to give them to her. As he processes this, an email notification appears on his phone, revealing a message from Woo Hyun Baek. An email notification flashes across a screen, announcing Woo Hyun's first share. Meanwhile, in a separate conversation, young Nayeon questions the value of a few million won, finding it insufficient, while Woo Hyun seems to be receiving a message. His dark hair falls across his face as he stares intently at a screen. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening as he murmurs, "This is..." The screen displays messages from an unknown sender, Anonymous Viewer 62, greeting Woo Hyun and asking, "How does it feel to come back to reality?" A chilling thought crosses his mind. This person knows he's returned from there. The anonymous viewer continues, offering a special gift and revealing that their nickname, number 62, hints at their identity, a detail that sends a shiver down Woo Hyun's spine. Standing beside Park Gum-won, who holds the device, Woo Hyun demands, "Who is this?" The screen continues to display the unsettling questions, leaving Woo Hyun to wonder who knows about his past, and if more information can be uncovered. Woo Hyun considers his predicament, realizing he cannot simply send a message to those he cares about. He knows that communication is only possible during a live stream. With a firm resolve, he makes his decision. Meanwhile, Kang Soil, receiving his message, agrees to begin streaming. She confirms, with a hint of playful surprise, that there will be no backing out. Her streaming setup is ready, displaying a vibrant interface. A breaking news notice announces upcoming content featuring Haxgal, Cha Sungchul, and Gang Minton, scheduled for August 2nd, 2041, at 7 p.m. Woo Hyun's intense gaze is fixed on a game interface, the number 7 prominently displayed amidst player names like Manos and Razor. It's a golden Friday evening, and the city hums with the quiet energy of people enjoying their leisure. Each person has their own expectations for the night, some of them proudly calling themselves heroes. Others gather before their computers, united by a single-minded focus, as a game broadcast featuring a commentator named Cha Sungchul and a player known as Haxical is about to begin in 5 minutes. Many are waiting for Haxical's game broadcast, some even with fried chicken in hand. Meanwhile, Kang Soil and Kazari relax on a couch, blue glowing orbs illuminating the coffee table between them. Holding a drink, Soil casually mentions she's gaming right now, reassuring someone not to worry about her tackling a monster. A commentator, Cha Sungchul, admits to feeling nervous about today's broadcast, especially with Woo Hyun's friend making an appearance. He is introduced as Cha Sungchul, a professional commentator for Reverse Planet. Meanwhile, his co-commentator, Young Nayeon, expresses surprise that someone like Haxical would actually call into the stream. Cha Sungchul chuckles. The screen flashes live, signaling that it's time for the broadcast to begin. Young Nayeon greets the viewers, introducing herself to everyone. Watching the broadcast from a casual setting, Kang Soil sits beside a man who looks remarkably like Cha Sungchul, as the commentator on screen announces his presence to the viewers. The chat feed explodes with excitement, with viewers cheering and eagerly asking about Haxical. Young Nayeon acknowledges the flood of comments, assuring everyone that they're not ignoring the questions and promising to address them shortly. As the Reverse Planet broadcast officially begins, the reason for the immense hype becomes clear. Haxical is in the game. Stepping into the vibrant, futuristic landscape of the virtual world, the legendary player makes his grand entrance, heralded by a collective gasp of Haxical. The audience chat explodes with excitement, some declaring to screw all the doubters, others exclaiming he really came, and admiring him spinning the dagger is so cool, while some even confess, "I'm quaking in my boots." From a broadcast studio, a game host, wearing a headset, addresses the viewers, confirming they will be broadcasting Haxicle's gameplay live. He continues, acknowledging the collective anticipation. I'm sure all of you are dying to know how Haxicle plays role-playing games. Young Naeon, one of the official commentators for Common's game broadcast, smiles brightly, inviting everyone to discover Haxicle's playstyle together. Meanwhile, Kong Soil, still intently watching the broadcast on her tablet, leans forward, captivated by the unfolding events. Young Naeon sends a final encouraging message to the viewers, urging them to get it, to avenge the ones he loved. A powerful kick sends sparks flying from his foot. Meanwhile, a hand holds a phone, displaying a message. It's time to start. Below, a system notification announces that the Otherworld Management Bureau has released the game, Reverse Planet. Within the game, Woohyun walks through a sun-dappled forest, his mission clear: rescue the survivors so they can escape the forest and regroup with us. The game's main mission interface appears, instructing him to join the Otherworld Management Bureau and pass through the guards searching for escape test subjects. He looks up at the vast, golden canopy of the forest, a familiar feeling washing over him as he realizes it's the same as last time. His expression hardens, remembering how in that other world, he only focused on running away. Now, he sprints through the dense foliage, a weapon clutched in his hand. His feet landing firmly on a wooden floor, leaving the forest behind. His gaze is sharp, resolute, as he declares, but this time, he bursts into action, a blur of motion across the terrain, launching himself into the air, staff already poised. Two figures in green hoods, caught off guard. Watch him intently. As a voice shouts, he's over there. Jump him from all sides. But before they can fully converge, he strikes. His staff a whirlwind against the encroaching attackers. More figures rush through the dense foliage. Yet Woohyun's eyes glow with an unwavering, fierce resolve. Still fueled by a burning rage, Woohyun launches himself into the fray, his staff a blur of motion, a primal command echoing in his mind. His eyes blaze crimson, as he silently vows to destroy every last one of them. For a fleeting moment, a different memory flashes, him, clad in a dark uniform, pistol raised, focused and deadly. The weapon held steady, his aim unwavering. Back in the present, a system message flickers briefly as he continues to fend off the green-hooded assailants, chains rattling around him. His gaze remains fixed, a fierce, red glow emanating from his eyes. Another memory, perhaps, as he parries a blow with his staff, the dark uniform once more adorning him. With a guttural cry, he unleashes a surge of red energy, striking out at his attackers. The force of his attack culminates in a blinding explosion, engulfing the area. As the digital world shifts, a new player, known as Real Young-hoon, reaches out, his hand poised over a glowing interface. Meanwhile, a system message flashes across the screen, announcing the reverse time community, while a general chat message mentions a stream sniper. The system then delivers a report result, confirming a player was permanently banned for using an unauthorized program, a decision met with a casual, permaban LMAO from the community. A figure with teal hair and dark sunglasses observes the unfolding events, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He hums thoughtfully, scrolling through comments, including one from Haxicle, wondering how anyone could win against such a player, his expression unreadable behind the dark lenses. A voice echoes his internal musings, remarking that not even Battler can win, huh? The teal-haired man's eyes glow with an intense green light as he finds the comment amusing, a chilling smile spreading across his face. This is Battler, a professional gamer of the Reverse Planet community, his true nature now revealed. Driven by a fierce resolve, Woohyun unleashes a devastating kick, the force of his blow sparking against an unseen target. The serene quiet of a lush forest provides a stark contrast to the violence. He reflects on his past, realizing he was more than just an observer in this strange reality, his role far more significant than he once believed. Back in the fray, the masked opponent stumbles back, a sickening gush of blood erupting from their mouth as Woohyun's attack connects. Without hesitation, Woohyun launches himself into a swift, airborne follow-up strike. The impact detonates with explosive force, shattering the air around them. His eyes glowing with furious green energy, Woohyun snarls at the still-standing foe, demanding to know why the little rat isn't dead yet. Meanwhile, a system message flashes across the screen. Two new observers react with surprise, one exclaiming that this isn't the RP they know, as if witnessing an unexpected turn of events. He had never witnessed such a cheap trick in his entire career as a player, Woohyun thought, observing the chaotic battle unfolding before him, believing his opponent lacked strategy and was merely attacking all enemies indiscriminately. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Young Naeon remarked that Haxicle never relied on strategy, a sentiment echoed by the chat log, which expressed surprise he was still alive, yet also admiration for his resilience. The screen they observed displayed Haxicle's profile, highlighting a staggering 100 million won reward for his performance. Turning to her colleague, Young Naeon then relayed a comment from My Beloved Cat, who claimed Absolute Being was too broken, asking for his opinion on the matter. Cha Sungchul, however, quickly dismissed the notion, stating he could tell right away that wasn't the case. He explained that most skills had their own unique cooldowns, a fundamental aspect of their world, as a digital timer counted down. Jung Naeon conceded, acknowledging that because of this, Haxicle's build might seem overpowered, especially since he was using his core skill without an apparent cooldown. But the truth was, absolute being only enhanced the user's physical abilities, as Haxicle's determined expression and glowing green eyes seemed to confirm. It did not, however, affect his battle intelligence or weapon proficiency, leaving those aspects purely up to the player's skill. Continuing their analysis, one commentator conceded that while the observation might be true, Haxicle wasn't employing any visible buffs. Another voice chimed in, suggesting that if they were to exaggerate slightly, Haxicle's existence seemed impossible, wondering what would happen if someone else possessed his physical abilities. The first commentator concluded that only Haxicle truly understood how to unlock the full potential of absolute being. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun's gaze remained sharp, his mind processing the implications of the ongoing discussion. Suddenly, a sharp command cut through the air, ordering agents to surround him. In an instant, multiple figures in tactical gear converged, encircling Haxicle completely. A heavy impact echoed as a voice declared, "I am from the Otherworld Management Bureau. Cease your resistance and surrender." The speaker, a stern-faced agent, was Kim Chul, an operative of the Otherworld Management Bureau. His authority was backed by the full might of the Otherworld Management Bureau. The world is protected by a powerful, clandestine organization, a government body tasked with regulating invading entities that breach through dimensional gates. This is the Otherworld Management Bureau, a team that has successfully prevented countless disasters and maintained global peace. And now, their authority extends to even the most unexpected corners. Wu Hyun, still on the ground, observes the approaching agents, remarking on Director Kim's decision to send a team leader, a level of attention he hadn't anticipated. His gaze falls upon one of the agents, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he notes their distinctive uniform. The agent, Kim Chul, offers an apology for their previous confrontation, which Wu Hyun calmly accepts, dismissing the past animosity. Meanwhile, an agent inside a lab holds a walkie-talkie, the device a stark contrast to the outdoor confrontation. Wu Hyun, looking up at the forest canopy, solemnly concludes that the person associated with that uniform must have perished. Kim Chul, standing resolute with his weapon, is revealed to be an experimental team leader, yet the strongest agent operating in the otherworld. To avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun had always been driven by a singular, burning purpose. And so, when the agent offered him a path, he simply replied, "I'm okay with that." The agent, in turn, thanked him for his cooperation, offering to guide him. His new path led him to the heart of the organization, the Otherworld Management Bureau headquarters. A towering structure of glass and steel, it stood as a beacon of their authority. Inside, Wu Hyun pondered his situation, realizing that by cooperating with the Bureau, he had found a new stage for his fight. Indeed, in this new world, he would fight for revenge by the Bureau's side, a firm ally after escaping from the lab. With a renewed sense of purpose, he walked forward, ready for whatever came next. To avenge the ones he loved, he took on all kinds of requests, from assassinations to cleanups, but the biggest one was always the subjugation of Reverse Planet's monsters. Towering over him, a colossal, shadowy insectoid creature loomed in the oppressive darkness. Yet, he met its challenge head-on, a lone figure leaping with fierce determination against the monstrous threat. His attack erupted in a blinding flash, sending glowing particles scattering through the air as the impact resonated. The firm would often commission him to clear these reverse planets for the spoils of battle, and whenever the loot wasn't enough, he'd even help with the cleanup work once it was all over. Doing that naturally led him to getting frequently entangled with the Bureau, a consequence he seemed to accept with a slight frown. But there were other types of requests, too, ones that involved him and his end up crossing paths with each other, as a new voice greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Baek Woo-hyun." A young woman with a confident smile introduced herself. "My name is Yoo-jae-hin, and I am affiliated with the first team of the Bureau." Her presence was striking. Yoo-jae-hin greets him, her voice calm and professional, as the Bureau's assessment of him as a normal person, despite his abilities, is clearly stated. She acknowledges his journey, remarking, "You've come a long way, sir." Then, with a shift in tone, she presents him with a stark choice. "You have two choices, Mr. Woo-hyun. The first option allows him to remain a normal person, but with the strict caveat that the use of his abilities is absolutely forbidden. As he gazes out at the city, the second option looms, to become affiliated with the Bureau." She clarifies that this affiliation would mean he wouldn't be an official agent, but rather, he would be sent on missions deemed suitable by them. A faint smile plays on her lips as she awaits his reaction, her expression unreadable. Woo-hyun's thoughts drift to the past, recalling how the Bureau once hunted him, yet now, they were asking him to become their ally. Her voice cuts through his contemplation, demanding to know, "Which option will you choose?" Yoo-jae-hin continues to speak, her expression thoughtful as she outlines the implications of the choice before him. Considering her words, Woo-hyun clenches his hands, a silent resolve forming within him as he declares, "I will." Woo-hyun navigates the echoes of the reverse plane interface, his fingers hovering over a list of killer targets, including Kazari. A pivotal question hangs in the air, demanding a choice. Now, Which option will you choose? Yujin sits, her expression thoughtful, as she weighs the gravity of her next move. Her hands clasped firmly, she declares her resolve. I will. Meanwhile, Woo Hyun's gaze is heavy with contemplation, knowing that if he remains a player, he'll face unfavorable contracts, just like before, and he refuses to be a pawn again. Yujin, having made her decision, announces, I will become one of your agents. Across the table, Park Gum-won smiles, acknowledging her choice, assuring her, you've made the right decision. Your presence will be a tremendous help. Yujin's eyes close in a determined smile, affirming her commitment, no matter what, or manpower. Park Gum-won leans forward, clarifying, I'm not saying this because I'm afraid of the bureau, but, he adds, I've heard about players who regret signing contracts with them, subtly reassuring her about their own terms. Driven by a deep-seated desire to avenge the ones he loved, a powerful impact echoes through the night. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon explains that those in the early stages of training the awakened often lack the necessary expertise, while Cha Sung-chul counters, emphasizing the bureau's long and storied history. It was this organization that possessed the crucial knowledge and training the awakened and corporations needed to save the world. A low rumble of discontent fills the air as Woo-hyun reflects on how the League of Enterprises immediately intervened, but their programs needed to be far more advantageous. He recalls a different world, where countless awakened lost their lives due to the sheer greed of corporations. They even refused to pay any compensation, leaving him no choice but to erase their existence from the records. Because of that harrowing incident, Woo-hyun discovered he was an unregistered awakened and had been under the Bureau's watchful eye for some time, a hellish place he vows never to return to. With a renewed sense of purpose, he turns his back on the past. Meanwhile, Park Gum-won confirms, I'm now going to submit your awakened registration to our IT team. He firmly reminds her, this phone is for business use, as Yujin apologizes for asking what she should do. Explaining the process, Park Gum-won assures her she will receive training and a new phone, which she can then use. A smile spreading across his face, he laughs, expressing his hope that she gets dispatched to Team 1, his own team. Looking down, Yujin quietly agrees, confessing her own hope to see him while she's in that world. Meanwhile, Park Gum-won's thoughts drift to the many unregistered awakened they've classified, a dark aura briefly flaring around him. He recalls the incident where they were held in a research facility, and how, thanks to Lee Jin-woo, the lead researcher, they were prepared and able to classify them. In a different, vibrant setting, Yujin beams, eagerly anticipating working with Mr. Woo-hyun. Observing this, Young Nayeon looks confused, questioning the strangeness of the situation and how Yujin is having such a natural conversation with an NPC. Her confusion growing, she reiterates her understanding that communication with NPCs isn't supposed to be like that. Yujin considers the offer, acknowledging the inherent risk of choosing a less conventional path, while Park Gum-won reiterates his question about her willingness to become an agent. He then glances at a tablet, a thought crossing his mind about how this situation mirrors another, a memory of someone else who took a similar, challenging route. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon stares in disbelief, utterly astonished by what she's witnessing, finding it impossible to believe that the figure before her could be a fully adaptive AI. She marvels at the incredible sophistication of the game, a technology that allows an NPC to respond fully to any situation or request, communicating freely and seamlessly, unlike any existing NPCs, a feat once thought impossible to implement in an online game due to the immense resources it would consume. The sheer depth of this experience leaves her utterly captivated, admitting she never imagined such a thing was even possible. Back in the office, Park Gum-won suggests they sell the technology, believing it could help the developers optimize the resource problem. A document reveals a different perspective, stating that if the AI were merely an Easter egg, it would have been implemented as such, but instead, Reverse Planet players can now communicate with NPCs because a fully adaptive AI has been implemented for the first time in the world, suggesting a more profound and intentional integration of this groundbreaking technology. The impossible had been achieved, a fully adaptive AI now a reality for Reverse Planet, and its architect, Woo-hyun, knew that unlocking its full potential would require meeting very specific conditions. He explained that the absolute minimum requirement was zero lag and no combat correction, as that was the only way to truly optimize the system. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon, observing the news, gasped in astonishment as a system message confirmed combat correction has been set to 0%, exclaiming her admiration for Baek Woo-hyun's genius. Turning to Cha Sung-chul, she wondered aloud if this groundbreaking development would set the forums ablaze. Elsewhere, Yujin and Park Gum-won reviewed documents, with Park Gum-won eagerly declaring he would personally stay awake, anticipating Planet Earth's official announcement. A pink-haired woman with cat ears, holding a glass of wine, smiled knowingly. She mused that perhaps this development would allow her to bring a truly significant figure as a guest to her show. Back in the studio, Young Nayeon, now relaxing on a couch with Cha Sung-chul, asked if he had indeed finished playing for the day, as he had stated earlier. He confirmed with a simple yup, leaving her to lament the abrupt cliffhanger. As the digital world of Reverse Planet hums with activity, a notification announces the arrival of anonymous viewer number 2, also known as lock number 62, into the chat. He makes his terms clear, stating, in exchange, Woo Hyun, the man behind the alias, demands that any donations or comments from anonymous viewer number 62 be reported to him immediately, adding that he dislikes being watched, but he is in. A quick gotcha confirms his terms are understood, as a message flashes, reiterating that anonymous viewer number 62 has entered the stream and must not be disturbed, as he is now the content. Shortly after, a message from Baek Woo Hyun himself appears, a single, decisive word, ready. Meanwhile, Young Na-yeon, focused on her own screen, contemplates the next segment, wondering if PvP is next and what today's content will ultimately be. The digital arena lights up, declaring a showdown. As a lone figure stands ready within its futuristic confines, Young Na-yeon explains that this is the first time they've held a showdown in this particular location, prompting Cha Sung-chul to confirm they'll be starting in the normal league. He then observes the game's structure, noting that Reverse Planet features a total of 5 distinct leagues. These tiers range from bronze all the way up to Grandmaster, with a special contender rank beyond that. To even reach the bronze tier, a player must secure 10 victories in the normal league. Sung-chul, reviewing data on his tablet, remarks that statistically, most players never even make it to platinum. Na-yeon then reacts with surprise to a new mission appearing on screen. Hit bronze in 30 minutes, with a reward of 500,000 won. She sends a message, confirming this jackpot mission is the first task, challenging the player to achieve a 10-game winning streak within the tight 30-minute deadline. As the mission details finalize, Woo Hyun stands before a massive holographic display, a casual comment about his confidence appearing on a nearby screen. Meanwhile, in the broadcast studio, Young Na-yeon and Cha Sung-chul catch their breath, discussing the player's seemingly nonchalant attitude, with Na-yeon exclaiming that the situation is getting super exciting. She urges them to watch until the very end, to see if Haxical can truly complete the mission. This was the moment when they realized the true scale of the challenge. The PvP showdown mode, a normal solo match, had successfully begun, placing Woo Hyun in the 6th area, a residential zone, as he strides through the neon-lit cityscape. With only 10 seconds remaining until the round officially starts, he prepares for the impending battle. Back in the studio, Cha Sung-chul reacts with a surprised huh, as he notices something unexpected. His gaze is fixed on Woo Hyun's hands, which now grip a weapon he's never seen before. As the blue energy crackles around him, Woo Hyun considers just how much he's been underestimated. He stands ready, facing his opponent across the urban battlefield. And a confident thought crosses his mind. If this is a melee build, he just needs to keep his distance for a free win. The countdown ticks down, a stark reminder that they truly have been underestimating Haxical. Then, with a burst of energy, the first round officially begins. Woo Hyun opens his mouth to unleash his attack, beginning to chant, Kolo Explo. But before the word can fully form, a blinding speed closes the distance, and he is violently struck, the impact sending crackling energy through his body. The white-armored figure moves with impossible swiftness, a weapon glinting at their hip. The world blurs around them, a testament to their incredible velocity. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun had to push past every limit. The force of the previous attack still sent him reeling, his body arcing through the air. Yet, despite the initial setback, the system declared the round's outcome. Baek Woo Hyun was the final winner, his opponent the final loser. As a new system message announced the next round's commencement, Woo Hyun stood before a monitor, an official nearby. His opponent, Kazari, lay defeated on the ground, uttering a frustrated surrender. The system promptly confirmed the forfeiture, declaring Woo Hyun the victor of the showdown. Without pause, a new challenge emerged. The second game was about to begin. Woo Hyun, now fully engaged, unleashed a torrent of purple energy, glowing particles swirling around him. The powerful aura expanded, enveloping the space with its raw force. His shadow spears, once a formidable defense, shatter and dissipate under the overwhelming force of the purple energy, leaving him utterly exposed and terrified. The impact erupts around him, a blinding flash of orange light, sending him hurtling through the air, his body a mere projectile against the force. A holographic display confirms the outcome. Baek Woo Hyun is declared the final winner, with Melonbread as the loser. Yet, the game is not over, as another screen announces the start of the third game. Despite his defeat, Melonbread rises, shaking off the impact and adopting a determined fighting stance. His face contorted in a furious snarl as he screams, "Die!" The system reiterates the previous result, but his defiance hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the declared victor. Despite the previous challenge, the games continued, and now, with a look of intense strain, Woo Hyun finds himself embroiled in a fourth game. Meanwhile, observing the unfolding events, Young Na-yeon remarks on the speed of his previous victories, noting that the second game concluded swiftly, with him securing 2 wins in a mere 10 minutes. She continues, her voice filled with disbelief, marveling at how a D-ranker, stuck at that level for 3 years, could achieve such a feat. After a total of 20 minutes, Woo Hyun, now clad in a sleek white suit and goggles, receives a system notification confirming his rank up from normal to bronze. Back with the commentators, Na-yeon expresses her mixed feelings, acknowledging the amazing feat, while also feeling a sense of unease about his rapid ascent, especially considering the diamond tier mentioned. Cha Sung-chul, Meanwhile, simply smiles, a silent acknowledgement of the overwhelming online chatter praising Woohyun's unprecedented performance, calling him a monster and marvelous. He muses on the challenges of combat, acknowledging that players often struggle when facing specific counterbuilds or risky strategies. Specifically, he admits his personal aversion to dealing with fire-based builds. As he processes these thoughts, his gaze falls, a quiet intensity in his expression. Despite any personal preferences, the system confirms that throughout all his matches, he has consistently delivered a perfect performance, resulting in total instant annihilation for his opponents. The online chat explodes with reactions, as one user, Pinecone, donates a staggering 500,000 won, exclaiming disbelief at his actions and calling him insane. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Young Nayeon expresses her excitement to see how he will perform in the upcoming ranked games, though she admits to a slight worry. Nayeon explains her concern, fearing that their current struggles might worsen if his presence encourages others to stream snipe them. Woohyun smiles, acknowledging a new connection as the system confirms his successful matching for a ranked solo PvP showdown. Stepping into the 11th area cemetery, a wave of blue energy emanates from him. Woohyun realizes his entry was successful. His form glows with a faint aura as he approaches a mysterious floating orb. Meanwhile, Kazari, a player with a mischievous grin, declares his intent to stream snipe Woohyun, having finally found his target after being dodged, and vows to kill this hacker. The online chat explodes with reactions, with Melonbread asking if it's true, and Kazari boasting about sniping him in his first ranked game. Melonbread then wonders how anyone could manage such a feat, suggesting it must be a pro, while Kazari dismisses the idea of Woohyun being a hacker, and Melonbread questions why accusations persist despite an admin clearing him. Melonbread, looking annoyed, observes that Hakarikal, Woohyun's in-game alias, remains completely unaffected by the taunts. Elsewhere, Yujihin expresses her concern to Cha Sungchul, lamenting that she had advised Woohyun to ignore such incidents. Young Nayeon watches intently as the screen flickers, a sudden realization dawning on her face. The battle has truly begun. Indeed, with a flash of golden energy, the first round officially commences. Woohyun is immediately engulfed in a violent surge of golden power, a pained cry escaping him as the attack connects. The golden energy continues to rage around him. As Kazari descends from above, his sword poised to strike through the blinding light. With a vicious swing, he snarls, demanding Woohyun's demise. Meanwhile, the online chat explodes with comments, some questioning Woohyun's ability to cope, others acknowledging Kazari's formidable strength, and a notification confirming anonymous user number 62, Woohyun himself, has officially entered the game. Despite the overwhelming assault, Woohyun's gaze hardens, his resolve unwavering as he declares, he will never live his life regretting, only moving forward. A new surge of golden energy, crackling with lightning, erupts around him, signaling his defiant stand. He moves with a blur of motion, dual blades flashing, driven by the memory of those he loved, seeking vengeance. The strike lands with a resounding impact, and a voice echoes, realizing it was all just a waste of time. As the first round concludes, the status window confirms Baek Woohyun as the victor over Kazari, who can only despair, convinced he's going to lose again at this rate. His frustration boils over, cursing his opponent as the system announces the start of the next round. 10 seconds tick down, the Gothic arena awaiting the clash of the two combatants. Still reeling from his defeat, Kazari's internal monologue repeats, fearing another loss. Meanwhile, Woohyun's hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue energy, as he resolves to unleash a new power. The second round officially begins, and a powerful blue aura erupts from him, drawing a surprised gasp from his opponent. Kazari stares, bewildered, noting the sudden, drastic change in his opponent's presence. He moves with a sudden, explosive burst of blue energy, launching a devastating kick. The force of his attack carries him forward, his leg a blur of motion. With a resounding impact, the kick connects, sending Kazari recoiling violently. From the commentary booth, Cha Sungchul observes, noting how much sharper and heavier the attacks have become. Young Nayeon adds, impressed, that his motions are incredibly efficient, like those of a finely tuned machine. But Kazari, his face contorted in rage, begins to glow with a fierce yellow energy, challenging his opponent, demanding if he understands now. He declares, his voice raw with power, that he had merely been holding back in the first round. With a final, explosive surge, Kazari unleashes his full, overwhelming yellow energy. Woohyun watches, a look of genuine surprise crossing his face, wondering what kind of opponent he is truly facing. A sudden realization dawns on Cha Sungchul, recalling a past conversation. He had warned someone that if they ever encountered a hacker, they should be utterly destroyed. Young Nayeon, sipping her drink, confirms his thought, agreeing with the sentiment. Meanwhile, Kazari's power surges, his body becoming a conduit for raw, yellow energy, radiating outwards with immense force. He channels the volatile power, his hand glowing intensely as the energy coalesces. The sheer magnitude of his aura expands, filling the space with a blinding, golden light. With his power fully unleashed, Kazari stands defiant, ready for the next confrontation, as the system registers him as the MVP player and backkeeper for the day, setting the stage for what's to come. An immense explosion rips through the air, debris scattering as a monstrous form looms in the background. Woo Hyun's eyes glow with an intense yellow light, his hand clenching in preparation for the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, a figure clad in white unleashes a torrent of purple energy, surrounded by shadowy, ethereal forms. Kazari is caught completely off guard, engulfed in a sudden burst of yellow energy, wondering aloud how it appeared so abruptly. A blonde-haired woman, initially confident that she held the advantage, lets out a small gasp of fear. The yellow energy intensifies, consuming Kazari in a blinding, explosive force. Woo Hyun's grip tightens on a weapon, his resolve hardening. The shadowy figure strikes again, a swift, powerful blow imbued with purple energy. He moves with a singular, devastating purpose, a golden aura flaring around him as he unleashes a powerful attack, driven by the memory of those he loved. His spear-like weapon, tipped with a crimson glow, pierces the air with lethal precision. The impact sends a shockwave through his opponent, whose eyes widen in a mixture of pain and disbelief. A guttural cry of "ugh" escapes him, followed by a furious curse as he struggles against the overwhelming force. Before he can recover, Woo Hyun follows up with a devastating, energy-charged kick. The force sends his adversary hurtling through the air, a trail of purple energy marking his trajectory. A desperate, enraged scream of "fuck" tears from his throat as he helplessly flies backward. He slams into the ground with explosive force, a massive burst of orange energy and debris erupting around him. From a distance, a woman with long dark hair, holding a rifle, observes the violent aftermath, her expression unreadable. His resolve hardened, Woo Hyun fights to avenge those he loved. Each strike a testament to his pain, as a devastating blue energy impact ripples through the arena. From a distant observation room, Young Nayeon watches the unfolding chaos, wondering aloud if this could truly be the end. She turns to Cha Sungchul, suggesting that the fighter is intentionally putting on a show. Indeed, Woo Hyun's foot connects with another powerful, blue-tinged strike, as a voice confirms that Haxical is thoroughly following your advice, Nayeon. Nayeon, a slight smirk playing on her lips, admits she did tell him to completely destroy his opponent, prompting Sungchul to declare she'd created this monster. Her confidence quickly falters, however, as she realizes the implications of her words, exclaiming, "Oh, it's all because of her advice. What kind of advice did I give him at the time? I'm already shaking." Meanwhile, Kazari, battered and disoriented, struggles to comprehend the sheer power of his assailant, gasping, "Gah, damn it. What the hell are you?" Woo Hyun stands over him, a silent, glowing figure, the blue energy still radiating from his form, a clear victor in the brutal confrontation. He holds up a system card, a final, cutting remark escaping him as he throws his opponent's words right back at them. From his form, sharp, purple energy slashes erupt, tearing through the air. The relentless barrage of purple energy continues, a testament to his overwhelming power. A system notification flashes, declaring the end of the second round. A powerful, glowing purple aura surrounds him, radiating raw energy. The final results confirm Baek Woo Hyun as the victor, with Kazari listed as the loser. From that point on, Baek Woo Hyun continued his matches with unstoppable momentum. He proceeded to win 30 times in a row, each victory adding to his experience. The arena hums with residual energy, a silent witness to his overwhelming success. As the dust settled on another of his victories, the commentators were abuzz, remarking that he had already reached gold rank, and expressing surprise that he was still on an unbroken winning streak. The sentiment was echoed by viewers online, who confessed they forgot to breathe watching the action, wondered if he truly cut everyone down, and questioned what one must consume to achieve such power. Back in the booth, Young Nayeon saw a plea to share build, and mused aloud that most people wouldn't want to share such sensitive information, but perhaps it was worth asking him. Taking the plunge, she sent a direct message, asking Woo Hyun if it would be alright to show his build to the public, assuring him he could decline if he wished. From the arena floor, a casual voice responded, simply stating, "Yeah, sure." The unexpected agreement brought a wave of delight, manifesting as an excited "YY" sticker. With a triumphant grin, she announced to everyone that Haxical had just agreed to reveal his build, promising to post it on the forum after the current round. Her excitement was palpable as she repeated the astonishing news. Really? Haxical's gonna reveal his build? The viewers' chat exploded once more, with comments ranging from disbelief that their prayers were answered, to surprise at him revealing such sensitive info, and finally, awe at his sheer confidence. As the stream concludes, Young Nayeon offers a final thank you to the viewers. While Cha Sungchul, still reeling from Woo Hyun's casual agreement to reveal his build, exclaims, "Amazing. That was amazing." Nayeon, equally stunned by the implications of Woo Hyun's decision, lets out a small, "You." The thought of a 30-win streak culminating in the revelation of his entire build makes the journey ahead seem incredibly exciting. As they both consider the implications. Currently, the win streak record in the showdown arena is held by Battler, a formidable opponent who annihilated his challengers with his unique build. Nayeon, however, is convinced that Woo Hyun, with his incredible adaptability, can not only beat that record but truly surpass it. "No, if it's Woo Hyun, he can do it. I agree." Given Battler's renowned competitiveness, it's highly probable he's already watching Hackskill, observing Woo Hyun's every move. A hand clicks rhythmically on a gaming mouse. The screen displays the Reverse Time Community Forum, showing general announcements. With another click and scroll, the user navigates to a discussion about the Stream Sniper. A forum post details a player's report, confirming a permanent ban for using unauthorized programs, concluding with a triumphant, permaban LMAO. Battler watches the screen, his hands subtly covering a smirk. He muses, reading comments that question how anyone could possibly win against such a player, some even calling the individual a haxicle. The forum users continue, suggesting that even Battler himself wouldn't stand a chance, yet marveling at the opponent's fight. A wide smirk spreads across his face, his teal eyes glowing with an intense light as he repeats the sentiment. Not even Battler can win. Huh. He is known as Battler, a professional gamer from Reverse Planet. In the game world, a few players are clearly under immense stress. The dense foliage of a digital forest surrounds them. And he observes the scene, noting that the viewers didn't seem to be many, wondering if something else had happened. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Junior!" From atop a chain-link fence, a young woman extends her hand, beckoning. "Over here." Her expression is one of concern. As the game's chat erupts with adoration for Yujin, praising her as a godlike, immortal, fully adaptive AI, one of the top 3 most popular NPCs in the game. As Battler logs into the game, a new mission immediately appears: eliminate invading entities and locate their source. Standing beside him, a dark-haired female companion confirms her readiness, stating she's okay. A first practical mission for a trainee, he muses, it's fortunate he can simply skip the tutorial stages since this is, after all, just a game. Their objective is clear: eliminate the invading entities and pinpoint their origin, a task necessitated by the significant damage they've already inflicted. They arrive at a desolate industrial complex, another forgotten place discarded by the League of Enterprises. As they move through the area, the companion acknowledges that while they don't say much, these entities can sometimes be helpful. She insists they aren't truly bad, just a little rough around the edges, good people underneath it all, while Battler observes that corporations here are no different from the ones he knows. His thoughts return to the mission, focusing on the insect-type invading entities. The mission details confirm their small size, weakness to insect-type attacks, and a low danger level of 1 to 5, reinforcing his earlier thought that they are weak, making it easy to skip the tutorial stage since it's just a game. Furthermore, a deeper purpose fueled his actions: to avenge the ones he loved. As he approached a secured entrance, a guard saluted, asking, "Sergeant Park Jae-in here. Are you the awakened from the Bureau?" A female official then confirmed his identity, stating, "I appreciate your visit, sir." Confirmed. You may enter. Stepping inside, he found himself before a swirling, blue-black portal, a sight that made him exclaim, "That's crazy." It was the first time he'd witnessed such a phenomenon in an abandoned factory. And as he and his companion walked towards its shimmering depths, a sense of déjà vu washed over him, making him wonder, "I was wondering why this felt familiar." He had, in fact, seen this very place before. "I've seen this place in the other world too." Battler's resolve remained unshaken, his entire being focused on the singular goal of avenging those he loved. Yet as he gazed upon the swirling portal, a detail nagged at him. He distinctly remembered it being medium-sized, not this small. Was there something else, something more, hidden somewhere? Meanwhile, Sergeant Park Jae-in turned to Yujin, asking, "Then shall we?" Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a voice from nearby. "Hey, look who we have here." A man in tactical gear, Choi Hyung-chul, stood with a surprised expression. Identified as an awakened affiliated with Jumshin Electronics. He then questioned, "Choi Hyung-chul, if why are you here?" Battler, Sergeant Park Jae-in, and Yujin now faced Choi Hyung-chul, who explained, "I'm not as shocked as you are. I'm just here to confirm the rumors about the abandoned area to do business with Jumshin Agency." Yujin, however, remained unconvinced, her expression sharp as she retorted, "You think a mission here and now is a good day and time off? Are you plotting something, huh?" From a distance, 2 other guards observed the unfolding scene, one of them wondering aloud, "Who's this new guy?" To avenge the ones he loved, a determined foot strikes the ground, sending sparks flying. Meanwhile, at the portal site, a stern voice cuts through the tension, warning Mr. Choi not to cross the line. Yujin watches him with a sharp gaze, her expression unyielding. With a sigh of resignation, Choi Hyung-chul relents, allowing the guards to release him. He then addresses Yujin, declaring he'll let her handle this inverted world. With a casual wave, he bids them farewell, walking away from the scene. Sergeant Park Jae-in, observing the exchange, asks Yujin who that was, to which she replies that he was her first trainee agent, now promoted. A smirk plays on Choi Hyung-chul's face as the narration reveals he has been spreading fake rumors about the Bureau ever since leaving for the League of Enterprises. Yujin, still looking serious, is then asked by Sergeant Park Jae-in if this is the first time their partnership has been shown in such detail. Young Naeon observes that she has never seen this before, noting that originally, the records only stated something bad had happened between them. Cha Sunchul, seated opposite her, agrees that they are now seeing a deeper story, thanks to the fully adaptive AI. A collective thought seems to echo, hoping for even more hidden stories to unfold, but if it involves planet Earth, perhaps it's best not to dwell on it and simply move forward. Meanwhile, she and Sergeant Park Jae-hyun stand before a swirling, luminous portal, ready to step into the unknown. With a firm resolve, she steps forward, the shimmering energy of the gateway engulfing her. Moments later, both she and Sergeant Park Jae-hyun are seen entering a dimly lit building, the portal now behind them, as if they've arrived at their destination. Elsewhere, Woo Hyun's face is grim, his eyes narrowed in determination, as he declares it is time to begin his work. 20 minutes later, the scene shifts dramatically, placing him deep inside an inverted world, a desolate landscape blanketed in snow. The barren trees and frozen ground stretch endlessly, a stark contrast to the world he left behind. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, betray a surge of power as he covers his mouth, perhaps stifling a gasp or preparing for battle. A crimson aura erupts from his hand, the raw energy crackling as he unleashes a devastating attack. The impact sends him recoiling backward, but his opponent lies defeated on the ground, a testament to the power he just wielded. Blood splatters across the dark, unforgiving ground, marking the brutal end of the confrontation. Amidst the crimson stains, a mysterious red glowing object now rests, a prize from the fallen foe. A flashback begins, taking us back to an earlier moment, where a vibrant blue energy pulsed through the air, illuminating the path ahead. Through this ethereal glow, Woo Hyun and Yoo Jae-hyun sprinted forward, their forms cutting through the shimmering light with determined speed. Their journey led them to a swirling vortex of darkness, a portal that promised passage to another realm, a voice confirming, "This portal leads." Standing before it, Woo Hyun observed its familiar energy, a quiet realization dawning as he murmured, "I see. It's just like the other." A sudden thought struck him, a sharp "huh," escaping his lips as the implications settled in. He turned to Yoo Jae-hyun, his expression grave, the dark portal swirling ominously behind them. The weight of his discovery pressed down, a sudden, overwhelming shock rippling through him. His eyes widened, a single word forming in his mind, apocalypse. He unleashes a powerful kick, a blue aura flaring around him, as Yoo Jae-hyun cries out his name in alarm. His foot connects with the dark, glowing surface, sending sparks flying. Yoo Jae-hyun's eyes widen, her warning cut short by the sudden, violent disruption. A maelstrom of white and blue energy erupts, engulfing everything. And the world twists, reforming into a desolate, snow-laden forest. A lone figure, faintly glowing, stands amidst the bare trees. Woo Hyun looks around, wondering if he has been separated from Lee Hyun. The path they were on collapses, a narration explains, due to an external force, as his hand reaches out. He declares this is only the first step, his hand plunging into the swirling vortex. He stands resolute, his purpose clear, to avenge the ones he loved. A surge of power begins to emanate from him, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. He vows to himself that he will eliminate these immediate threats before he even begins to search for Yoo Jae-hyun. With a sudden, explosive burst, he unleashes a powerful attack. The energy expands rapidly, tearing through the unseen space before him. He channels the raw power into his clenched hand, a brilliant glow emanating from his fist. Then, with a thunderous roar, he unleashes the full force of his attack. He unleashes a devastating surge of power, his resolve burning with the singular purpose of avenging those he loved. The thunderous energy ripples outward, engulfing everything in its path. A shadowy, monstrous form is caught in the blast, shattering into countless particles. His eyes glow with an unwavering intensity, the raw power radiating from him palpable. Meanwhile, in a different location, Yoo Jae-hyun observes a screen with growing concern, muttering that they just keep on coming. The data on the screen describes a reverse planet forest, a place that seems more like a reverse planet than a mere forest. Suddenly, Yoo Jae-hyun finds herself within that very forest, a sense of unease washing over her as she realizes something is definitely off, letting out a soft sigh. As she navigates the strange environment, her thoughts drift to Woo Hyun, hoping he is all right. Her worried expression reflects the growing uncertainty of their intertwined fates. A female combatant, clad in dark, form-fitting gear, readies herself, her sharp gaze fixed on an unseen threat. Suddenly, a fiery kick connects with brutal force, as Kazari launches a devastating assault against Choi Hyunchul. The impact sends a shockwave of pain through him, forcing a guttural cry from his lips. Before he can recover, another fiery blow lands, continuing the relentless assault. Lying defeated on the ground, Choi Hyunchul can only manage a weak, raspy whisper, questioning why this is happening to him. Kazari stands over him, a glowing blade in hand, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he delivers a chilling taunt. He offers no remorse, only a cold justification for his actions. But before he can finish, the female combatant is suddenly struck, a burst of energy sending her reeling backward. Clutching her side, the woman assesses the damage, realizing the wound is far too deep. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, Woo Hyun struggles to maintain his composure, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. He needs to get out of here, but the unseen force slams into him again, sending him reeling from the powerful impact. Nearby, a figure in tactical gear braces against the same golden energy, struggling to hold their ground amidst the chaos. The sheer force of the attack proves too much, as the protective guardian stone barrier shatters into countless glowing fragments. The tactical operative is then violently thrown against a nearby wall, which cracks under the immense pressure. A moment later, a devastating explosion of golden energy engulfs the entire area. Woo-hyun is caught directly in the blast, crying out as the golden power courses through him. The tactical operative's legs finally give out, collapsing under the relentless assault. Woo-hyun, too, is thrown by the concussive force, landing hard and bracing himself for whatever comes next. He braces himself, a golden aura flaring around his fist as the tactical operative remains behind him. Then, with a powerful kick, he launches himself forward, the ground cracking beneath his momentum. A blur of motion, he closes the distance in an instant, his golden-infused fist connecting with an unseen target in a devastating impact. The golden energy erupting outwards. He pulls back from the strike, the residual energy trailing behind him. A guttural cry of effort escaping his lips. He spins, gathering more golden power, the swirling energy intensifying around him. With a final, explosive release, he unleashes a massive golden blast, sending multiple figures flying backward. He unleashes a powerful kick, golden energy flaring around his foot as it connects with unseen targets. The impact erupts into a blinding golden explosion, shattering and repelling multiple unseen hands. A voice echoes in his mind, filled with urgency. "Hey you, fucker! Block her attacks! What are you doing?" Later, clad in a tactical suit, Woo-hyun kneels in a dark, rainy forest, his gaze fixed on the wet earth. Before him, a freshly dug grave marks a somber presence, the rain steadily falling upon it. As he slowly rises, another memory surfaces. "We lost her, because of you." Standing alone amidst the downpour, he surveys the desolate forest. Eventually, he sinks to the ground, sitting in the pouring rain, lost in thought. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a sigh escaping him as he reflects. If not for this, things would have been bad. He continues his internal monologue, a quiet reflection on the path he has chosen. A memory surfaces, voices from the past questioning. A secret mission? What kind of mission are they chewing on? The sharp sound of combat echoes through the recollection. As he stands victorious over a monstrous foe, prompting an incredulous voice to wonder, how did he kill them all so damn fast? Another fallen beast, another voice praising his efficiency. Hell yeah, this is what we call an artist. His own thoughts then cut through the memory, a burning vow of retribution. I feel like my blood is boiling. I promise you, I'll pay you back. Back in the present, a sudden shift in the air makes him realize something must have happened. A faint blue light appears, accompanied by a soft whoosh. And he looks down, his expression shifting to one of profound surprise. Driven by a vow to avenge those he loved, he unleashes a devastating kick, the force of it echoing with a familiar voice. Moving with impossible speed, he becomes a blur of blue energy, tearing through the environment. His momentum carries him forward, a shimmering trail reflecting off the slick ground. Then, with a thunderous impact, he connects with a monstrous red centipede, its segmented body recoiling from the blow. From afar, concerned voices exclaim, realizing Eugen is in grave danger, questioning how such a formidable opponent could be losing to a mere bug. Unyielding, he winds up for another strike, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. His leg lashes out, shattering more of the centipede's carapace. Bound by spectral chains, yet unhindered, he continues his aerial assault, a whirlwind of focused power. With a final, explosive impact, the monster disintegrates into countless fragments. Having unleashed his fury, he stands amidst the wreckage of the monstrous centipede, its form shattered by his power. Turning to the injured woman beside him, he asks if she is all right, his expression a mix of concern and urgency. Her leg is visibly torn and bleeding, a deep wound marring her skin, as she weakly calls out his name, a silent plea for help. Observing the extent of her injury, he realizes that despite her appearance, she isn't as skilled as she seems. There's no way she could have avoided such a direct attack. This wound, he concludes, is clearly the result of a skill attack, and he begins to move swiftly through the dense forest, his mind racing. The injured woman lies helpless on the forest floor, her blood staining the earth around her. He considers who could have inflicted such an injury in this situation, a chilling thought forming in his mind. Did Choi Hyunchul do this? His eyes glow with a fierce yellow light as he contemplates the implications, his resolve hardening with each passing moment. Nearby, a pulsating blue orb marks the site of a recent phenomenon, suggesting that whoever caused the injury arrived immediately after this event. A worried expression crosses Yoo-jaehin's face as she addresses her companion, asking if something feels off, particularly noting that Choi Hyunchul usually prefers to ambush. Her companion, Cha Sungchul, dismisses her concern, thinking her an amateur in corporate dealings, believing this move was far too early, yet he silences an unseen subordinate named Smith. He rationalizes that this is their only current path, otherwise they risk being too late, and the situation would become far more complicated, deciding to trust his own judgment for now. Later, deep within a dark, foreboding forest, Yoo-jaehin stands alone, her hands faintly glowing with suppressed energy. Reflecting on her narrow escape, knowing her pursuers could return at any moment, She considers the risk of using her skills, fearing it might reveal her location, and urges someone unseen to leave the area first. Suddenly, Woo-hyun appears, standing over the injured woman, instructing her to hide while he takes care of their pursuers. But Yoo-jae-hin, her eyes wide with shock and defiance, vehemently rejects his command. Her face contorted in distress, she insists that Cha Sung-chul is a terrible person, someone he cannot possibly deal with. But he remains resolute, a silhouette against the forest, declaring his strategy. Still, the young woman stands with her back to him, hands clasped in apparent despair, the weight of their situation heavy upon her. A shimmering barrier of light briefly manifests, a fleeting shield against unseen threats. The dense forest gives way to a small, winding creek, its waters reflecting the dim light. Nearby, 3 figures in tactical gear move through the undergrowth, one of them questioning their target's whereabouts. Another operative, pointing towards the water, deduces that their injured quarry couldn't have gone far, directing the search along the creek. Woo-hyun's expression hardens, his resolve clear as he prepares to confront the threat, intending to personally retrieve the target. Before he can finish his thought, a sudden, violent explosion erupts, tearing through the forest with a blinding flash and scattering debris. He unleashes a devastating kick, the impact igniting a furious, orange blaze. The sudden, overwhelming heat forces a desperate cry from one of the approaching figures, who is instantly engulfed in the searing inferno. Another operative recoils, the flames reflecting in their eyes as they gasp. "You're Lee Eugene Jr." Woo-hyun stands over the now fallen figure, a small, controlled flame dancing in his palm. While the injured operative, catching their breath, asks, "Phew, the path suddenly collapsed, and I was separated from her. Do you know what happened?" A low chuckle escapes him, his face partially obscured by a sleek, blue mask. "You don't know anything yet, huh?" he muses, beginning to explain the situation. He clenches his jaw, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as fiery energy dances around him, the thought echoing in his mind. How can he not meet her if she is my fate? The intense heat of his power expands, then dissipates into a shower of glowing embers, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Amidst the scattered debris and faint blue particles, one of the tactical operatives lies defeated, a testament to his overwhelming force. He stands over them, the lingering aura of his power still radiating from his form. A digital interface flashes with the words, "Echoes of the reverse plane," and "Killer," reflecting a singular, burning desire to avenge the ones he loved. The thought echoes, "You will meet her when you," as Woo-hyun's eyes snap open, glowing with a fierce, crimson light, a silent command to wake up. A surge of raw, red energy erupts from him, manifesting as countless glowing particles that fill the dark void. A somber memory flashes, Woo-hyun cradling a lifeless woman in his arms, her body limp and still. Fueled by this pain, he stands amidst a destructive, fiery aura, his form radiating immense power. Then, with a burst of speed, he moves, leaving only a dark blur in his wake. Consumed by a burning rage, Woo-hyun lets out a guttural cry, "UURGH! You bastard!" as crimson energy erupts around him. His speed is almost incomprehensible, a blur that even trained eyes struggle to track, allowing him to bypass initial defenses, as one of the tactical operatives collapses, struck down before his comrades can even react. A heavy boot landing on the frozen ground, the impact echoing the sheer force of Woo-hyun's movements. And a defensive blue energy orb shatters under his assault, eliciting a shocked gasp from another operative. The remaining operatives quickly assess the chaos, one kneeling to provide first aid to their injured comrade, while the other, drawing his blade, commits to the pursuit. With a determined stride, the operative charges into the fray, confirming his resolve to chase down the rampaging force. He moves with such impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving only afterimages in his wake, as the tactical operative curses under her breath, wondering where he could have possibly gone. But Woo-hyun is already far away, a streak of dark clothing and glowing blue energy tearing through the snowy landscape. Back at the command center, Cha Sung-chul watches the monitors with a grim expression, knowing that their target couldn't have simply vanished. Woo-hyun continues his relentless sprint, his blue aura flaring as he closes in on his next objective. The tactical operative, refusing to give up, pushes herself to keep pace, a determined shadow against the glowing blue. Suddenly, Yoo-jae-hin gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes the impossible speed of his approach. Woo-hyun's face, streaked with blood, is a mask of fierce determination, his blue energy swirling around him as he closes the distance. He moves with a blinding flash, his hand a blur of blue light as he passes. Two tactical operatives crouch over a third, severely injured comrade, whose body is already stained with blood. One of them reassures the injured man, telling him to get himself together, that they only need to treat his wounds after they leave. As they tend to their comrade, another operative looks up, a faint blue glow catching their attention in the distance. The memory of a brutal impact flashes through their mind, a hand recoiling from a blood-splattered blow. The operative looks down, the weight of their failure heavy upon them. Meanwhile, deep within a dense forest, Woo-hyun stands, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, a vibrant aura radiating from his form. Another operative, now alone, searches the area, wondering where their comrade, who had been chasing after him, could have gone. His answer is grimly revealed as he spots Woo Hyun, standing casually over the prone form of the missing operative, another victim of his relentless power. Woo Hyun turns, his gaze piercing, his eyes burning with an even more intense, ethereal blue light, ready for the next confrontation. Woo Hyun's blade connects, sending the tactical operative reeling, who can only gasp at the sight of his weapon. As the impact shatters the ground beneath them, sending fragments of rock and earth flying into the air. But the operative, refusing to yield, channels a surge of energy, their hands glowing with a fierce blue light as they launch into a desperate counterattack. A guttural roar escapes them, vowing to end Woo Hyun's life. With a powerful downward thrust, the operative unleashes their full might, surrounded by a maelstrom of debris. Their attack, a formidable technique known as Stone Edge, manifests with deadly precision. Sharp, jagged shards of earth erupt from the ground, forming a deadly barrage. The Stone Edge slams into its target, creating a violent explosion of force and debris. Woo Hyun is caught in the full brunt of the attack, his blue aura flaring intensely as he endures the devastating impact. His foot landed with a sharp impact, sending sparks across the ground. But the tactical operative, despite being struck down, refused to yield, purple energy already gathering around her as she declared, "I'm not done yet." Her masked face set with fierce determination. Kneeling, she slammed her hands to the ground, unleashing a torrent of raw power that radiated outwards, shattering the earth beneath them. As the devastating earth wave began to form, a jagged wall of rock and debris surged forward. But Woo Hyun, his body glowing with a faint blue aura, simply observed the approaching destruction, then began to walk directly into its path, utterly unfazed. His eyes, now burning with an intense yellow light, narrow with focus. As he launches himself forward, delivering a devastating kick directly into the heart of the massive earthen wave. The impact is immediate and catastrophic, the colossal structure groaning under the force, as cracks spiderweb across its surface, glowing with raw energy before it begins to crumble. The ground-shattering attack shatters into countless fragments, exploding outwards in a shower of debris and light. Standing atop a rapidly disintegrating piece of the once formidable barrier, he surveys the destruction he has wrought, leaving nothing but scattered remnants where the powerful earth wave once stood. From a distance, the tactical operative watches in disbelief, a single thought echoing in her mind, "Damn monster." Yet, amidst the chaos and ruin, Woo Hyun remains utterly calm, his glowing eyes reflecting the shattered landscape. He moves with blinding speed, a massive, clawed hand lunging from the darkness, unleashing a devastating stonehorn attack that shatters the ground around him. But Woo Hyun is already there, his blade arcing to meet the monstrous threat. A surge of power courses through him, his chained arm glowing with an ominous red light, as he delivers a devastating strike that sends the creature reeling. The sheer force of the impact pushes its massive form backward, and his gaze intensifies, eyes burning with a fierce red glow, as he launches himself skyward, enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, ascending rapidly into the open air. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun unleashes a devastating kick, a blur of motion and raw power. The impact shatters his unseen opponent, sending fragments of debris flying upwards, as a desperate cry to stay away echoes through the chaos. He extends a hand, pushing through the remnants, the force of his attack tearing everything apart. The destruction intensifies, leaving nothing but a chaotic explosion of sharp fragments. In its wake, a blinding flash of light erupts, followed by a shower of glowing orange particles as Woo Hyun stands, his form now radiating a fierce red aura. His eyes burn with an intense crimson glow, a silent testament to his resolve. As the last vestiges of his devastating attack dissipate into glowing red particles, he reaches out, a silent thought forming in his mind. Impossible. The energy he commanded, a vibrant blue and purple, still pulses in the air. As Woo Hyun, clad in his new tactical gear, lets out a soft breath, the sheer intensity of his recent feat prompting an observer to exclaim, "Phew, that was insane." The online chatter explodes with awe and disbelief, comments ranging from, "Hack credible," to "I forgot to breathe LMAO," and a simple, reverent praise him. Yoo stares at her screen, her expression a mix of shock and utter bewilderment, a soft, questioning sound escaping her lips. Beside her, Cha Sungchul leans in, both of them fixated on the tablet as she voices the impossible question. Did he just clear a high-rank hunting room with only a single S element? The external commentary continues, one voice admitting, "I'm not even joking when I say I held down my mouth," while another adds, "Even if you say this was an ambush, and yet." Woo Hyun's eyes glow with an intense crimson light, a silent testament to his power, as the final, undeniable truth is spoken. As expected, even the best hunters can't compare to a new type evolved. He surveys the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a chilling message echoing in his mind. A surge of ethereal energy pulses through the air. As a new directive is issued, Lee Jin and a designated target are to be dispatched to an inverted world. The orders are clear. Capture them alive if possible, But if complications arise, lethal force is authorized. Someone receives a cryptic message from an unregistered number, referencing Choi Hyungchul, while a powerful artifact, the Dagger of Sharp Return, is noted. Woo-hyun kneels over a fallen figure in the snow, reflecting on the sparse information he received before deciding to relay it to the Bureau. Another wave of mystical energy washes over the scene, hinting at further revelations. The Dagger of Sharp Return, a formidable weapon, glows with an ominous red light. Its properties detailed, a slight increase in cutting power and the ability to return to its owner upon command, while the Bracelet of the Winner is also revealed, its effects yet to be fully understood. The horned object, possibly the Bracelet of the Winner, emanates a soft, purple glow, its true potential waiting to be unleashed. As he processes the new directives, a system interface reveals the properties of the Hermit's Necklace, which significantly increases the wearer's ability power and the overall strength of their abilities. Next, the Hermit's Bracelet appears, offering a similar boost to ability power, alongside an enhancement to equipped items. He realizes he can instantly check the effects of these items, a stark contrast to his past experiences where such information was always an estimation. Back in his old world, he always had to estimate the true impact of his abilities and gear. But now, with precise data at his fingertips, it's an amazing advantage he never had to guess. His focus shifts to the urgent task at hand. He must clear the inverted world quickly, before Lee Yi-jin's wounds worsen. Standing amidst the desolate landscape, his resolve hardens, prepared for the challenges ahead. A moment of transition, and he lets out a determined breath, ready to face whatever lies within the inverted world. Lee Yi-jin gazes upwards, her expression a mix of apprehension and readiness as the rain begins to fall around her. The downpour intensifies, cascading over her dark uniform. But it isn't just water that surrounds her. A sinister, dark energy begins to swirl, threatening to engulf her. From the depths, a colossal, segmented claw descends, revealing the presence of the captain entity, Emperor Scorpion. Looking down, a sigh escapes her lips, muttering, "Gosh, how unfortunate." Yet, a flicker of resolve crosses her face as she corrects herself. Actually, I should consider this fortunate, because it wasn't meant to become the will of hope. The dark energy around her intensifies, swirling with greater ferocity. Overwhelmed, she is pulled downwards, engulfed by the malevolent force. With a sudden, violent impact, she crashes into the ground. With golden energy flaring around her, she resolves to face the overwhelming threat alone, knowing she has to take care of this on her own. Her descent continues rapidly, as she falls through a dark, distorted void. From her outstretched hand, a torrent of golden lightning erupts, the energy rapidly spreading to encompass her surroundings. But a massive, dark claw slams down, intercepting her desperate attack. A gasp escapes her as she continues her violent fall, impacting the cracked earth below. The force of the collision sends a blinding flash across the landscape. And the monstrous Emperor Scorpion stands triumphant over her defeated form, purple energy swirling around her. After the intense battle, he crouches, a blue glow hovering nearby, questioning the outcome. His chained foot presses down, a faint green light emanating from beneath, as observers wonder if he can truly continue in such a state. A voice from the monitoring station calls out, a hint of concern in its tone, wondering about the young man's condition. Yoo-jihin, tablet in hand, watches the unfolding events with a worried expression. The data confirms his incredible feat. He had swiftly eliminated all the normal and elite monsters, even taking down the boss with astonishing speed. But the victory is short-lived, as the inverted world around them begins to collapse. Back in the dungeon, Lee Yi-jin, surrounded by fading blue particles, looks up at him with immense relief, acknowledging his success. He turns, offering a pragmatic solution to their immediate danger, instructing her to quickly get on his back so they can escape. Meanwhile, Yoo-jihin and Cha Sung-chul, observing the rapidly deteriorating situation, realize the dungeon is closing down and they must extract the two before it's too late. He knew they had to escape, and Lee Yi-jin, watching from her terminal, confirmed the urgency, stating they couldn't afford to be swept away by the collapsing dungeon. As the world around them began to crumble, he held her close, urging her to hold on tight. With a resolute gaze, he prepared for their desperate flight, receiving her quiet affirmation. The very fabric of the inverted world began to crack and shatter around them, revealing the chaotic void beneath as massive chunks of reality broke away. He moved with incredible speed, leaping across the rapidly disintegrating platforms, each step a desperate race against oblivion. As he cleared the collapsing zone, a series of system notifications flashed, confirming the raid's completion and his increased power. Meanwhile, far from the collapsing dungeon, the towering structure of the Dimensional Management Bureau headquarters stood sentinel. Inside, a man with a confident, almost smug expression observed the unfolding events. At the Dimensional Management Bureau, Team Leader Kim Chul reviews the recent incident. He sits across from Woo-hyun, confirming the truth of the situation, though lamenting the lack of corroborating evidence from the lab, before pressing him on what truly happened to the others. Woo-hyun's gaze remains steady as he simply states that he killed them. Kim Chul's hands clench, his mind reeling at the confession, struggling to comprehend how he could have accomplished such a feat alone. A brief, stark image flashes, depicting the brutal reality of the inverted world, where figures lie defeated amidst the chaos. Kim Chul lets out a soft gasp, then quickly regains his composure, inquiring if any evidence was found to support Woo Hyun's claim. He examines Woo Hyun's phone, noting indications of text message communication, but the data remains locked behind impenetrable security, frustrating his investigation. With no further leads, Woo Hyun rises from the table, announcing his departure. He turns and walks away, leaving Kim Chul to ponder the implications of his confession and the impenetrable mystery surrounding his actions. Even as he walks away, a voice echoes in his mind, assuring him that this is merely a temporary setback, and another opportunity will arise. He pauses, contemplating the words. Then, with a knowing smirk, he replies, understanding the deeper meaning behind the message. His gaze sharpens, a silent acknowledgement of the path ahead. A system notification confirms his understanding, followed by the triumphant declaration, mission, first practical mission, completed. The system continues, announcing, your level has increased. You have obtained 1 ability point. Finally, a crucial prompt appears, asking him to please choose your second key element. Meanwhile, in another location, a male and female viewer sit engrossed in their devices, the woman commenting that the event they just witnessed was far more spectacular than anticipated, while the man chuckles in agreement. She then muses, wondering if their audience is also reacting wildly to the unfolding events. A soft chime echoes, drawing the attention of a young woman who looks down at a screen, her expression one of mild surprise. The system then displays a message, announcing that anonymous viewer 62 has privately donated 3 million won, confirming the successful completion of the first test. Following this, a new prompt appears, urging him to choose his second key element, a decision Woo Hyun realizes will require careful consideration. Meanwhile, a preview for the next chapter introduces a new face, a young woman who greets the audience, identifying herself as Kim Hana. With the echoes of the reverse plane still ringing, Woo Hyun's journey continued, driven by the singular purpose of avenging those he loved. Later, relaxing with Sungchul, he mused aloud that the first real mission was finally over, proving far more difficult than he had anticipated. Sungchul, ever the commentator, began to check viewer reactions, confident they were satisfied, until a sudden notification caught his attention. A soft chime echoed, signaling an incoming message. The system displayed a message. Anonymous viewer 62 has donated 3 million won, followed by a congratulatory message for passing the first trial. But the surprises weren't over, as another notification appeared, announcing a special mission. Woo Hyun, now standing before a large screen, read the message from anonymous viewer 62. I'll send you a screenshot. A sense of anticipation washed over him, finally feeling a breakthrough. The message reiterated the promise of a screenshot, as the screen shimmered with new data. As the words, "Here is your special mission," appeared once more, Woo Hyun questioned the nature of this unexpected assignment. He thinks to himself that they had said something similar last time too, as a new system message from anonymous viewer 62 appears, greeting him. The messages continue, asking how it feels to return to reality, followed by another, announcing a special mission for him. He wonders if this means the viewer will speak to him once the stream concludes, as yet another message from anonymous viewer 62 appears, stating they will see him from now on when he's streaming. A system pop-up confirms the stream will proceed, and Woo Hyun, looking thoughtful, acknowledges it. Suddenly, a small icon of Kim Hana appears, followed by a soft sound. Woo Hyun and Kim Hana are now seated together on a couch, both looking forward intently. Kim Hana speaks, her voice laced with concern, apologizing for interrupting, as a system message flashes, asking what's going on. She thinks to herself, wondering if he can't see the donation now, then states aloud that she'll focus on the stream. A system message then appears, stating that the reactions are completely different this time, and encourages them to proceed with the stream for now. He nods, and Kim Hana, with a slight smile, acknowledges his resolve. Woo Hyun then states that all normal monsters are the same, and he intends to simply focus and do his best, confirming they will delve into the past. Suddenly, a system message flashes, announcing today's theme. Warfare, with options like Control, Escort, Flashpoint, and Deathmatch. The rules are then clarified. It's a team game of 5 versus 5, where the first to achieve 2 wins will be victorious. As the audience reacts, comments flood in, expressing disappointment for wanting duels, calling the team games boring, and questioning if the participants fear losing their one record, or even death. Kim Hana, observing the influx of negative comments, had anticipated this exact reaction, but a system message assures that their minds will change once they witness the spectacle. A knowing smile plays on Kim Hana's lips, her expression reflecting the system's confidence. With the mission parameters set, Kim Hana declares it is time to begin. The system then announces a new challenge, a PvP battle mode, with an escort game objective, immediately identifying the attack team. Among the assembled players, one calls out, urging Myung-hoon and the others to move. The system reiterates the mission, confirming the first game is indeed an escort challenge. It further clarifies the objective. The attack team must escort the payload to its destination, while the defense team's sole purpose is to stop them. This marks the first team-based PvP game, where won records and deathmatch outcomes will be decided. With all rules established, the system announces the immediate start of the first round. Driven by a fierce resolve to avenge those he loved, Woo-hyun plummets from an impossible height, a glowing trail marking his rapid descent. He impacts the street below with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater as Mi-eung-hoon exclaims his arrival, while Kim Hana moves to confirm his identity. Rising from the debris, Woo-hyun surveys the futuristic cityscape, his presence now undeniable. From a remote location, Mi-eung-hoon observes the unfolding events, wondering if Hakfikal is backing off from the direct approach. Woo-hyun, now deep in thought, considers the possibility of a backdoor play from his opponents. Kim Hana confirms the strategy, as Mi-eung-hoon elaborates that while most aim for the payload, a flanking maneuver is a viable, albeit difficult, option for those with sufficient skill. Woo-hyun, undeterred by the odds, continues his rapid descent through a complex structure, ready to face 5 opponents on his own. As he falls, a blue orb of energy coalesces in his outstretched hand, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. As Woo-hyun continues his rapid descent, an observer questions if his incredible speed is a hack, or simply a testament to the incompetence of his opponents. His momentum shatters a structural element, prompting another to wonder if there are smurfs, highly skilled players, among the unranked, or if Woo-hyun's pace means he'll collide with the defense team far too soon. The tactical display shows his rapid approach, a sharp impact echoing through the structure. Still, he plunges downward, a dark silhouette against the city lights. His hand tightens around the hilt of a weapon, drawing it with a swift, silent motion. As a brilliant blue energy flares around the blade, ready for the impending confrontation. Gripping the hilt of his glowing blue energy sword, Woo-hyun prepares for the imminent assault. He lunges forward, a blur of motion, his blade arcing with deadly precision. The first defender barely registers the attack, recoiling in shock as the strike connects. What? He stammers. Another guard, witnessing the sudden, brutal efficiency, screams a desperate warning, backdoor. But it's too late. Woo-hyun is already past him, his glowing sword a relentless force. He cuts down a red-haired opponent, who collapses, scattering glowing blue orbs. System messages flash, confirming the swift eliminations. Baek Woo-hyun equals kill, followed by a dismissive easy, and another, Baek Woo-hyun equals kill for a hate Byanson Rice. A collective gasp of disbelief echoes through the facility. Woo-hyun stands amidst the fallen, his mission of destruction proceeding unimpeded. He stands at the threshold of a brightly lit, futuristic corridor, a cloaked figure observing the path ahead, while a voice from elsewhere questions the team's actions. Meanwhile, Mi-eung-hoon, focused and intense, issues a direct command to his team, urging them to pursue the payload. Back inside, the cloaked figure moves like a blur, his glowing blue energy, sword arcing through the air with deadly precision. He continues his relentless advance. Until suddenly, a series of system messages flash across the observer's screens, confirming multiple kills by Baek Woo-hyun and declaring the first round over. Outside, 2 guards react with visible shock, one exclaiming in disbelief. Kim Chul, monitoring the situation, expresses concern over the continuous stream of kill logs. Cha Sung-chul, equally surprised, confirms the round's abrupt conclusion. Meanwhile, external observers in a chat channel comment on the swiftness of the victory, one annoyed at the lack of action, the other suggesting gratitude for the carry. As the dust settled from the previous engagement, a young woman with striking red hair mused aloud. Whoa, I thought that hack skill would carry, but that ended in an instant. Another observer, Mi-eung-hoon, echoed her sentiment. Man, I feel like that was faster than usual too. While Cha Sung-chul, watching intently, wondered, I wonder if he is busy. The red-haired woman chuckled softly, deciding to simply keep watching for now, as the system announced the continuation into 3 other modes. Suddenly, a new challenge emerged, a deathmatch against a hulking, bald opponent who lunged forward, delivering a powerful, close-quarters strike. But before the blow could fully connect, Woo-hyun's eyes glowed with dark energy, and he unleashed a devastating counterattack, striking his foe with immense force. The impact was absolute, shattering the opponent's form, sending him crashing down. The force of the blow continued, sending the defeated foe plummeting through the very ground beneath him, leaving a gaping hole. A massive explosion erupted from the point of impact, as the system declared control over the situation. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo-hyun unleashes a devastating explosion, scattering multiple figures across the battleground. As an armored opponent recoils from the blast, he attacks with a powerful energy surge, prompting a desperate cry to stop him. Another foe is pushed back by his relentless assault, unable to withstand the sheer force of his energy bursts. With a final, decisive strike, the powerful scythe-like weapon of an opponent shatters into fragments. He overwhelms the remaining figures, sending them flying with a powerful surge of energy. Amidst the debris of the shattered arena, Woo-hyun steps forward, his presence commanding the silence. His gaze is fixed, intense, and unwavering, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light, radiating an unyielding resolve. The scene shifts to a desolate, dark landscape, marking a new objective, Flashpoint. Under the somber sky, Woo-hyun stands alone, planting a glowing flag firmly into the barren ground, claiming the territory. Driven by a singular purpose, he delivers a final, decisive blow, the impact rippling through the desolate landscape as he vows to avenge those he loved. His relentless efficiency paid off, as Woo-hyun secured a pinnacle against every opponent, swiftly bringing the game to its conclusion. Immediately, a system notification flashed, announcing a 3 million won donation from anonymous viewer number 62, along with a new special mission. The mission detailed the activation of a new reverse planet system, accessible only by progressing further within the game. Elsewhere, a young woman gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden influx of 3 million won, exclaiming that the money was high. Holding her tablet, Kim Hannah confirms the source, realizing Woo-hyun had once again received a donation and message from anonymous viewer 62, totaling another 3 million won. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun, now holding his own device, receives a simple instruction: just send me the screenshot. This exchange hints at the unfolding of a new system, represented by a glowing card. The card further clarifies its nature, revealing it to be the reverse planet system, activated through continued game progression. The intense glare of a viewer follows his recent triumph, eliciting a sharp gasp as he surveys the deep crater left by his power. Days later, a more composed Woo-hyun stands, clad in a sleek, dark jacket, his thoughts turning to the strategic decision to comply, for now, with unseen demands. A quiet resolve settles across his features. As a few days pass, leading up to the third hack tour, the scene shifts to the vast, modern expanse of the Dimensional Management Bureau training facility. There, a message arrives from Lee Yujin, explaining an injury prevents her from teaching him, but a substitute has been found, inviting him to the facility. Standing within the facility, Woo-hyun ponders the identity of this mysterious replacement. Arriving at the facility, Woo-hyun finds Lee Yujin, who, despite being super busy, is discussing someone famous for Haxical. Meanwhile, a message from Yujin confirms her injury, preventing her from being his instructor, yet she still greets him warmly upon his arrival. As they meet face to face, Yujin asks how he's doing, her bandaged arm a clear sign of her predicament. She expresses gratitude for his help, but reiterates her inability to personally instruct him. Just then, Woo-hyun spots someone approaching behind her, exclaiming that she has arrived. A confident step echoes through the hall, as the new instructor steps forward, introducing herself simply as "Hello, I'm Kim Hannah." Her sleek, dark outfit and confident posture command attention, as another firm step confirms her presence, sparking an internal reaction of awe and perhaps a touch of envy at the arrival of such a prominent figure. As the new instructor steps forward, a young man acknowledges her presence, while the injured operative internally notes that this is the first time she's seen him so focused. She introduces herself with a confident smile, her name echoing with a certain weight. Her reputation precedes her, as even a high-ranking official acknowledges her formidable power, especially when it comes to managing dimensional rifts. The young man, observing her, seems to recognize the gravity of her presence, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The new instructor, however, seems more concerned with the mundane aspects of her new role, finding it dangerous to be an expert in another world, and wishing she could simply slip away. Meanwhile, the injured operative expresses her surprise at the assignment, while the instructor playfully dismisses her concern, as other trainees like Myung-hoon and Cha Sung-chul react with awe. The operative then turns to the instructor with a serious expression, imploring her to take good care of the young man. As the instructor begins to walk away, the operative calls out, demanding she stop. The instructor simply pauses, a silent acknowledgement of the operative's words, before continuing on her way with the young man. As the new instructor, she stands before her charge, a silent exchange passing between them. He then asks, "Do you prefer the sword or a backsword?" To which she confidently replies, "Both." A slight smirk plays on her lips as she declares her intention to truly test her skill level. Considering her words, he proposes, "Then shall we begin with a duel?" From a distance, Myung-hoon watches the exchange, a thoughtful hum escaping him. Nearby, Cha Sung-chul expresses his concern to Kim Chul and Lee Jin, admitting he's a little concerned with how things are proceeding. Lee Jin, however, questions his apprehension, asking, "Isn't sparring common between sword users?" Cha Sung-chul begins to explain, "Yeah, but not all players use the sword," he clarifies, his expression etched with worry. This could only be happening because Hackerside was the main character, she thought, a sudden realization hitting her. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as other players flooded the chat with questions and exclamations of shock, wondering what was happening with the AI. It seemed impossible, yet the evidence was clear. The AI, even a fully responsive one, should have had limits. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun considered the implications. This game was completely different from what he and other users had learned, unlike anything he'd experienced before. The sheer possibility of it all was that the story could progress through different paths, depending entirely on the player's choices. Woo-hyun's expression hardened, a silent acknowledgement of the profound implications. And Hannah, too, wore a look of intense focus, as if confronting a new reality. The game interface flashes, displaying echoes of the reverse plane. Even with a highly adaptive artificial intelligence, he had always believed there was a limit to how much the set storyline could deviate. But now, seeing the very flow of this story changing because of the player's actions, he realizes it means something profound. For depending on the player's actions, There was a chance it would lead to a completely different story. Just like reality itself. She suggests they refrain from using their full abilities, relying only on their swords for this spar. However, he quickly dismisses the idea, stating that his body enhancement ability is constantly active and cannot simply be turned off. He clarifies that his ability is body enhancement, active at all times, including now. Acknowledging his point, she decides to simply tone down her own abilities to match. With the rules adjusted, the spar is ready to begin. He moves. A blur of motion. Green energy flares around him, propelling him forward with incredible speed. The air itself distorts from the sheer force of his movement, leaving vibrant green trails in his wake. As the sparring match begins, Kim Hana moves with blinding speed, unleashing a flurry of green energy-infused strikes. Woo Hyun, despite his enhanced physique, struggles to keep up, forced into a desperate defense against her relentless assault. Each strike from Hana carries immense force, sending shockwaves through the arena as he barely manages to parry. Finally, a powerful blow connects, sending him sprawling to the ground amidst a shower of debris. Without a moment's hesitation, Hana prepares her next move, her green aura flaring even brighter. She unleashes a wide-area attack, a torrent of emerald energy engulfing the fallen fighter. The force of the blast sends Woo Hyun hurtling upwards, as Myung-hoon, watching from the sidelines, exclaims, "Kim Hana is the undefeated hunter. She is strong." He continues, recognizing the technique. "That's the God of Wind build, right?" Woo Hyun remains suspended in the air, helplessly caught in the powerful updraft of Hana's attack. He acknowledges the God of Wind build was indeed inspired by Kim Hana, but finds it incredible that Haksgal could match her speed. Before he can fully process the thought, a flurry of green energy blades slices through the air, overwhelming him with their sheer force, leaving him stunned and questioning if this was truly just a sub-quest. Meanwhile, Kim Hana, despite her earlier promise to go easy, prepares to unleash more of her power, but precisely targets openings. With a determined expression, she decides to take the fight more seriously. A vortex of vibrant green energy erupts around her, signaling an intensified assault. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light, acknowledging the expected outcome. Kim Hana's swirling green energy attack crashed around him, but he deftly deflected its force, disappearing within the vibrant vortex. As the emerald energy dissipated, the space where he stood was empty. Kim Hana remained seated, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She had anticipated his move. Suddenly, he reappeared, suspended in the air above her, a silent challenge. Even the system acknowledges Kim Hana's formidable skill, noting that not even someone of Woo Hyun's caliber, referred to as Haxical, could easily defeat her, calculating he would only stand an even chance if he unlocked one more of his key elements. Looking at him with a slight smile, she admits, "You're more skilled than I thought you were." He offers a simple, "thank you," before internally calculating that if this were a real battle, his winning odds would have been a mere 20%. Still intrigued, Kim Hana presses him, "Who taught you your swordsmanship?" To which he calmly replies, "I'm self-taught." Her eyes widen slightly in surprise, "Yet you're at this caliber?" The system confirms the sparring mission against Kim Hana is complete, as both stand in the center of the training arena. Immediately afterward, a series of notifications flash, indicating that his level has increased 3 times. The scene shifts to a quiet, empty room with a polished wooden floor, where a heavy battle axe rests, hinting at a new challenge as he wonders, "This place is..." Woo Hyun finds himself in a vast armory, filled with countless weapons. Swords, axes, and spears gleam under the artificial light, awaiting their wielder. A man with a calm demeanor addresses him, suggesting he needs a proper weapon. This is Kim Hyun-woo, the assistance team leader of the Dimensional Management Bureau. Hyun-woo explains that even a superhuman like Woo Hyun shouldn't be ashamed of starting without abilities, a sentiment Hana quietly echoes. Hyun-woo urges Woo Hyun to consider his choice carefully, his expression serious. Hana, observing Woo Hyun as he surveys the vast collection, tells him to take his time. Woo Hyun steps forward, his gaze fixed on the array of armaments. He surveys the vast collection of weapons, each one gleaming under the armory's lights, yet a sense of dissatisfaction begins to settle over him. Despite the sheer variety before him, he finds himself thinking that nothing truly useful stands out. Picking up a sleek, red-bladed weapon, he muses, "I guess this is an okay one." His gaze then falls upon a formidable spear, the vampiric spear Dragos, which promises to increase cutting power, absorb blood to heal the wielder, and even grant control over blood. Considering its potent abilities, he decides, "I guess I'll go with this." But as he turns to leave, his eyes catch another display, and a new thought forms. The weapon he now sees is the Soul Eater, a dark, imposing spear with a unique, almost predatory design. He examines the detailed description of the Sword of Eternal Death, Soul Eater, noting its formidable properties. It cannot be destroyed, increases cutting power, absorbs mana, boosts mana recovery, and enhances attack speed, though some effects are exclusive to PvP content. Clutching the hilt of the dark, glowing blade, he wonders why such a powerful artifact, typically found in the black market, would be present here. The ornate, almost skeletal design of the sword's hilt only deepens his suspicion, leading him to consider the possibility that it was stolen directly from the Bureau. Wielding the Soul Eater in the vibrant, cosmic armory, he muses that bringing such a weapon into a place like this would surely attract unwanted attention from his friends. The imposing sword rests on the ground before him, its dark form and glowing core a stark contrast to the ethereal surroundings. An unseen voice from off-panel questions his choice, asking if he will proceed with that particular weapon. Back in the office, Woo-hyun stands before Kim Hyun-woo, confirming his decision, declaring, "Yes, I'll take this weapon." Hyun-woo observes the blade, remarking on its two-handed nature as interesting. Hyun-woo, with a slightly surprised expression, agrees to process the transfer, while Woo-hyun internally questions the official's reaction, wondering what could be wrong with the weapon. The unseen observer comments again, expressing surprise that Woo-hyun didn't opt for a more conventional two-option weapon. As the implications of Woo-hyun's choices unfold, an unseen observer questions, "How does this make sense?" The commentary continues, highlighting the rarity of his new gear. "A 5-option weapon already? You usually get random options, but he got the best ones. When I went to the armory, I didn't see anything like that." A donation flashes across the screen, accompanied by a viewer's bold prediction. "I think that sword can be his in-game weapon when he unleashes all the options." The discussion shifts to another of Woo-hyun's unexpected acquisitions. That outfit is from the Hackrickle, a weapon that appears at the mid-game stage. And the Hermit's necklace he obtained during the last stream only appears after mid-game. The intricate design of the Hermit's necklace glows softly. More details emerge about the necklace's overlooked history. Wait, now that I think about it, that's true. Everyone looked over it because of the hidden storyline. He ran with hunting dogs in his first mission, so no one cared about that, lol. Meanwhile, in a more formal setting, Kim Chul begins to explain, "I'm sure most of you know this now, but," Lee Ejin interjects, "but reverse players are problematic. Strictly depending on rank, the higher the rank, the bigger the reward." Kim Chul processes the information, connecting the dots. So he was able to obtain the necklace that only appears after the mid-game in his first mission, right? A montage of Woo-hyun's various forms and past appearances flashes by, hinting at the depth of his journey and the challenges he has overcome. He plunges into the depths of a new, unknown environment. As the voice of a narrator echoes, detailing how Hackrickle has flawlessly accomplished everything, from escaping the research facility to sparring with Kim Hana. Elsewhere, a young woman watches intently, munching on a snack as she follows the unfolding events. In a control room, Kim Hyun-woo and Kim Chul monitor the situation, confirming it is Woo-hyun and deciding to observe his progress, noting he has already cleared the first floor. Kim Hana also watches from a separate screen. Meanwhile, Myung-hoon and Lee Ejin discuss the implications of Woo-hyun's new weapon, suggesting they should consider going on a raid. Go for a raid? The scene shifts to a vast, snow-capped mountain range, a new challenge awaiting. Its imposing peaks pierce the cloudy sky, promising a formidable trial. Woo-hyun finally lands on a glowing, crystalline surface, letting out a soft sigh as he takes in his new surroundings. He never imagined a portal could appear on a mountain, yet here he was, pushing forward into the unknown. A smirk playing on his lips, he felt completely warmed up from the previous encounters. Meanwhile, observing his progress, Kim Chul noted that they still had to climb a floor, while Kim Hana expressed concern, wondering if he truly said he was warmed up. Back in the dungeon, a system notification appeared, informing Woo-hyun that this was where invading entities appeared, specifically a skull-type monster, designated as a beast type, with a danger level of F+T class. Elsewhere, Myung-hoon and Lee Ejin discussed the situation, noting that the monsters had a strong tendency to overwhelm their opponents, but that they were all the same. Woo-hyun, however, remained unfazed, acknowledging that they were indeed the same. Kim Hana, still watching, worried that the system was giving them too much trouble, and considered interfering if things became too dangerous. She resolved to intervene if the situation escalated, even if it meant breaking protocol. Unaware of the external concerns, Woo-hyun focused on his next move, a system message confirming his action, summoning Soul Eater from his shadow storage. Woo-hyun, surrounded by a faint purple aura, grips his dark weapon, ready to move. He pushes off the ground with explosive force, a single thought echoing in his mind. Got it. The landscape blurs as he streaks across the snowy mountain peaks, his speed carrying him over the rugged, icy terrain. His eyes glow with an intense yellow light, sensing the approaching threat, knowing they are here. A monstrous, wolf-like creature lunges from the shadows, its fangs bared. Woo-hyun braces himself, facing down a pack of the beasts, while Kim Chul watches from a distance. His weapon hums with dark energy, a small blue orb of light forming at its tip, poised for the first strike. He descends from above, a blur of motion, ready to unleash his attack. Two wolf-like monsters, their eyes glowing with predatory intent, stalked through the desolate, snowy landscape. Unleashing his full power, the first monster reeled back. Woo-hyun, a blur of motion. His leg continued its powerful arc. As his body twisted, arm extending for the next strike. A system notification flashed, with a pained cry from a monster. From a distance, an observer noted the impressive display. As the dust settles from his devastating attack, Wu Hyun's Soul Eater pulses with a dark, residual energy, leaving him to wonder how his hand could feel so different from wielding any other weapon. The blade itself seems to hum with a malevolent power, and from a hidden vantage point, an observer with glowing red eyes watches intently, muttering to himself, "Just now, was that?" As he recognizes the sheer force behind the strike, a heavenly weapon slash that defies normal understanding. His gaze remains fixed, a silent testament to the profound impact of Wu Hyun's power, his red eyes burning with an unreadable intensity. The interface 4 echoes of the reverse planet flickers, displaying a stark 14, as if marking a new beginning. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates, a resounding quang echoing through the space. Wu Hyun observes his hand, clad in a new, sleek uniform, realizing it now fits perfectly, unlike the attire of other players. A faint red glow still emanates from his palm, and he looks down, a question forming in his mind. Just now, was that? Nearby, a woman with short, vibrant purple hair stands poised, her sleek black outfit contrasting with the unconscious figure at her feet. His own eyes now glow with a faint yellow light as Wu Hyun approaches, his gaze fixed on the fallen figure. He stands over the unconscious form, clad in a purple uniform, and questions aloud. Huh? Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-woo observes from afar as the last vestiges of purple energy dissipate with a soft SHWA fading into the air. He stands firm, confronting 3 monstrous, purple-hued tigers, their forms crackling with raw, untamed energy. One of the elite entities lunges, its powerful form blurring with speed, while in a distant observation room, a woman remarks on the sheer disparity in power, calling the gap crazy. The creature closes the distance, its claws extended, ready to tear into him. Its glowing eyes fixate on its target, a predator certain of its prey. But before it can strike, Wu Hyun moves with impossible speed, delivering a devastating kick that sends ripples through the air. He follows through, his body a blur of motion as he unleashes another powerful, arcing strike. The impact resonates, a testament to his sudden, overwhelming force. He lands lightly, his movements precise and controlled, the battle momentarily stilled. As the observers continue their commentary, the man wondering aloud about the mysterious origin of his newfound skills. The woman adds that, to her knowledge, he was never trained in any sports. As the battle rages on, he moves with a blur of speed, a dark silhouette against the monstrous foe, while an unseen observer wonders if this is the colored one. Leaping into the air, he brings a glowing blade down, surrounded by a fierce, crimson aura. His foot connects with explosive force, sending shockwaves through the ground. Then, with a fluid motion, he spins, a wicked scythe-like weapon appearing in his grasp, ready to cleave through the beast. The blade slices deep into the monster's leg, a brutal strike that momentarily stuns the creature. His grip on the weapon is absolute, his knuckles white with determination. With a surge of purple energy, the scythe glows ominously as it continues its devastating arc. The final blow lands squarely on the monster's face, a gruesome impact that sprays blood and shatters its form. A gasp escapes Kim Hannah's lips as she watches the display, thinking he's more than just excellent. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun's dark eye glows with an inner light, his scythe-like weapon held ready. A system notification flashes, confirming the cutting power of his Soul Eater weapon is increasing, then another, and another. As his gaze sharpens and his grip tightens on the weapon's hilt, he shifts his weight, preparing for whatever comes next. The desolate, ruined landscape around him remains still, but a new threat approaches, prompting him to take a defensive stance, his body tensing for impact. The silence of the ruins is about to be broken. From the shadows of the ruined forest, a monstrous entity with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp fangs lunges forward. As Wu Hyun, sensing the immediate danger, leaps into the air to meet the incoming threat. This formidable foe is none other than the captain entity, the Silver Wolf, a creature known for its incredible speed and destructive power. From a distance, Kim Hannah watches the unfolding battle, her eyes widening as she recognizes the captain entity's true nature, a Silver Wolf, a new bee destroyer, whose sheer size and speed make it a terrifying opponent. The Silver Wolf continues its relentless charge, its speed distorting the very air around it as it closes the distance. But before the beast can land its attack, Wu Hyun intercepts with a powerful, glowing strike, a defiant humph, escaping his lips. The Silver Wolf recoils violently from the impact, its charge broken by the sheer force of his blow. Wu Hyun moved with blinding speed, a crimson aura flaring around his fist as he launched himself into the fray. Even as the Silver Wolf's razor-sharp claws lashed out to meet him, he connected with a powerful, glowing strike, sending the massive beast reeling. The Silver Wolf's fur bristled with crackling energy as it recoiled, but Wu Hyun was already moving again. He brought his glowing blade down in a sweeping arc, a follow-up strike aimed to finish the fight. Gripping his sword, he acknowledged the creature's power, thinking, it's definitely much more than an elite entity. His eyes, now glowing with an intense blue light, betrayed no fear. A determined expression set on his face as he declared, however. He finished with a dismissive tone, this is nothing. He delivers a precise, powerful strike, his blade glowing with an ethereal blue light. the sharp edge reflecting the monstrous visage of the silver wolf. As the impact sends a shockwave of energy through the air, his hand begins to glow a sinister red, absorbing the captain entity's very soul. And with each passing moment, the cutting power of his soul-eater blade intensifies. Another swift strike confirms the absorption, leaving the formidable silver wolf defeated and bleeding at his feet, a testament to the Bureau's anticipated agent, number 62. Elsewhere, Myung-hoon watches the feed, admitting he nearly intervened, as the mission's difficulty far exceeded expectations. Kim Hana, equally surprised, questions if the mission was truly rated A rank. She continues to observe the mission's progress, noting that its true difficulty feels far beyond its assigned A rank. Beside her, Myung-hoon concurs, stating that it's clearly proving much more challenging than its stated difficulty, and that completing such difficult missions causes the overall mission difficulty to skyrocket. He even jokes that the subject is practically making the mission hellish by himself. Myung-hoon continues to ponder the situation, wondering why the information on the invested entity remains incomplete, even after the captain entity has been eliminated. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, Lee Yi-jin addresses Kim Chul, who confirms that there is clearly additional information to uncover. He instructs her to follow him, as they need to figure out the root cause of all these anomalies. Deep within the forest, a mysterious blue glow emanates from below, illuminating the undergrowth. With a powerful, blurring motion, a leg lashes out, delivering a devastating impact. Kim Chul and Lee Yi-jin continue their investigation through the dense, shadowed forest, when Lee Yi-jin spots something unusual. Nestled within a makeshift bed of branches, they discover a large, glowing egg. As a hand reaches out towards it, a faint thrumming emanates from its surface. Lee Yi-jin quickly warns him, her voice sharp with caution, that they don't know what might emerge from within. Just then, the egg begins to crack, brilliant light bursting from within. Instead of a monster, a small, fluffy puppy emerges, letting out a soft bark. Its tiny, delicate paws are visible. Both Kim Chul and Lee Yi-jin stare in utter disbelief at the unexpected creature, wondering if it could be some kind of pet. Lee Yi-jin muses aloud that there's no known pet system in their reality, confirming that this friendly, otherworldly entity is indeed quite abnormal. As she considers the strange creature, a voice questions the standard protocol, asking if they should eliminate it, only to be met with the firm assertion that such action is indeed the established procedure. Looking down at the small, fluffy creature, now revealed to be a puppy, she muses, "Protocol, huh?" Her expression hardening. She declares that this is no ordinary situation and they should bring it to the lab for researchers to analyze, a decision met with a simple, "Understood." The small, white puppy, oblivious to its fate, looks up with innocent eyes, its fluffy paws raised in a playful gesture. As the ground around them begins to collapse, a voice urges them to move. It's finally collapsing. Let's get out of here. The two agents quickly make their way through the dark, glowing forest, leaving the destabilized anomaly behind. The scene blurs, indicating a rapid transition, before settling on the imposing structure of the Dimensional Management Bureau HQ, a beacon of order in a world of anomalies. Within its walls, the sentiment is clear. This particular case is unprecedented, as one voice admits. We've never seen such a case, either. She listens intently as the researchers explain that despite its appearance, this is an entirely new life form, unlike anything they've encountered, prompting a need for more thorough investigation. If it's not a natural organism, they can only speculate it might be a summoned entity, created by some unknown ability. However, Kim Hana interjects, noting that none of them possess abilities capable of such a feat. As the discussion continues about further research, Kim Chul questions whether the Bureau will then be responsible for protecting this unique creature. A researcher responds, revealing that an ownership imprint has already been formed, and according to regulations, they cannot interfere with a living creature whose imprint is complete. Kim Hana looks on, a subtle expression of surprise crossing her face. Lee Yi-jin gazes at the small creature, which lets out a soft woof, her mind reeling at the implication of an imprint. Suddenly, a system message appears, declaring the lightning wolf has been registered as a pet. The creature looks up, as the shocking realization of its new status as a pet settles in. A sudden emergency maintenance announcement flashes across the screen, advising players to log out immediately for an update, causing a male streamer to exclaim in shock. Wondering aloud what could have possibly happened, especially since a pet system feature, not yet implemented, seems to have just been obtained by someone. As his female co-host, sitting beside him, questions if this is all a little too coincidental to ignore. The news spreads quickly that colleagues allegedly obtained the newly implemented pet system faster than the patch notes even went out, leading her to speculate if a player caused the emergency maintenance just to show off their new pet. Though she quickly dismisses the idea, telling him to stop overreacting. But he remains unconvinced, finding the timing too suspicious and comparing it to the first appearance of the fully adaptive AI, musing that the developers aren't watching their stream, so it couldn't be them. His co-host, however, decides it's best to wait and see what happens, concluding that they'll have to end the stream for now, offering a final, reassuring smile to their audience. As the online broadcast concludes, the streamer bids farewell to their audience. leaving a message for viewers to anticipate the next session as the screen displays an offline status. From a different perspective, someone observes the offline screen, remarking on the stream's reach. This particular broadcast is the subject of intense scrutiny. Meanwhile, in a high-security conference room, an official with green-gold hair enters, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken concerns. This is the U.S. conference room at the Planet Earth headquarters, where a critical meeting is underway. The green-gold-haired official sighs, pondering the situation, wondering if the magical fellow who acquired the fully adaptive AI is truly beyond their knowledge. Another official, seen from behind, confirms their long-standing surveillance, stating they have been watching him for some time. A woman with pink-purple hair adds a chilling detail, revealing this is a system update that even the development team is unaware of. Sophia, the head developer of Reverse Planet, appears on screen, her expression serious. An unnamed official explains that only one person could be capable of such an act, and that person is Isaac. The name Isaac echoes with significance. Isaac, the brilliant mind behind Reverse Planet, is shown in a striking visual. However, this previous head developer and known genius is currently missing. Even Isaac himself, in a moment of reflection, admits he wouldn't expect to have gone so far as to update the game himself. Meanwhile, in a high-level meeting, an official inquires about Deus, a project they've been trying to make a reality for a long time. Deus, an artificial intelligence, manifests as a glowing, intricate sphere. This was the artificial intelligence Isaac created to aid his game development, but it stopped working as soon as he went missing. She speaks with a controlled urgency, explaining that they cannot afford to be any more careless than they already are, because they are already embroiled in trouble, or something worse is about to happen. Leaning forward, she presses the point, asking if they truly believe they can find him, or if he doesn't want to be found. Then, she cuts herself off, her voice firm as she declares they simply have to. Her resolve hardens, at all costs. Meanwhile, the backlog on the Reverse Planet game remains, so she instructs her subordinate to keep monitoring the live stream for any unusual activity and report it immediately. A hand confirms the order, responding with a crisp, "Yes, ma'am." Yet, even as she gives these commands, her mind is consumed by a single name, Isaac. Her jaw clenches, a soft grinding sound escaping her as her eyes glow with an intense, almost supernatural blue light, reflecting her fierce determination. Looking down, her thoughts solidify into a silent vow. She doesn't know what forces are at play, but she won't let them have their way. The digital world around them seems to hum with unseen activity, a complex web of code and data. This intricate network of information continues to swirl, a silent testament to the mysteries yet to be unraveled. The digital world hums with unseen processes, a cascade of glowing blue code flowing across the interface. Its intricate patterns shifting and reforming. As if Deus itself is reaching out from within the system, a luminous hand extending from the swirling data. The digital expanse continues to glow with vibrant energy, confirming a special mission has been completed by an anonymous viewer who is rewarded with 5 million won, and for the next mission, a trusted comrade will be essential. Within the digital realm of echoes of the Reverse Planet, Woo Hyun's avatar, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, stands ready, surrounded by a list of other anonymous viewers. Meanwhile, in the real world, a modern building stands tall under a clear sky. A new directive echoes through the system, stating that for his next mission, he will need a comrade he can trust, and this is where the next phase begins. An anonymous message from viewer number 62 arrives on an office worker's screen, prompting the recipient to wonder about the sender's true intentions. Beyond the usual game mechanics, Woo Hyun has been receiving special mission requests directly from the system, hinting at deeper, more complex objectives within the Reverse Planet experience. The system instructs him to proceed through the game, promising to unlock new systems of Reverse Planet as he progresses. Later, Woo Hyun sits with an associate, who questions his identity as anonymous viewer number 62, recalling that he was supposed to be a top-tier player. She then speculates, wondering if the anonymous viewer might actually be an employee of the game company. Woo Hyun dismisses the idea, stating that it's impossible, as she is aware of the game's true nature, which implies a deeper, more profound reality than a mere corporate product. Still immersed in the game's interface, he receives a new message, a notification that seems to tie into the ongoing stream he's been observing, a recruitment offer from the SSR Cup, a new PvP tournament within Reverse Planet. Later, discussing the development with Kim Hannah, she exclaims, surprised by the sudden offer. The SSR Cup is a prestigious event, a new PvP tournament that typically only invites famous influencers or retired professional players. Woo Hyun, still processing the implications, sees the game's official announcement, confirming it as Reverse Planet's latest PvP tournament. Back with Kim Hannah, he clarifies the offer. They want him to be a coach, or more specifically, a support coach, given his current ranking. The game system itself seems to echo the sentiment, prompting him to consider participating and becoming a coach. Kim Hannah, ever the pragmatist, suggests a path forward, asking if he intends to take on a disciple for the tournament. She sweetens the deal, offering to handle all the preparations, and mentioning the substantial reward of 40 million won for his participation. As the conversation concludes, a new system message appears for Woo Hyun, a stark reminder that for his next mission, he will need a comrade he can truly trust. Woohyun listens intently as Hannah continues to press her point. For real? She exclaims, emphasizing how much it would benefit their channel. Taking a bite of her food, Hannah promises to share her thoughts once she's finished eating. Meanwhile, Woohyun's mind drifts to the system's recent directive, pondering the true meaning of a comrade. The world of Echoes of the Reverse Planet continues to evolve. A few days later, a hack tour stream is about to begin. Lee Jin and Myung-hoon greet their audience, ready to kick off their broadcast. The chat fills with enthusiastic messages as viewers eagerly await the stream's content. Before diving into the stream, they prepare to make an important announcement. She announces to her viewers that Haxical will be participating in the SSR Cup, not as a player, but as a coach, a revelation met with a flurry of congratulatory messages. The news is so shocking, it causes a momentary break in the stream's usual composure, with both streamers exclaiming in disbelief. The chat fills with questions and comments, wondering why Haxical would coach instead of play, noting that Kang Soil is joining as a player and speculating about the announcement's authenticity. Myung-hoon then ponders the nature of the game, suggesting that KKT is so unique it might be more about overpowering a player than just a game, expressing curiosity about Haxical's coaching abilities. Sitting comfortably on a couch, he emphatically agrees with his own assessment. With a determined expression, he declares that he's about to reveal the absolute truth, confirming it's not just a rumor. The stream then displays Haxical's current rank as Gold 4, alongside a breakdown of other ranks like Silver 1, Bronze 1, and Unranked Survival, setting the stage for a pool night event. Suddenly, a mission notification appears, challenging a player to achieve 40 kills or more without using any weapons, promising a reward of 3 million won upon completion. Both streamers react with wide-eyed shock, realizing the immense difficulty of the mission and concluding that Haxical, despite his skill, cannot possibly pass on such a challenge. As the stream continues, the anticipation builds, with viewers eagerly awaiting the start of the first game, wondering if Haxical has finally connected. The answer arrives swiftly as the system confirms. Haxical has accepted the mission, stepping into the virtual arena where his legend could be forged. The challenge is clear: achieve over 40 kills without using any weapons, a feat many doubt is even possible. With the mission accepted and the stakes set, the system confirms successful matching for the PvP survival mode. He finds himself transported to Area 1, a sprawling military base, its structures gleaming under the virtual sky. Taking in the detailed environment, he stands ready, clad in a form-fitting blue suit that seems perfectly suited for the combat zone. A slight smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glowing with a faint yellow light as he muses aloud that the outfit certainly suits the military base. The game's interface reveals the scale of the challenge, indicating approximately 20 other players are already present in the area, setting the stage for a chaotic confrontation. Haxical plunges into the fray, his mind fixed on the mission: 40 kills, no weapons. He needs to move fast. Diving from a great height, he descends upon the ruined military base with predatory speed. His hand reaches out, snatching a glowing blue orb from the ground. Then, with a sudden, explosive force, he unleashes a bare-knuckle strike, the impact rippling through the air. He moves like a phantom, a blur of motion as he closes the distance, delivering a flurry of rapid attacks. Fiery energy erupts around him, his face contorted in a grimace of pure exertion as he pushes his limits. The air crackles with his power, each strike fueled by the intense, burning aura that surrounds him. With a sweeping motion, he continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of fists and feet. An opponent reels back, their face etched with shock and pain from the sheer force of his blows. As the game's chaotic pace unfolds, Kang Soil stares at her tablet in disbelief, unable to keep up with the sheer speed of the action, noting that the player's score is already 18 out of 25. Meanwhile, Baek Woohyun plunges through the air, his body a blur as he descends rapidly down a steep, ruined incline. Having landed, Woohyun stands amidst the debris, a faint orange glow emanating from his hand, a testament to his 18 kills. He considers his next move, realizing he has cleared the outskirts and should now head for the center. Elsewhere, Kang Soil points to a location on a holographic map, strategizing with Haxical as they observe the unfolding events. The path ahead leads into a dark, ruined interior, a labyrinth of collapsed structures awaiting their arrival. He remained in the desolate confines of his cell, a lone figure amidst the cold, hard concrete. Bound and observing his surroundings, he sat, a silent testament to his captivity. But within him, a resolve hardened, a silent promise to break free. His eyes, once shadowed, now burned with an unyielding determination. The moment he moved, the facility's guards swarmed, one shouting, "Baek Woohyun, you think you can escape that easily?" But their attempts were futile, as he moved with blinding speed, striking down his opponents with ruthless efficiency. With a surge of raw power, his hands glowed faintly, shattering the metallic restraints that had held him captive. Leaving the fallen behind, he walked away, his escape now undeniable. He ran through the desolate facility, a shadow disappearing into the ruins. "Oh, this is," he exclaims, as an unseen observer notes that he must be a player using a body-enhancing build, much like Haxical. Meanwhile, Kang Soil and Myung-hoon watch a screen, the latter remarking that this is a first, and the player's kill logs are quite extraordinary. Soil confirms the count, a total of 15 kills so far. The screen details highlight the impressive feat, explaining that even Haxical, a top 100 player, only achieves 10 kills per game, making 5 kills equivalent to a god-tier performance. As the player continues his relentless assault, an unseen voice demands his player ID. He moves with brutal efficiency, striking down one opponent. Another falls before his powerful blows, the impact sending dust flying. His movements are a blur of focused aggression, a relentless dance of combat. Standing over a defeated foe, he remains unyielding, his victory absolute. Woohyun continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick connecting with an unseen opponent, sending shockwaves through the simulated environment. His momentum carries him forward, his foot landing with a sharp impact as the enemy recoils. Without missing a beat, he delivers another swift kick, launching the foe high into the air. A brief, almost imperceptible TSK escapes him, his bandaged hand clenching, already anticipating the next target. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit observation room, the two professional martial artists, Kang Soil and Myung-hoon, watch his performance unfold on a large screen. Myung-hoon wonders aloud, "I wonder who his opponent is," as Soil exclaims that the man is cracked, admitting she's never seen anyone match Haxical's skill so closely, speculating he might be a hidden professional. With a kill count of 15 displayed on screen, Soil continues to analyze, noting his movement isn't bad, but still questioning if he might be a smurf, an experienced player using a new account. Back in the simulation, Woohyun launches himself into the air, delivering a powerful aerial kick to another unsuspecting foe. The kick is immediately followed by a devastating punch, the impact echoing through the digital arena as his target collapses. With a final, decisive motion, he prepares to end the confrontation, his fist clenching as a dark aura swirls around it. The impact sends his opponent careening backward, slamming them against a distant wall. The hooded figure's red eyes glow with a mix of pain and frustration, a ragged cough escaping them as they struggle to regain composure. As expected, the defeated player mutters, slumped on the ground, "I shouldn't have fought him with a build I'm not used to." Meanwhile, a determined Woohyun stands amidst swirling blue energy, ready for the next challenge. Wondering, next time? The simulation concludes, displaying the final results, a single kill against an unregistered opponent, with a rank of F. In the end, Haxical secured his 40th kill, completing his mission with decisive skill. As a hand hovers over a keyboard, a pop-up appears, asking, "Oh my gosh, is this person who they call a smurf?" The chat window explodes with activity, celebrating the mission's completion and a massive donation of 3 million won, with viewers exclaiming, "Thank you for your mission," and "I'm Hackpok." Kang Soil pumps her fist in excitement, declaring, "All right then, let's keep this momentum and continue ranking up." Her eyes, however, seem to gleam with the unmistakable glint of dollar signs, a clear indication of her true motivation. And so, Baek Woohyun went on an incredible 98-game winning streak on the stream, reaching Master Tier in all game modes. Later, in the quiet comfort of her living room, Soil relaxes on her couch. She taps away on her phone, browsing through the Reverse Planet community. A breaking news post catches her eye. Haxical is hosting a tryout to find his disciple, with the only requirement being a Master Tier ranking. The announcement of Haxical's disciple tryout immediately sparks a flurry of online comments, with viewers speculating about his coaching skills, some eager to apply, and others jokingly threatening to send recommendations without consent. The general consensus wonders aloud, "He's finding a disciple, huh?" Meanwhile, a young woman, Young Arium, a game streamer herself, sits engrossed in her phone, as a voice beside her suggests, "Give it a try?" She quickly responds, having already applied, adding, "Also, I'm the older one." Her companion, Young Dawn, another game streamer, is equally absorbed in his own device. He remarks on her speed, "That was quick, but why didn't you apply with your big sis when you were at it?" He then muses, "You're right. I should have cared more about my little sis." The two, Young Arium and Young Dawn, sit side by side on a couch, both still focused on their phones. A special note confirms their relationship. They are indeed twins. The scene shifts to a new location, the planet Earth headquarters in America. Within this facility, a hand rests on a computer mouse in what is identified as Sophia's office. Sophia, still engrossed in her research, scrolled through various online queries, seeking information on the Reverse Planet, Haxical's disciple tryout, and the requirements to join, her brow furrowing slightly as she processed the results. Then, a particular term caught her eye, causing her to pause and utter a soft, questioning sound. "DUS?" Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, a mixture of surprise and deep thought etched across her features. Woohyun's resolve burned, fueled by the memory of those he cherished, as his foot connected with unseen force. A few days later, the world moved on. The grand stadium stood empty, awaiting its next spectacle. With only 5 minutes remaining until the Hacktour stream began, a small yelp echoed, revealing the tiny, level 1 lightning wolf. Woohyun, observing the creature, mused about its potential for combat, wondering if it could truly bite, chew, tumble. From nearby, Soil's voice cut in, dismissing the pet as having no actual use. expressing disappointment that it didn't seem much different from other pets, especially after an emergency update. She then asked him to review the player versus player options, seeking his input on who to select. As she waited for his decision, she confirms, her thoughts already on Nayeon and the impending stream. "Ah, gotta go," she exclaims, instructing someone to start only when she gives the cue. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun, cradling a cat, considers heading home. A soft kyup escapes the lightning wolf, its eyes wide with an unspoken curiosity. Woo-hyun's expression remains thoughtful. As the title Echoes of the Reverse Planet appears, he then observes a screen, a quiet declaration escaping him. "It's time to start, huh?" Woo-hyun's attention snaps, a sudden alert pulling him from his thoughts. His phone displays a critical message from the Dimensional Management Bureau, reporting a reverse planet rampage incident that occurred in a park near Jangsa District, Incheon, at approximately 1322. He stares at the screen, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The message repeats, confirming the details of the incident. The alert continues to display the urgent report. His eyes widen in disbelief, realizing this isn't just a localized event, but a large-scale rampage. Meanwhile, Kong Soil, also receiving the news, gasps in shock, as if the unfolding disaster was an inevitable, yet still unbelievable, consequence of the othering actively interfering with their world, a sentiment echoed by many online. The source of the chaos is revealed. A monstrous invader, its glowing red eyes burning with malevolence, stands amidst the ruins of a city, confirming the terrifying reality of the reverse planet rampage. Still reeling from the news of the real-world rampage, he recalls his driving purpose, to avenge the ones he loved, a resolve that fuels his every action as he confronts the monstrous invaders. This reverse planet rampage incident is a phenomenon where the otherworld encroaches upon their reality, unleashing invading entities that cause widespread destruction, and he wonders if the dimension he's about to intensify will be enough to counter it. A system message flashes, assigning him a critical mission, to eliminate the invading entities and respond to the large-scale rampage incident. Just as a familiar voice announces, "Hannah's here." Kim Hannah, ever efficient, confirms the vehicles are ready, urging them to leave right away. Her expression is resolute, a clear sign of her determination to face the unfolding crisis head-on. A shimmering light envelopes the area, signaling their imminent departure. The world outside awaits, a verdant landscape now threatened by the encroaching otherworld. He surveys the grim scene before them, a battlefield littered with fallen figures, realizing they've arrived too late to prevent the initial devastation. The air hangs heavy with the aftermath, a silent testament to the brutal efficiency of the invaders. A closer look at one of the fallen entities reveals its monstrous form, confirming that these creatures, once skilled trackers, were dispatched to hunt down fleeing citizens. Turning to his companion, he suggests they split up, trusting her to work independently and cover more ground. She acknowledges his command with a firm "understood," before bidding him farewell and preparing to depart. With a determined stride, Kim Hannah sprints away, disappearing into the verdant landscape. Woo-hyun watches her go, a moment of quiet resolve settling over him, before he turns to face his own path. He points a hand forward, setting his direction with a clear, decisive thought. Moments later, a swift, powerful kick sends an unseen entity flying, its desperate cry echoing as it's forcefully repelled. To avenge the ones he loved, he moved with ruthless efficiency. A green-skinned entity lunged, spear first. But he was already closing the distance, even as a larger creature gave chase through the dense forest. His chain weapon flashed, deflecting the spear with a sharp clang, then whipped through the air, striking the larger monster and sending it reeling back. Without a pause, he spun, delivering a powerful kick that sent the smaller creature flying. Both monsters lay defeated, their cries echoing through the trees. As the impact settled, his powerful strike lands with a sickening crunch, as his scythe-like weapon carves through the air, leaving a trail of red particles. Standing over the defeated creature, he notes that activating his skill also grants him a unique role, allowing him to benefit from the reverse planet system in overseas communities, a comment he is now submitting. A small, frightened child looks up at him, asking who he is, but he simply reassures them, stating he has come from the frontiers of the world to keep them safe. With a final word of thanks from the child, he leaps away, disappearing into the forest. He pauses over another fallen monster, contemplating if this is truly the law of the victim. His eyes glow crimson as he vows there will be no end to his fight until he personally kills the captain entity, Silver Wolf. Suddenly, a red-skinned monster lunges from the shadows. But he meets its charge mid-air, striking it down with a swift, decisive blow, remarking, "Speak of the devil." He unleashes a flurry of emerald-tinged slashes, his blade a blur of motion. The air crackles with the force of his strikes, leaving shimmering trails in their wake. His attacks connect with a massive, crimson-skinned entity, its form bound by heavy chains, yet it barely flinches. Woo-hyun's eyes glow a fierce yellow as he stares, a silent question forming on his lips. The colossal monster stands its ground, seemingly unfazed by the assault, as he observes from a distance. From an unseen vantage point, a voice questions, "Who's that?" Woo-hyun moves with incredible speed, a green aura trailing behind him as he evades the monster's counterattacks. He deflects the relentless blows, his sword a shimmering shield against the monstrous assault. Other unseen voices express confusion, wondering why he isn't retaliating, why he's merely defending. He launches a swift, powerful attack, his weapon leaving a bright blue trail. The impact shatters the air, sending fragments flying. His gaze sharp, he mutters, "If you're planning on just watching." He continues his assault, striking at the hulking red monster. But the creature's massive hand lashes out with unexpected speed, closing in as he exclaims, "Wadash!" Its glowing red fist connects with brutal force. He recoils from the blow, a surprised gasp escaping him, remarking, "The one who's watching. That's interesting." His expression hardens, a new resolve in his eyes. He stands before a shimmering portal, a silent command escaping his lips. His eyes blaze with an intense, golden light. As a hulking, purple-skinned demon with menacing horns emerges from the rift, he extends a hand towards the anomaly, a narration explaining that these dimension invaders are beings from other worlds, known as demons or otherworlders. Observers question the sudden appearance of an invader, one unlike any they've seen before, with a man in a green shirt expressing concern that they'll be in trouble if they don't get rid of the game, while Kim Hanna agrees, stating they must get rid of both the game and the invader. As the purple demon lunges forward, leaving the observers to wonder what he's doing and if he intends to fight hand-to-hand. Woo Hyun faces the monstrous dimension invader, acknowledging that this is an unprecedented type of threat. But with unwavering resolve, he declares his intent to take it on. With that, he lunges forward, his eyes burning with a fierce yellow glow as he closes the distance. But the invader is faster, its massive clawed hand intercepting his charge, sending him recoiling through the air. A surge of green energy erupts from the demon's attack, and Woo Hyun is violently slammed into a stone pillar. He groans in pain, his glowing eyes still fixed on the formidable foe. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun launches himself forward, his foot striking the ground with explosive force. He closes the distance instantly, grappling with the dimension invader in a brutal exchange. But the creature is swift, shoving him back with unexpected power. From a distant observation room, a woman watches, musing, the flow of this fight." A man beside her comments, "Doesn't it remind you of our last game in survival mode?" The woman replies, "Really? I'm not all that sure." She elaborates, "I mean, bare-knuckle fights all look the same." The man then questions, "But were invaders always this good at close combat fights?" Meanwhile, Woo Hyun's eyes glow with a fierce yellow light, a new power surging as he realizes, "I wasn't sure until now, but..." He continues to trade blows with the invader, their movements a blur of raw power and precision. Woo Hyun's thoughts race, "This guy is imitating my movement. Back in the other world, I had a special Ethel modeled after me, to kill me for destroying the research facility." Having realized the invader's mimicry, he launches a fierce counterattack, driving a powerful kick into its midsection. But before he can follow through, the invader retaliates with a devastating, energy-charged punch, striking him squarely in the face. The impact sends a jolt through him, a chilling thought confirming his earlier suspicion. The invader truly is mimicking his every move. Before he can recover, the creature seizes his arm, its grip like iron. With a brutal display of strength, it slams him down, sending dust and debris flying. Still holding fast, the invader drags him across the metallic floor, leaving a trail of impact. Finally, with a powerful heave, it hurls him into a wall, the impact echoing through the structure. An unseen observer comments, "I almost feel bad for the invader, haha," while another adds, "That'd sting. Then you take the hits for him, haha." Battered but unbroken, Woo Hyun pushes himself up, a fierce determination in his eyes as a crimson energy begins to coalesce in his palm. Driven by a fierce resolve, he unleashes a powerful kick, fueled by the desire to avenge those he loved. Yet, as his bloodied hand trembles, he ponders the invader's uncanny ability to mimic his every move, wondering who could be behind such a precise replication. Could it be the shadowy League of Enterprises, or perhaps something more sinister? He considers the possibility of a direct threat from the invaders themselves. Then, a sudden realization dawns on him, a critical piece of the puzzle clicking into place. He recalls the invader's previous encounters, remembering that it never mimicked his abilities in player versus environment scenarios. The truth hits him with the force of a blow. The invader had only mimicked his skills in player versus player combat. Sitting battered and bruised, he connects the implications of this discovery. The realization settles deep within him, a new understanding of his formidable opponent. He understands that the entity he's facing is someone deeply integrated into the game system itself. As the system then questions, is it anonymous viewer 62 again? To avenge the ones he loved, Woo Hyun finds himself immersed in a digital world, a target highlighted within its interface. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, causing him to pause and question everything. A sharp impact of realization hits him as he recalls, this individual didn't just imitate him in a simple player versus player match. No, the truth was far more insidious. He had been imitated in PvP, but the implications ran deeper. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he connects the dots, realizing the full scope of the deception. His body, battered and bloody, reflects the harsh reality of his situation. as he concludes that this adversary is someone capable of manipulating the entire game system, not just playing within its rules. A digital, smiling face flickers into existence, a haunting manifestation of his thoughts. He wonders, with a growing sense of dread, if this is the return of anonymous viewer 62. A voice calls out to him, sharp and demanding, as Woo Hyun's eyes glow with an intense, golden light. He lies sprawled on the ground, seemingly defeated, as Kim Hana stands over him, her expression unreadable. With a slight shift in his posture, he confirms his presence. A scoff escapes her lips, mocking the predictable nature of their current predicament, a cliché she finds amusing. Kim Hana's smirk widens slightly, her gaze fixed on something beyond him. The monstrous, bloody claw of the silver wolf lies inert, as a voice questions the presence of an invader in this restricted area. The purple-furred leg of the defeated captain entity confirms its demise, its presence now a mere obstacle. Kim Hana, now holding a walkie-talkie, issues crisp orders, confirming no other threats are nearby, and instructing a cleanup crew to erase all traces of the incident according to protocol. Woo Hyun reaches out a hand, a relieved sigh escaping him as he praises her competence and confirms his trust. He stands beside his colleague, receiving her report that the other locations have also calmed down a bit, while she commends his excellent work. With the situation stabilizing, she suggests they head back as soon as the cleanup team arrives. Acknowledging her words, he confirms the mission's completion, a large-scale mana incident successfully resolved. A system notification flashes, announcing his level has increased, granting him an additional ability point. Later, in a different setting, Woo Hyun responds to a summons, asking if he was called for. The response is direct. The discussion is about the invader he recently defeated. He stares at the monitor, a demonic entity displayed before him, as a deep-seated motivation echoes within, to avenge the ones he loved. During the debriefing, a voice from behind him explains, it's safe to say it's almost a different species altogether. The bald man continues, detailing the threat. There is, for one, the captain entity, which is different from the one we've seen so far. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he asks, incredulous, the entity tried to imitate you? He knew it was trying to imitate, of course, since he fought the entity himself. But the question remained, why was Kim Hana's reaction so serious? Hana, sharing his concern, muses, I wonder why that's so serious? It seems those who were behind this incident didn't mean something else than we thought. He agrees, finding that sounds likely. His thoughts turn to the chilling implications. If they're trying to change up their strategy by imitating humans. Contemplating the escalating threat, Woo Hyun acknowledges the grim reality. There is no way to stop this invasion of Earth. He understands that the disguised entities will certainly behave in a way that benefits the other world, bringing chaos to the world while further escalating their invasion. He holds the small, dark box, a sense of anticipation building as he realizes, this is it. A soft thud echoes as he steps into a room, where a woman with sleek black hair turns, her eyes wide with surprise as she exclaims, Junior. Kim Hana, standing beside him, greets the newcomer with a delighted, oh my gosh, it's Yujin. It feels like it's been too long, lol. She's so cute, while another voice adds, a wizard. Yujin then asks, what brings you here? Kim Hana clarifies, her tone shifting to a more formal one. I'm here to congratulate you. I'm here because you're the team leader, right? She gestures to the small box in his hand, revealing its contents, an official agent's badge. The official agent's badge, I mean. This badge, a symbol of his new status, represents a tradition for new recruits, a promotion from trainee to a full agent. Kim Hana then turns to Yujin, a playful smirk on her face as she adds, your assigned mission is to put it out because we have no idea what's going on in her head. He reaches into his jacket, a soft click echoing as he retrieves the newly acquired agent's badge. The official insignia gleams, a silent declaration of his promotion, as a voice from off-panel offers a simple, congratulations, Junior. Kim Hana and Yujin stand nearby, both offering genuine smiles. And Woo Hyun observes the badge in one hand, a mysterious glowing orb in the other, noting the rare sight of their smiles, which were absent in the original story. He understands that becoming a full-fledged agent brings many benefits, but there is an immediate task he must undertake. The authority to go on a solo operation is one such benefit, as a shimmering blue portal tears open in the forest, humming with energy. This new authority allows him to choose his missions and navigate complex procedures, and he steps through the glowing gateway without hesitation. Meanwhile, Kim Hana clarifies to a slightly annoyed Yujin that the mission is not Woo Hyun's choice, but rather one Yujin must undertake because she said so. Yujin protests, but Kim Hana insists there was a good reason for the assignment, even if it's not immediately apparent. He receives confirmation of his new authority, a privilege that allows him to undertake solo operations. With a nod of thanks, he turns to leave, ready to embrace his newfound independence. Kim Hana, however, calls out to him, wondering aloud what he plans to do with his newfound authority. Suddenly, her demeanor shifts as she flashes a peace sign, declaring the segment finished. She muses about being so focused that her own voice startled her, then playfully asks her audience if she surprised them. Kim Hana continues her broadcast, announcing the end of the current stream and promising an important announcement later, while news tickers scroll across her screen about a reverse time community and Haxgal finding his disciple, alongside a comments section and an upcoming audition announcement. With a proud smile, she reveals that she personally chose her streaming moniker, Superstar. As the stream concludes, the chat erupts with comments, some questioning the unusual naming sense behind the broadcast, while others simply express confusion. Meanwhile, in the studio, Kim Hannah discusses the overwhelming number of applicants they've received, with her assistant confirming that the selection process is already well underway. She then addresses her audience directly, encouraging them to anticipate the upcoming stream she'll be hosting soon. With a bright smile and a peace sign, she bids farewell to her viewers. A shimmering, ethereal light then washes over the screen. A few days later, just 10 minutes before her next Superstar In stream is set to begin, Kim Hannah confirms the final plan with her assistant, who asks if they should proceed as discussed, to which she readily agrees. Meanwhile, in a different location, a woman with short, light hair, accompanied by another figure, intently watches a screen, their faces obscured. Meanwhile, an assistant reviews the applicant pool, noting a particular candidate from UNDB, a Look Subs YouTuber. She considers the implications of selecting the rookie streamer Shauna, questioning if it's truly wise to choose someone based solely on their name. Meanwhile, a man reacts with disbelief. He continues his outburst, frustrated that Hakisa was overlooked despite his perceived lack of talent. A computer screen displays the news, revealing that he skipped and questioning the decision to pick a ragebaiter clickbait streamer. Elsewhere, a young woman named Neon holds a document, her expression suggesting a grim realization as she declares, "But whale, oh, you're done for." As the sky brightens, the countdown begins, the stream starting now everyone. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The broadcast begins with a cheerful greeting, welcoming dear viewers as a foot in a polished black shoe steps forward, signaling the start of the event. Two hosts appear, with Cha Sungchul introducing himself as the caster for the day, standing beside his female co-host. They announce the day's main event, an audition to select a new disciple, set against the backdrop of a vast, glowing stage. The camera pans over the expansive YouTube studio, designed to accommodate a large number of participants, all awaiting their turn on the illuminated platform. With a dramatic flair, the hosts reveal the first contestant, calling out the name Hakchikal without further ado. The name Hakchikal echoes through the studio. A figure steps onto the stage, introducing himself with a clear voice. "Hello, I am Baek Woo-hyun." He walks with an undeniable presence, his confident stride confirming his identity to all watching. As he stands before the hosts, a direct command rings out. "Please take off your mask." As the broadcast continues, a murmur of awe ripples through the crowd, with many exclaiming at the sheer spectacle of the event and the presence of Hakchikal. Woo-hyun, however, remains focused, his expression unreadable amidst the excitement. Meanwhile, the hosts continue their discussion, with Yoo-jae questioning the need for teammates in PvP content. Sungchul clarifies, explaining that they're not talking about standard PvP, but rather a raid. He elaborates on the nature of the challenge, describing it as one of the biggest PvE contents in the game, alongside Reverse Planet mode. Sungchul further explains that unlike typical role-playing modes, a raid cannot be cleared by a single powerful player, requiring a party to complete, though rewards are limited to once per week. Yoo-jae considers this new information, muttering the word raid thoughtfully. Sungchul then shifts the conversation back to the main purpose of the broadcast, reminding everyone that he is there to select a disciple. Woo-hyun stands before a massive screen, displaying various character profiles, his gaze fixed on the potential challenges ahead. A stern voice echoes through the broadcast, laying down the rules for potential disciples. Absolute obedience is paramount. If one lacks the confidence to commit fully, they are free to leave immediately. Furthermore, even after passing the audition, his instructions must be followed without question, a condition that elicits a disgruntled reaction from one of the female contestants. From the perspective of an observer, the terms seem fair, though the underlying message is a challenge to truly commit. However, if one possesses the will to learn, they will be rewarded with a true master. The challenge is rough, but a voice questions the master's own credentials, suggesting he must first prove his own skill. This is met with a fair point, as the broadcast continues to showcase the intense competition. Then, Cha Sungchul steps forward, his voice ringing with confidence, proposing a direct challenge, all 12 contestants against him at once. The stage is set for a dramatic display of power, as the master prepares to face the combined might of his potential disciples. He continues, setting the daunting terms for the audition, warning them to beware. Declaring that if they fail to last even a minute, he wins, prompting a contestant to protest the unexpected conditions. From the viewing area, Neon and Yoo-jae watch, wide-eyed and surprised. Sungchul clarifies the path to victory. Any contestant who lands a single hit will pass immediately. Another voice from the group expresses the seeming impossibility of such a feat without a handicap. Sungchul, unwavering, states he will neither attack first nor step outside his designated circle. Yet, even with these conditions, one challenger is already sent hurtling through the air. As a gloved hand rises from the remaining contestants, asking if they may attack simultaneously, a thought from Hakchikal wonders if anyone could possibly land a hit. Sungchul grants their request, permitting them to use any ability or weapon. As the challenge unfolds, Woo Hyun's gaze sharpens, his eye glowing with an intense, golden light. A quiet determination settles over his features, and he murmurs, "Then, let's start." Woo Hyun stands ready, his eyes glowing with a fierce red light as he observes the digital interface, which prominently displays echoes of the reverse plane and a list of killer targets. The scene shifts. As he addresses an opponent below him, declaring his terms, he won't attack first, nor will he leave the designated circle. Meanwhile, a stark reminder of the danger ahead manifests as 3 deep claw marks score the ground. The online audience weighs in, some finding his confidence amusing, others acknowledging that for Haxical, such a challenge sounds entirely doable, though a few hope for a dramatic turn of events. The unnamed challenger, raising a hand, inquires if they are permitted to attack simultaneously. Woo Hyun, with unwavering resolve, grants full permission, allowing the use of any ability or weapon. As the challenge begins, his eye flares with a brilliant yellow light, his entire face becoming enveloped in a powerful, ethereal purple glow. His voice rings out, clear and decisive, declaring the challenge to begin. The muscular opponent, unimpressed, taunts him, ready for the fight. Before the words even fully leave his mouth, Woo Hyun unleashes a searing flame spear, striking the man with explosive force. The opponent is instantly engulfed, his surprised cries lost within the inferno. As the flames rage, his eyes glow with an intense yellow light, a purple aura swirling around his face, signifying his full power. He stands unfazed amidst the fiery explosion, a testament to his control. Yet, from the smoke, the opponent's voice emerges, incredulous, claiming to have easily dodged the flame spear. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Calmly, Woo Hyun dismisses the claim, inviting all opponents to face him simultaneously, as time is short. He moves with a singular purpose, his foot lashing out with devastating force, driven by the desire to avenge those he loved. A fierce cry escapes him as he closes the distance, his body wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, clashing against his opponent's defensive yellow energy. The exchange is a blur of motion and power, purple and yellow light erupting with every strike. Until, with a final, explosive burst, his fist ignites, delivering a searing blow. The impact sends his opponent reeling, face contorted in pain, the force rippling through him. The fallen opponent mutters that the attack didn't truly work, claiming he had to dodge it, and isn't as strong as he once was. But Woo Hyun, standing over him, simply declares to the unseen crowd, "Everyone, don't give up yet." A light-haired figure, clad in tactical gear, surges forward with intense blue energy swirling around them, declaring, "From here on, we'll handle it." As they continue their rapid advance, with Woo Hyun visible in the distance, "Leave it to us." Their face, framed by light hair and glowing blue particles, hardens with resolve. As Woo Hyun joins the charge, both figures moving with incredible speed, leaving streaks of blue energy in their wake. Woo Hyun then announces as part of the coordinated assault, "I attack from below," his leg already sweeping upwards, preparing a powerful strike. While another dark-suited figure, shrouded in shadow and blue light, adds their voice to the strategy, "And me from above," moving with such incredible speed that their form blurs into a streak of dark blue and light. As a figure is suddenly launched high into the air, reacting with a surprised cry, "What?" As the coordinated assault concludes, onlookers marvel at the spectacle, some commenting on the sheer audacity of throwing so many opponents away, while others liken the experience to an exhilarating amusement park ride, finding the chaos surprisingly fun. A sharp, resounding impact echoes. As 3 figures, Woo Hyun's allies, share a quiet, knowing chuckle, their expressions a mix of amusement and satisfaction. Another heavy thud follows, confirming the finality of the attack as one of the dark-suited allies stands triumphantly over a defeated opponent, while the light-haired figure and another ally observe from a short distance. The audience continues their commentary, some expressing disbelief that 12 bronze, silver, and gold players couldn't even force him out of the circle, highlighting the overwhelming skill displayed. Woo Hyun, looking utterly composed, declares that the entire encounter barely felt like a warm-up, challenging anyone present to object to his assessment. Immediately, the light-haired ally bows deeply, emphatically assuring him that no one would dare. A smirk plays on Woo Hyun's lips, as he confidently asserts that such a display merely serves as further proof of his unparalleled skill. He still needs to keep practicing his skills daily, a thought that echoes through his mind. Now, as he watches the screen, the superstar in audition is about to begin, with Young Nayeon and Cha Sungchul ready to commentate. A soft sigh escapes him, a mix of anticipation and perhaps a touch of weariness. Meanwhile, the audience chat is already buzzing, with one user, Ewan Harkland, finding humor in the name Superstar in. On screen, Cha Sungchul confirms the audition is in full swing, then turns to Young Nayeon, asking her who she believes is the best participant. The 2 commentators are seen in a close-up, their expressions focused on the unfolding events. A smirk plays on Woo Hyun's lips as he considers the first mission, a demonstration of ability control without any external modifiers. The challenge is revealed to be a simple one, requiring participants to lift a 500 kilograms barbell, a task met with a dismissive "ha" from an unseen observer. The audience chat continues to react, questioning the difficulty of starting with such a challenge and the implications of using abilities without modifiers for 3 whole minutes. As the superstar in Audition continued, the commentator, Cha Sungchul, clarified the mission parameters, emphasizing that the 500 kilogram barbell must be lifted without any modifiers, a rule that applied to everyone. Jung Nayeon, his fellow commentator, then added that the mission was designed to test pure ability control, not external enhancements. The audience murmured, some wondering if they were seeing a spirit photo, others questioning the nature of the ghostly thing on the screen, and many speculating about the true meaning of modifiers and the mission's difficulty. Cha Sungchul continued, explaining that those who failed to lift the barbell would be eliminated, and an audience member voiced their concern, asking if the participants had any special advantages. More voices from the crowd questioned the speed of the mission and whether there was any advantage to completing it quickly. The commentators seemed to be taking turns speaking, a strange dynamic for some viewers, while the rules clarified that scores would be distributed based on the order of passing, giving an advantage to those who finished first. Jung Nayeon then announced the elimination criteria, stating that once the second mission began, for people with the lowest total scores would be eliminated. She reiterated the number, for people. Nayeon concluded, explaining that the rules had been retroactively applied to previous seasons, ensuring fairness and preventing any unfair advantages. As the rules were clarified, emphasizing that scores would be based on the order of completion, even including practice time, the command to begin echoed through the arena. Just 5 minutes later, the contestants were already pushing themselves to their limits, straining with immense effort to lift the heavy barbell. Every participant was completely absorbed in their practice, their focus unwavering as they battled the daunting weight. Meanwhile, the audience engaged in their own form of competition, placing bets on who would pass the mission first. Jung Nayeon, observing the scene, expressed her hopes for specific contestants, while Cha Sungchul offered his own prediction. The commentators noted that all 3 contestants were melee builds, which typically possess body reinforcement skills suitable for heavy lifting, but Nayeon questioned if this mission was unfairly disadvantaging ranged users. The audience's comments quickly turned to outrage, accusing the show of bias towards melee builds and questioning the fairness of the entire stream. The sheer volume of negative feedback was overwhelming, causing Nayeon to react with visible concern. As she stammered in disbelief, a problem-detecting sensor activated, signaling an unexpected issue. Nayeon throws her hands up in exasperation, protesting that the mission is unfair to ranged fighters. While Sungchul, looking at the screen displaying the contestants, calmly explains that there's a reason for the mission's design, and that the problem will resolve itself once the mission begins. The audience chat, however, remains divided, with some calling for fairness for ranged users and others mocking the perceived fear of a female contestant, leaving Nayeon still questioning the situation. Meanwhile, on the stage, Yoo Jae-hin confidently declares her willingness to challenge the task, with another contestant echoing her determination. The stage is set, and the challenge is about to begin. Contestants gather around the massive barbells, their forms varied, as the timer counts down to the start of the mission. Sungchul observes the scene, noting that the mission is designed to test their true abilities, without relying on external modifiers. As both commentators watch, the audience chat continues to buzz with predictions and encouragement, some believing the twins will pass, others expressing faith in specific contestants. As the challenge begins, a contestant strains under the immense weight of the barbell, a voice from the side taunting, "Hey Ui, so, why don't you give up already?" Beside her, Yoo Jae-hin, equally burdened, responds with a determined grimace, "Sorry, but your big sis here doesn't give up so quickly." The audience chat lights up, commenting on the playful rivalry, with some noting they're having a sibling fight again, and others observing that seeing how they're still talking, they're fine lol. 2 minutes later, the tension remains high. The muscular contestant, LNDB, continues to tremble under the strain, her red eyes fixed on the challenge. More audience comments flood in, cheering for LNDB and discussing her identity, with one user exclaiming, "LNDB, you can do it. You're representing the boomers," and another clarifying, "LNDB is a female high school student. That appearance is just character customization." This sparks further questions. For real? And you think? Finally, Yoo Jae-hin collapses, unable to hold the weight any longer, as the announcer declares, and LNDB made it to 2 minutes and 1 second. Cha Sungchul, observing the scene, muses that Yoo Jae-hin momentarily lost focus, while the narration confirms that as we speak, the twins made it past 2 minutes. With both contestants still standing, the official announcement rings out, "Congratulations, we have our first successful candidates." Among the cheering crowd, Woo-hyun, with a bright smile, exclaims, "Hell yes." He observes the screen, noting that the 2 successful candidates finished first, a result he attributes to his own hactical influence, yet a surge of frustration still washes over him, demanding to know if he can retry right away. Meanwhile, the host, Cha Sungchul, addresses Yoo Jae-hin, confirming that the time for the next attempt starts now, as the competition continues its relentless pace. And with a burst of effort, LNDB successfully passes the challenge on her second try, securing another spot. Watching the results, Woo-hyun curses under his breath, realizing how few spots are left. The pressure mounts as he considers the possibility of elimination, knowing he must secure a top 4 position. The thought of failing after all his rigorous training fills him with dread, imagining the embarrassment of not even making it into the top 4. With a renewed sense of resolve, he stares at his hacker profile, knowing he has to take decisive action. Just then, Cha Sung-chul's voice booms, announcing the 4th successful candidate, drawing everyone's attention as Young Nayeon, Yoo Ji-hin, LNDB, and another muscular contestant react to the news. With the latest spot filled, Cha Sung-chul then asks the remaining participants, who among them wishes to go next. He watches as Yoo Ji-hin, ever the efficient organizer, oversees the proceedings. A new contestant, a powerfully built man, steps up to the challenge, prompting a voice to exclaim, so that's how you do it, as another asks, why are you going to challenge? Cha Sung-chul, the commentator, notes that he too has learned the technique, as the muscular man confidently declares, yes, I'll go next. Yoo Ji-hin then instructs him to change your system window to visible mode and come up to the stage. Woo-hyun watches intently as the stage is set for the next attempt, Yoo Ji-hin poised at the console. With a glowing tablet in hand, the challenge officially begins as a voice announces, all right, the challenge will begin now. The muscular contestant strains, his body taut with effort, as he lifts the massive weight. He pushes through the resistance, his determination unwavering. Sweat drips from his brow as he triumphs, a proud smile breaking through his exertion, declaring, way to go, me. An official watches with a grimace as the announcement rings out, confirming that Blue Whale has passed the challenge in just 2 minutes on their first attempt. Online, the chatter is immediate, with users expressing surprise that Blue Whale was actually talented, admitting they thought it was just clickbait, and acknowledging that the contestant was doing better than expected. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun's gaze sharpens, his eye glowing with an intense, almost analytical light as he observes the unfolding events. The official announcement confirms the contestant's success once more, declaring that 3 minutes have passed and the challenge is officially cleared, much to Young Nayeon's wide-eyed surprise. A triumphant yes escapes the successful contestant, as the system congratulates them and instructs them to proceed to the designated area. LNDB, the victorious contestant, begins to walk away, guided by Yoo Ji-hin, when a sudden command cuts through the air, wait. Woo-hyun stands, his back to the viewer, confronting the official, who looks utterly bewildered, asking, what do you think you're doing? Huh? Me. The online chat erupts once more, with users questioning what's happening, commenting on the sudden change in atmosphere, and wondering if Haxical is angry. Woo-hyun's voice cuts through the confusion, accusing the official, think I wouldn't notice you're on a modifier right now? Driven by an unyielding resolve, he continues his pursuit, his every action fueled by the memory of those he loved. As the official questions the possibility of a modifier being used, dismissing it as untrue, online observers chime in, some skeptical that Blue Whale could have cheated, while others point out the system window appears blurry, almost like a fake image. Yoo Ji-hin, still processing the accusation, turns to him, asking why he believes a modifier is at play. From his perspective, the scrambled data on the system window wasn't random noise, but rather unique changes adapted from the modifier itself, appearing in real time. He reveals his discovery, stating he found out what was being adapted from its original form in real time, a revelation met with derision from an online commenter who mocks how anyone could possibly see such a thing. The official, clearly agitated, warns him that his certainty will cause problems, but Woo-hyun's grip on his wrist tightens as he calmly asserts his absolute conviction. With an unwavering gaze, Woo-hyun demands to see the official's real modifier system window, not the fake one he's presenting. He stands before the official, demanding to know if he can truly see the truth, challenging him directly. Then, with unwavering resolve, he lays out the stakes, 300 million gold by month's end. If he's wrong, he'll take responsibility and quit streaming, but if that's not enough, he vows to take his revenge too. He presses further, his voice cutting through the tension, asking if that's enough, and daring the official to try adjusting his modifier system now. The official's face contorts in a mask of pure fury, his jaw clenched tight, veins bulging as the accusation hits its mark. With a frustrated slam of his hand, he finally concedes, his voice laced with reluctant fury, agreeing to the terms. Woo-hyun knew this wouldn't end well with just an apology, believing that if he was wrong, he would accept his punishment. But if he wasn't, then the other party would have to take responsibility too, as the system challenged him, asking if 110% was enough and to adjust his modifier. The official, seething with anger, finally conceded, agreeing to the terms, but Woo-hyun immediately noticed something was wrong, wondering why the system wasn't working and was lagging. Without hesitation, the official declared there was no need for further review, disqualifying him, muttering in frustration about having believed in him, as the system had already detected his cheating. Woo-hyun, glowing with a powerful blue aura, commanded them to blow their stream, as Blue Whale logged out. Meanwhile, Yoo Ji-hin, discussing the matter with the official, confirmed there was no way he could have cleared the mission, but also that they had confirmed he wasn't cheating, before she left the toxic atmosphere of the Hunters Association. As expected, the second mission was filled with cheaters, with players manipulating rules to take the top spots. A new mission begins as a trio of figures, a stoic man, a small, glowing robot, and a woman with dark hair and a blue aura, stand ready in a futuristic landscape. This is the Planet System's 10th challenge, a second mission that some observers lament not making it into, though they find solace in still being able to stream the event. As a group of participants departs, a voice offers a polite, if somewhat dismissive, "Thank you for your effort." Meanwhile, Yujin and Cha Sungchul review the mission parameters, explaining that after a 4-on-4 battle, the remaining players will split up for another round. The mission details clarify that there will be a Team A and a Team B, with one task to protect a core and the other to destroy it. Team A is comprised of the dark-haired woman, Shuria, and her small robot companion, while LNDB leads Team B, prompting Young Nayeon to exclaim, "Oh, is this ranged versus melee?" Young Nayeon continues her commentary, noting Shuria's awkwardness as the only ranged player on Team B, finding her so cute, and even jokingly calling for donations, before asking about the overall team mission. Yujin, still focused on her tablet, reminds everyone about the incredibly high stakes of the team mission. As Woohyun prepares for action, glowing with power, the final objective is revealed. Within 10 minutes, the team that defeats more intermediates wins. The rules for the second mission continue to unfold, detailing how small, glowing cores will spawn every minute over the field, and standing within them secures victory. Any attempt to view an opponent's team field will result in immediate disqualification. Each team is granted 2 opportunities to complete the challenge, with only the higher score being recorded as the final result. As the hosts, Cha Sungchul and Yujin, finalize the briefing, she confirms that participants are free to use any weapon they desire, with a consistent 20% modifier applied. Meanwhile, Shuria, a ranged player from Team A, stands ready within a glowing blue circle, 3 small, humanoid robots already materializing before her as she acknowledges the impending challenge. With the final preparations complete, the mission officially commences. The result of the first challenge is swift and brutal. As Team A is defeated in a mere 17 seconds, their skeletal remains scattered across the field. Young Nayeon, observing the outcome, expresses her surprise, noting that Team A was defeated in only 8 seconds, yet somehow still holds a slight lead. She ponders the strategic implications, considering that teams with ranged build users typically possess an advantage, especially when enemies appear sequentially. Ranged builds possess a distinct advantage, capable of focusing fire from a distance and picking off opponents one by one. Conversely, if melee builds cannot close the distance quickly, they find themselves surrounded and overwhelmed, unable to deal with multiple threats simultaneously. This inherent lack of synergy between melee builds often leads to their disadvantage, a fact that some might perceive as discriminatory, though it is merely a statement of objective reality. As the explanation concludes, a contestant with spiky hair sighs, acknowledging the truth of the assessment, while her companion, Shuria, wonders if they are truly meant to fight alone. Shuria then clarifies, stating that she believes they will receive coaching, a sentiment echoed by the system's confirmation that coaching will indeed be provided for Team M. Young Nayeon, observing the proceedings, acknowledges the fairness issue inherent in the mission design, but notes that the rules are set and the participants must adapt. She confirms that she will be coaching Team M. In the studio, Cha Sungchul stands beside Yujin, preparing to announce the next phase of the mission. He declares that he will be coaching Team M, a team that has already demonstrated a strong affinity for ranged combat. 2 contestants, LNDB and Shuria, quietly discuss the recent coaching assignments, wondering if the other team's coach should also be assigned to Team A. They consider that Hachikal, also a ranged player, might be a better fit for Team A, suggesting that Sungchul should coach their own team instead. Shuria agrees, emphasizing the fairness of having a ranged player like Hachikal coach Team A, a sentiment echoed by her companion. Young Nayeon, observing the feedback, acknowledges their agreement, promising to discuss their opinions after a short break. The focus then shifts to the upcoming challenge, highlighting the critical need to understand the traits of ethnos for effective combat. Cha Sungchul, accompanied by Yujin, addresses Team M. He begins his instruction by revealing a crucial characteristic of ethnos, their complete lack of fear in the face of death. This fearlessness, he explains, means they will charge relentlessly, even on what appear to be suicidal missions. Despite their ferocity, Sungchul assures them that ethnal movements are predictable, posing a rhetorical question before revealing the simple truth: they always charge forward. He then shifts his stance, challenging his students, declaring it time for a knock-knock match. He instructs one of them to pretend you're an intermediate ethnal and attack me. With a focused gaze, he prepares himself, ready to demonstrate the ethnal's predictable movements. From a distance, Woohyun observes the scene, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he notes the profound shift in Sungchul's momentum. The unnamed participant, a muscular man with long gray hair, charges forward, a short blade glinting in his hand as he embodies the relentless ethnal. But before the blade can connect, Sungchul moves with blinding speed, a powerful kick sending the man sprawling to the ground with a grunt of pain. He follows through with another rapid, precise strike, his movements a blur of efficiency. A splash of blood marks his face, yet his gaze remains intensely focused, his glasses slightly askew from the force of his own actions. With a final, explosive impact, he delivers a decisive kick, demonstrating the full power required to neutralize an ethnic threat. To avenge the one she loved, LNDB prepares for battle, her expression fierce. But before she can act, an unseen force strikes, sending her reeling backward, a pained grunt escaping her lips. Two figures emerge from the verdant landscape, a blonde-haired man commanding, "Let's attack him at once," as his black-haired companion confirms, "I'll take the left." The blonde attacker lunges forward, his hand glowing with energy, striking one opponent and sending another tumbling to the ground. LNDB looks up, surrounded by a barrage of glowing projectiles, her situation growing dire. Despite the danger, she prepares a counterattack, a glowing blue orb forming in her hand, muttering, "If my aim is off, I'll hit my comrades." Her attack connects, and the blonde-haired opponent recoils, a sharp cry of pain escaping him. LNDB presses her advantage, a glowing purple weapon now clutched in her hand, ready to deliver another blow. The blonde-haired man is left injured and defeated, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he groans in agony. LNDB, still fueled by her desire for vengeance, launches herself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to her blonde-haired opponent. The impact sends him reeling, his face contorted in pain as he struggles to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun watches the unfolding battle, his expression calm and collected as he extends a hand, perhaps in thought or anticipation. Yoo-jin, standing beside him, expresses her amazement at the spectacle, while LNDB continues her relentless assault in the background. The audience, watching the live feed, wonders why they are observing such a brutal fight, with some admitting they would do the same if they were there. As Woo-hyun and Yoo-jin walk away from the observation point, Yoo-jin remarks on the unexpected build composition of the combatants, while LNDB's fight continues in the distance. Yoo-jin apologizes for her earlier outburst, assuring Woo-hyun that everything will be fine as long as he's there, before suggesting they wait for a while. 15 minutes pass. After the brief interlude, LNDB is seen once more, delivering another powerful kick, sending her blonde opponent flying through the air with considerable force. As the battle looms, a voice commands, "Team B, get ready." Deep within the forest, two glowing humanoid robots stand poised, awaiting their command. LNDB braces herself, knowing the fight is about to begin. She launches into action, her powerful kick connecting with the first robot, sending a shockwave through its metallic frame. But the machines are relentless, one attempting a swift counterattack, forcing her to remember, always be ready for counterattacks. She recovers instantly, her leg blurring as she sends the attacking robot flying through the air. Another robot closes in, but her fist meets its head with a resounding impact, glowing particles erupting from the force. The force of her blow sends it reeling, hurtling backward through the trees. With a golden ring glinting on her finger, she delivers yet another powerful strike, her arm glowing with raw energy. Amidst a flurry of robotic adversaries, she prepares for the next phase of the challenge, knowing exactly what she must do. The core of their team elimination strategy, she recalls, rests upon Shurya, the soul mage, and she needs to update her on the situation. With a resolute nod, she confirms her understanding. Her target, a glowing robotic adversary, stands ready. From a distant observation room, an official watches the unfolding chaos, a gasp escaping him as he witnesses the sheer power on display. With a powerful exhalation, she channels her energy. A concentrated burst of frigid energy erupts from her, forming an ice drill, aimed directly at her foe. The attack connects with devastating force, shattering the air with icy shards and a brilliant blue aura. Determined, she vows to protect her teammates and continue the fight, while unseen observers cheer on Shurya, urging her to claim first place. LNDB moves with such incredible speed, a blur of green energy, striking with devastating force. From the observation room, Cha Sungchul and Yoo-jin watch in astonishment as LNDB's speed is highlighted on screen, a commentator exclaiming that this isn't the same team they used to be, marking the comeback of the Ice Queen. The screen flashes with the question, "What's going on?" As the comeback of the Ice Queen continues, with the timer ticking down, time's up. Another powerful impact ripples through the arena, sending debris flying as LNDB's relentless assault continues. The battlefield is littered with the husks of defeated robots, a testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. Online commentators flood the chat, marveling at the score of 14, wow, and declaring, "What a comeback LOL." They question if Haxicle's coaching can improve them this much, noting that it only took 30 minutes. Cha Sungchul expresses his disbelief, stating, "Nobody expected them to improve their teamwork in such a short time. Haxicle's coaching really is something." Yoo-jin, however, wonders why Team Egg don't get shaken up. What have they been doing? With renewed determination, Cha Sungchul declares, "She's right. Let's do our best," as Yoo-jin adds, "Let's wipe them all." However, LNDB stands triumphant amidst the wreckage, having single-handedly defeated 15 members of Team A, earning over 300,000 KRW. As the final scores flashed across the screen, confirming Team B's victory with a record-breaking 27 points, LNDB watched the results, a wave of relief washing over her. Meanwhile, Yoo-jin held her tablet, the display announcing the victor, the words, "which means the winner is." hanging in the air. And with the official announcement, Team B erupted in cheers, celebrating their hard-fought triumph. LNDB, still processing the intensity of the battle, admitted it had been a close call, believing she was on the verge of defeat. Despite Team A's strong performance, ultimately falling to Team B's overwhelming strength, and the impressive feat of defeating 12 opponents to reach the top 8, Cha Sungchul found himself feeling a touch unsatisfied with the outcome. Yoo however, was focused on the bigger picture, observing Shuria's improved performance and confidently asserting that Hakchukul possessed the ability to coach hundreds of users to similar success. As Woohyun began to walk away, a small crowd, including Young Naeon, called out to him, eager for some of his valuable advice before he departed. Without turning back, he simply offered a concise, affirmative response. He reflects on the past, remembering a time when his sole purpose was to avenge those he loved. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, Cha Sungchul muses on the strength of the psychokinetic field Woohyun wields, acknowledging its truly unique and terrifying ability. Yoo agrees, adding that he can even advise ranged operatives, which she finds incredibly impressive. Later, as he walks away from a crowd of admirers, Woohyun offers a polite, "Thank you for your time, and see you again." Young Naeon then approaches him, explaining that for the grand finale, they've prepared a special mission, a PvP survival competition. She clarifies that the final mission will be a battle royale, a PvP survival competition. The screen behind them displays images of fierce combatants, illustrating the intensity of the upcoming challenge. Young Naeon continues, explaining that it means the teams are disbanded, and it's every person for themselves. Woohyun listens intently as she concludes, setting the stage for the ultimate individual test. The rules of the grand finale are made brutally clear. From this moment forward, all participants are to kill each other. After a strenuous workout, the day's training session finally concludes. Kong's Soil stretches, a soft sigh escaping her lips as she expresses her gratitude. Suddenly remembering something important, she checks her phone, her eyes widening at the SSN results. The screen displays a message from the Reverse the Community, confirming the victory of the twins. A small smile plays on her lips as she acknowledges the expected outcome. Considering the next step, she muses about calling someone, knowing that only a fool would decline an offer to become a coach. Later, seated beside Woohyun, she discusses the possibility of the team choosing members they've met before. A bright smile illuminates her face as she anticipates another broadcast together soon. Her fingers danced across the screen, a familiar rhythm of engagement and connection. Meanwhile, on a live broadcast, the host, Choi Hyungchul, greeted his audience, announcing 2 special guests for the day, Woohyun and Yoojin. A question flashed across the screen, asking about their progress in PvP, to which Soil mused aloud, admitting she couldn't quite recall, believing they had taken a break because of her. The host confirmed their current standing, then declared it was time to begin today's challenge. Another prompt appeared, presenting Choice 07. As Soil confidently stated, she played Overtime the Reverse Planet by herself. As the broadcast continued, the team's synergy was noted as perfect. Later, LNDB reassured Naeon that with her skills, it wouldn't be a problem, though Naeon seemed to have reservations. Soil then whispered to Naeon, expressing her concern about managing so many game channels by herself. A soft chime echoes through the pristine, modern space. As Woohyun takes a deliberate step forward, a quiet certainty settling over him as he acknowledges its arrival. It's here. His gaze fixed on a screen, he considers the situation, acknowledging that while others might find his perception unusual, he simply possesses a heightened sensitivity. As his eyes begin to glow with an inner light, he prepares for the unexpected attack, knowing it originates from the very source he anticipates. His expression hardens, convinced that if they attack again, the outcome will be no different. Meanwhile, Soil remarks on the obvious play twist of the situation, while Naeon hopes he can pull it off, fearing the worst if anything goes wrong. He glances at his phone, a small glow emanating from it, sensing that the moment is upon them. From their vantage point, Naeon questions if it's an obvious setup for an ambush, while Soil confirms that the hunting dogs will indeed appear again soon. As Woohyun takes another resolute step, Naeon's voice rings out, calling his name in encouragement. Her words reach him, a declaration of unwavering support, as she expresses her long-held desire to see him succeed and extends an invitation to join her. Meanwhile, in a different setting, Cha Sungchul acknowledges his new status, feeling a sense of accomplishment as an official agent. He offers a word of encouragement, receiving a polite acknowledgement in return, as a massive, glowing blue crystal stands silently in the distance. Far from the official's world, a dark, star-dusted sky hangs over an unknown, mystical landscape. Woohyun finds himself within this strange new realm, his gaze fixed on a pulsating blue portal that hums with otherworldly energy. A message on his phone warns of security personnel near a hidden dungeon, but he can't shake the feeling that they wouldn't go to such lengths just to hide. The air crackles with an unseen presence, and he realizes with a jolt that he is completely surrounded. The blue portal continues to glow ominously, a silent witness to the impending confrontation. From the deep shadows of the forest, 6 pairs of glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, confirming the number of his unseen adversaries. Before he can react, a sudden, explosive burst of orange and red energy erupts from the shadows, striking with immense force. To avenge the ones he loved, Woo-hyun moves with blinding speed, a sudden, powerful strike from an unseen assailant barely grazing him as he twists away. The air crackles with green energy as he continues to evade, his body a fluid dance against the relentless assault. Then, with a surge of purple light, he retaliates, a powerful counterattack erupting from his form. His fist connects with unseen force, the impact echoing through the confined space. The assailant is thrown backward, a shadowy figure sent hurtling through the air by the sheer force of his blow. Woo-hyun stands triumphant, his first opponent, a shadowy figure clutching a spear, now defeated at his feet. But before he can fully recover, another unseen blow sends him sprawling to the ground. A voice echoes, "My." From his prone position, he looks up to see 5 more shadowy figures standing before him, one of them remarking, "Your senses are much sharper than I imagined." The speaker, a man with slicked-back dark hair and glowing red eyes, steps forward, greeting him with a chilling smile. "Nice to meet you, Baek Woo-hyun." Still on the ground, he hears a voice continue its taunt, asking if he should be called test subject number 48. A sharp-featured man with glowing yellow eyes watches him. As Woo-hyun, looking up at the stormy sky, demands to know if they are from the Enterprise. The voice responds, acknowledging his speed, but promising to slow him down, before commanding him to return to the lab. The glowing-eyed man stands over him, repeating the command, "Return to the lab." Another antagonist, a smirking man in a suit, laughs, boasting that they possess the abilities of both his adversaries and his allies, to which Woo-hyun simply retorts, "Bullshit." As the words hang in the air, Woo-hyun's fist clenches, a crimson energy crackling around it. He rises, a glowing red weapon materializing in his hand, his entire body enveloped in a defiant crimson aura. His hand clenches once more, the red energy flaring as he delivers his own retort, "Stop with the dog's hit." A smirk plays on the antagonist's lips, his voice dripping with condescension as he remarks, "It's unfortunate to hear that," he continues, purple energy beginning to crackle around him, "because what's about to happen now is entirely your fault. Test subject number 48. With a sharp command to "Get him," the antagonist unleashes his power, but before they can even move, Woo-hyun erupts in a blinding crimson aura, charging forward with a glowing red weapon already forming in his hand. He closes the distance in an instant, forcing the first antagonist to throw up a crackling purple barrier in defense. His smirk vanishing as Woo-hyun's relentless assault intensifies. The glowing red weapon slams into the barrier, shattering it with a violent burst of energy. And Woo-hyun unleashes a powerful crimson wave that sends both antagonists reeling backward with a pained grunt, their purple energy disrupted by the sheer force. They struggle to regain their footing, clearly unprepared for such a fierce counterattack. Woo-hyun stands resolute amidst the dissipating energy, his crimson aura still blazing, his gaze unwavering and determined. Driven by a fierce resolve to avenge those he loved, Woo-hyun unleashes a devastating kick, his body a blur of motion as a crimson blade of energy manifests, tearing through the purple defenses of his opponent. The enemy's protective barrier shatters into countless crystalline fragments. Even as the other antagonist desperately urges, "Don't stop, keep pushing." But the crimson power is relentless, pushing back against the purple energy with overwhelming force. A colossal explosion erupts, a blinding clash of red and blue energy that rips through the very fabric of the distorted space. The red energy surges upward, consuming everything in its path, leaving him standing alone amidst a landscape of fractured, glowing shards. While in another location, a young woman remarks, "Hactical's level is pretty incredible," her companion watching intently. As the dust settled, the online community buzzed with disbelief, with some commenting that one would need at least Hellhound to take on Hactical, and even then, it might not be enough. One of the defeated antagonists, still reeling from the impact, could only question how their formidable barrier had been so utterly destroyed, while another muttered that it simply couldn't be helped. Another, his face contorted in shock, could only imagine the sheer power required for such a takeoff. Meanwhile, in a different location, Kang Soil, watching the feed, confessed she had never heard of anyone capable of such a feat, and Cha Sungchul agreed, believing it transcended mere ability. The implication hung heavy in the air, as Sungchul concluded that it meant only one thing. Haxical had done it again, a sentiment echoed by the global online communities already in an uproar over the scam and threatening repercussions. Woo-hyun, now standing in a dark, ethereal space, his eyes glowing with power, knew they would never hear of anyone capable of such a feat on the other side. One of the defeated antagonists, gritting his teeth in pain and frustration, decided it was time to retreat for now. Elsewhere, a monstrous, shadowy claw, wreathed in purple energy, struggled and groaned, barely holding itself together within the fractured reality. He unleashed a devastating assault, sending the monstrous purple-skinned creature reeling, its glowing red eyes wide with pain. He fixed his gaze upon the struggling entity, acknowledging the sheer power he was wielding, a silent vow to avenge those he cherished. The creature continued to be violently pushed back, its form distorting under the relentless impact, groaning as red energy pulsed from its head. Observing the chaos, Kong Soil's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing the immense power at play and the daunting prospect of facing multiple such warriors. Cha Sungchul, equally stunned, braced himself for the escalating conflict. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick, followed by a hand enveloped in crackling purple lightning, striking with overwhelming force. His face set in grim determination as the potent energy surged around him. He unleashes a torrent of crackling purple lightning, his form a blur of raw power. Meanwhile, the system registers the overwhelming surge, observers questioning. What the hell? One pill is enough to do that. His ability is so much stronger now. The sheer force of his attacks makes it clear, the power is undeniably different. He slams a fiery kick into the monstrous opponent, following up with a flurry of energy slashes that tear through the air, each strike pushing the creature back with explosive force. His eyes glow with fierce determination, his resolve unwavering as he prepares for the next devastating move. From afar, the observers watch in disbelief, one noting, he's been completely pushed into the defensive. How can one drug change them so critically? Can Haxical break through this? Despite the concern, Wu Hyun presses on, delivering another powerful, green energy-infused strike, his relentless assault showing no signs of stopping. To avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun launched himself forward, his foot blurring with a potent green energy. The impact unleashed a devastating wave of emerald force, engulfing everything in its path. As he landed, a silent question echoed through the space. Was it almost over? The force of the blast sent his opponents reeling, their bodies thrown back as one of them glared with glowing green eyes. Observing their erratic movements, Wu Hyun realized they were being controlled by something else entirely. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates through the air as vibrant green energy erupts from the ground, sending a crow scattering. Amidst the chaos, Wu Hyun moves with deadly precision, unleashing a barrage of attacks that send his enemies reeling amidst explosions and debris. His green energy continues to surge, striking a large, shadowy figure with immense force. The attack connects squarely with an official-looking man, who recoils, thinking to himself, it's almost as if. Not letting up, the protagonist brings his heavy boot down, shattering the very ground beneath him. The impact echoes with a resounding crash, a testament to the sheer force unleashed. Standing over the devastation, Wu Hyun grips his weapon, a frustrated darn, escaping his lips. But the battle is far from over, as in the distance, a new, ominous blue energy begins to manifest, hinting at a greater threat. Driven by a profound desire to avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun surveys the monstrous horde before him, wondering if they are controlled by something, or if they simply move on their own. He dismisses the idea of them being mere monsters, his grip tightening on his weapon, knowing there's a deeper force at play. With a decisive surge of power, he resolves to end this quickly and begin his investigation, his foot striking the ground with explosive force as he launches forward. He closes the distance in an instant, a glowing figure amidst the encroaching enemies. Unleashing a torrent of searing energy, he engulfs his opponents in a devastating flamethrower attack. The intense heat radiates from him, his gaze fixed on the inferno he has created. The explosion rips through the enemy ranks, leaving only destruction in its wake. Before the smoke can even clear, he follows up with a swift, powerful kick, sending another foe flying. He moves with such incredible speed, leaving a blurring trail as he closes the distance, while unseen voices question his swiftness and ability to pierce through fire. But as he reaches his target, multiple dark figures and a massive guardian stone creature attempt to corner him, launching a coordinated assault. He grunts, enduring the sudden onslaught, a flash of pain crossing his transformed features. But then, a surge of raw, purple energy begins to emanate from him, as another voice urges his pursuers to corner him. With a roar, he unleashes a devastating energy attack, purple and green lightning crackling around him. The attack, a concentrated wave cannon, erupts from his hands, a swirling vortex of destructive force. The powerful blast expands rapidly, engulfing his surroundings and sending distant figures flying. It tears through the metallic environment, leaving trails of light and debris in its wake. The destructive force culminates in a massive explosion, shattering everything in its path. The devastating wave cannon had left a frozen, shattered landscape in its wake, blue energy still crackling amidst the jagged ice formations. A faint hum lingered in the air, the residual power slowly fading. But before he could fully assess the destruction, Wu Hyun's glowing red eyes widened in disbelief, a single thought escaping him. What in the? An unseen force slammed into him, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. He found himself falling, surrounded by a swarm of enemies, their attacks relentless, as he muttered, "Phew, they can't be as magical even when they're judges." From the sidelines, a voice declared, "I believed in him from the start," while another scoffed, "Non-believers, get out." But Wu Hyun was already moving, a glowing weapon appearing in his hand as he prepared to counter, a sharp, "Hey," cutting through the air. In a flash, he reversed the situation, his purple-skinned hand clamping around an enemy's throat, lifting them effortlessly. His glowing red eyes bore into the struggling figure as he demanded, "That drug just now." The enemy could only manage a pained, Ugh. The enemy's face, now also tinged purple and streaked with blood, contorted in agony and confusion as they gasped, "Why? This pain isn't supposed to." Kneeling amidst the glowing purple debris, a single foot of a fallen foe nearby, he reflects on his motivation to avenge the ones he loved. The enemy he interrogated now gone, he ponders the implications of the mysterious drug, a substance that didn't exist on the other side. He reaches for a fragment of the strange energy, his thoughts consumed by the unknown substance, trying to look into it further. Standing, he scans the ravaged ground, determined to uncover any remaining traces, needing to see if there are any clues left. Finding only discarded weapons, he questions the scarcity of evidence, wondering if this is all there is. The small glowing shard he holds offers no answers, confirming there's nothing useful here, but a familiar voice calls out, breaking his solitude. Turning, he sees two allies hurrying towards him through the eerie purple glow of the desolate landscape. The male ally apologizes for their tardiness, while the female ally expresses concern about her senses in the strange environment, noting they should go as her senses are affected. The male ally remarks on the predictable nature of their situation, calling it a cliché at this point, as the female ally adds that despite the delay, this mission has provided ample new mysteries and plot hooks. As the story continues to expand, moving from corporate influence to the very core of the Tug's organization, an agent confirms that intel has been received. The hunting dogs are set to attack today, a development that has the overseas community buzzing with predictions about Haxical Stream and the mysterious TL-01. Meanwhile, in a dense, overgrown area, Woo-hyun is confronted by a pink-haired woman, who asks how he knew she was there, to which she replies that she arrived not long after he left. Back with the agent, he reflects that the intel they received was the exact opposite of what happened, concluding that the target must have been a mole within their organization, who immediately did his job after the misdirection. The pink-haired woman, now in an industrial setting with two other figures, asserts that she will handle the situation, ensuring no one contradicts her. With a determined expression, she gives the order to begin the cleanup work. The night falls over a sprawling city, its towering buildings illuminated against the dark sky. He stands alone in the vast, dark expanse of a futuristic corridor, the blue glow of unseen technology reflecting in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit office, another man confirms his suspicions, remarking that if Anonymous Viewer 62 is indeed a developer, then his earlier assessment was correct. His yellow eyes narrow in thought, as he considers the implications of a fully adaptive AI. The protagonist's gaze remains distant, his mind seemingly elsewhere. The woman in the office continues, her words echoing the gravity of the situation. The concept of unlocking a new feature seems to resonate with him, a teddy bear icon appearing as a strange visual metaphor. The antagonist's face contorts in a grimace, muttering about a concept game and the world that only I can play. The protagonist's expression remains unreadable, his thoughts consumed by the same mysterious world. A new name appears, Reverse Planet, a clue that promises escape from the world of the other world. He focuses intently on the glowing cube before him, determined to investigate its source, knowing he must also contribute to its power. As data streams across the screen, a voice echoes his thoughts. A step on the leaderboard seems impossible, the pace of events too fast, yet he vows to get stronger and exact his revenge. Meanwhile, from a different perspective, Neon wonders aloud if he's finally revealing a new strategy, questioning his sudden shift to ranged builds, a style he'd never shown before, despite his previous, surprisingly great advice. Back in his own space, Woo-hyun reaches for the glowing cube, a soft gasp escaping him as he makes contact. Suddenly, dark, swirling energy erupts around him, engulfing his form in a violent, crackling aura. The destructive force intensifies, the very air vibrating with its raw power. His eyes glow with an ethereal blue light, reflecting the immense power now coursing through him, a sight that leaves Neon utterly awestruck, exclaiming at the incredible, fiery display. Far away, antagonist B speaks to his companion, admitting he's unsure if a lab created the drug they're discussing, but he's certain a particular corporation is deeply involved with that lab. The focus shifts to a towering building, its facade emblazoned with the name, Jumshin Electronics. He stands resolute, his path clear, to avenge those he loved. This game is the only place. Elsewhere, Neon recalls his vow to grow stronger for his family, while a male observer wonders if he's planning something. The news spreads quickly. A player has attacked the corporation, making his identity painfully obvious. Viewers question the sudden assault, concluding he's had enough of their meddling and wants to make them pay. Yet, with a government official involved, a direct attack isn't an option. His ability power surges, though his physical build is momentarily reduced. The effect of his ability continues to intensify, as unseen observers discuss the test subject outfit, wondering if he's still alive, dismissing this initial display as merely a test. With glowing eyes, he declares his intent to achieve the strongest possible build. A surge of raw power emanates from him, enveloping him in a vibrant, destructive aura. Having declared his intent to avenge his loved ones, he resolves to go all out from the very start. His target, a towering structure, stands silently against the sky. Then, a figure plunges from its heights, a blur of motion descending rapidly. He crashes down with devastating force, shattering the ground and eliciting cries of shock from unseen onlookers. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, he stands, his transformed body radiating an ethereal glow. A powerful purple and white aura flares around him, his eyes burning with an intense blue light. With every step, the ground beneath him seems to hum with residual energy, as onlookers marvel at his resolve and the sheer audacity of his entrance. From a distance, Young Neon questions if this is what they anticipated, while antagonist B explains that when the phase shift system was activated, the building was destroyed and replaced specifically for him. The system's name, Phase Shift System, is displayed, confirming the environmental manipulation. A system designed to separate individuals into distinct areas based on specific conditions or events. It ensures that even when players cannot perceive or interact with each other, they remain within the same overarching map. As a glowing figure descends rapidly from above, armed guards below shout a warning, urging him to halt before he makes a move. With a thunderous impact, the barrier shatters into countless glowing fragments. Observing the chaos, a man in a suit expresses his surprise, muttering about the phase shift system and questioning the limits of the research facility's technology. A commanding voice echoes, demanding an immediate halt. As the ground rumbles, a squad of armed figures charges forward, ready for confrontation. One of the guards, his face set in a grim determination, leads the charge. Back in the observation room, the suited man angrily declares that the intruder's magical ability can be forcibly shut down, while another, with glowing yellow eyes, calmly remarks that it has been a while since such power was seen. The transformed Wu Hyun, his white hair and glowing blue eyes intense, is now known as One Jonchul. He unleashes a devastating surge of power, striking down the guards who dared to confront him. The sheer force of his will manifests as a swirling vortex of purple energy, leaving one guard utterly bewildered by the overwhelming display. The very fabric of reality begins to crack and crumble around him. As he stands victorious over a fallen opponent, the environment transforms into a chaotic, shattered landscape. With multiple guards now defeated and scattered across the broken ground, another guard stares in disbelief, questioning the impossible collapse of their world. He stands alone amidst the destruction, the reason for this cataclysm perhaps residing in another realm. To avenge the ones he loved, he reaches out, purple energy crackling around his hand, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve. This power was called the Destruction, and an agent watches, a gulp escaping him as he realizes the enemy is far stronger than anticipated. Another agent shouts, urging his comrades not to drop their guard, even as Wu Hyun's power intensifies. A wave of purple energy erupts from him, slamming into an agent who cries out in pain. Leaping high, he manifests a colossal shadow spear of pure, dark energy. It was because the spear descends, impacting with a force that ripples through the very fabric of the environment. Around him, the crystalline structures of the phase-shifted world begin to crack and shatter. The destruction spreads, the fragments dissolving into an encroaching darkness, until the entire construct shatters completely, revealing the vast, star-filled void beyond. Driven by the profound desire to avenge those he loved, Wu Hyun unleashes another devastating strike, his foot connecting with immense force. To avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun drives his foot forward with a fierce resolve, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Yet, a sudden, overwhelming force sends him reeling backward, his body enveloped in a blinding purple energy, as he questions the impossible. He tumbles through the air, the impact disorienting him completely. As he lands, a figure looms over him, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, mocking his struggle with a cold. What's the matter? Blood splatters onto the cold ground, a stark testament to the damage inflicted. The antagonist's voice drips with disdain, challenging him. Aren't you going to come closer? Wu Hyun lies battered and bruised, his body aching as another figure watches from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. With a final, enraged roar, the primary antagonist prepares to deliver a finishing blow, die. His glowing fist streaks through the air, aimed directly at the fallen hero. As the attack from the previous encounter intensified, a glowing, crystalline shard plunged downward with immense force. Soon, more shards followed, embedding themselves into the ground, forming a menacing perimeter. From their points of impact, a vast wave of purple-blue energy erupted, engulfing everything in its path. Caught at the epicenter, Wu Hyun was overwhelmed, a gasp escaping him as he questioned the sheer power. What is that? A god? He struggled against the crushing force, his hand reaching out as if to push back the very essence of the attack. But then, a sudden reversal, an antagonist screamed in agony, his glowing eyes wide with pain. GHH. The tables had turned completely, leaving antagonist crumpled on the ground, a pained ugh, escaping him as Wu Hyun stood over his defeated form, emanating a dark, powerful aura. Now utterly broken, the antagonist could only beg, I am sorry. His pleas continued, desperate for mercy. I beg of you, please spare me. He unleashes a surge of dark energy, a raw power born from the desire to avenge those he loved. As his eyes glow with an ominous purple-red light, he recalls the faces of his comrades, their pleas echoing in his mind, and the sight of his defeated foe, antagonist begging for his life. A part of him doesn't recognize this new, terrifying self. The memory of the other world and the atrocities committed there fills him with a disgust so profound that a single, chilling command forms in his mind. Kill him. His power surges, manifesting as ethereal, dark wings that unfurl behind him, a terrifying embodiment of his resolve. Perhaps it was the sight of his enemy begging, or simply the culmination of his rage, but he had reached his limit. He had truly had enough. With a silent roar of power, a black vortex of energy erupts from him, distorting the very space around it. The attack strikes antagonist B, who was observing from a distance, catching him completely off guard, leaving him stunned and questioning what just happened. A guttural scream of agony tears from antagonist B's throat as the dark energy consumes him. The impact leaves a gruesome splatter of blood and glowing particles, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. The sheer power displayed by Wu Hyun leaves a young woman utterly stunned, her hand flying to her mouth in disbelief. The stream's viewers are in an uproar, marveling at the appearance of a new skill, questioning if such an ability is even possible within the game's parameters, especially one seemingly without limits. The raw, graphic nature of the display even prompts concerns about the stream receiving a warning. Still processing the incredible sight, Nayeon muses aloud, wondering how such telekinetic feats were even possible. And turning to the man beside her, she asks if he also thinks Haxical is truly amazing. He simply offers a non-committal response. Meanwhile, the stream's chat is abuzz with speculation, some viewers expressing surprise at Haxical's apparent strength, having expected his current build to be weaker, while others demand to know the true identity of this mysterious player. Far from the digital chatter, the transformed Wu Hyun stands amidst the wreckage, his hand still clenched around a broken piece of the environment, dark energy crackling around him. He surveys the scene, a pool of blood spreading beneath him, concluding that his work here is done. His glowing eyes narrow behind the dark mask, and he acknowledges the need for haste, knowing that reinforcements would only complicate his escape. As the system begins to glitch and distort, a digital cacophony erupts through the facility. An automated voice blares through the speakers, announcing a critical intruder alert. In a control room, a panicked scientist turns to antagonist B, demanding to know why their support has failed. The digital interference intensifies, overwhelming the system with a violent surge of energy. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun strides calmly through a brightly lit corridor, leaving the source of the disruption far behind him. Back in the control room, the scientist recoils in terror, pleading for him to stay away. But it's too late. A devastating impact shatters the room, sending debris flying and the scientist reeling from the force. Wu Hyun, his eyes glowing with power, unleashes a torrent of dark energy, further obliterating the control station and its defenses. Amidst the destruction, antagonist B remains unfazed, observing the unfolding chaos with a chilling, calculating gaze. Deep within the facility, Wu Hyun's fingers fly across a keyboard, the rhythmic clatter echoing in the confined space. He accesses a critical data log, revealing a list of codes for the laboratory and control room, noting how easily he remembers them, as if they were his own birthday. As he continues to navigate the system, a new ability enhancement drug, TLS, appears on his screen, alongside images of grotesque figures, prompting him to question how they could have transformed into such monsters, recalling that such a thing wasn't possible before. Meanwhile, in the control room, a scientist, his face streaked with blood, stares in horror at the monitors, realizing the experiment subject must have gone berserk, his eyes widening as he spots Wu Hyun on a screen. Nearby, antagonist B watches the unfolding chaos with a detached smirk, uttering a dismissive remark about the lowly rat causing such a disturbance. Suddenly, a hand, wreathed in dark, crackling energy, slams down, as antagonist A's voice cuts through the panic, demanding Wu Hyun be brought to him. Antagonist B then calmly walks away from the now-destroyed control room, leaving behind a trail of debris and shattered equipment. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun's hand glows with an ominous dark energy, the destructive power radiating from him as he continues his escape. To avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun unleashes his power, and a robot arm begins to crackle and break apart under an unseen force. The facility's eternal robots, once formidable, now tumble helplessly through the air, their forms twisting and breaking as Wu Hyun's control asserts itself. It's a display of godlike control, as Haxical effortlessly stops the Eternals. Yet, even as he manipulates the machines with glowing purple energy, a voice echoes in his mind, questioning his unauthorized actions. I do not have permission from the higher-ups to do this, but you're putting forces on the field that are beyond my control and performance. His power intensifies, coalescing into a vibrant orb of purple energy, a clear manifestation of his overwhelming will. Back in the control room, a scientist stares at the monitors, his face contorted in disbelief, uttering, "Double hit." Another, equally horrified, can only manage a strained, phew. A third scientist, eyes wide with terror, gasps, "Umph." Unaware of the panic he's causing, Wu Hyun continues to channel his power, a soft, almost pained sound escaping him as the purple energy pulses around his form. The aftermath of the attack is stark, with blood splattered across the pristine white floor, as a hand, glowing with an ominous purple energy, remains poised amidst the destruction. The sheer speed of his actions leaves observers stunned, wondering if he was always this formidable, deleting 3 etnyls in mere seconds with an almost casual coolness. In the control room, Jackson confirms that intermediate data is being deleted as Haxical utilizes his own core ability, a feat Neon finds impossible, realizing they are witnessing the corporation's information being erased in real time. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun, observing a screen, ponders if the narrative is shifting into a hacking story, though he quickly dismisses the idea, knowing the corporation is too vast to be compromised so easily. His thoughts are interrupted by a sudden system notification, revealing a mission instance in the Baekdun electronics facility, a level increase, and the acquisition of Etnyl's core, leaving him utterly bewildered. He stares at the screen, questioning if the game truly registered his attack on the corporation as an official mission, a surreal development that makes him realize why he can't stop watching this unfolding stream. Back in the control room, Jackson and Neon discuss the implications, concluding that if missions are generated by Haxical's will, then predicting his next move becomes pointless, as he will simply proceed as he desires. Young Neon watches the unfolding events with disbelief, wondering if such a thing is even possible, while Jackson admits he's never witnessed anything quite like it. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun, now in control, asserts his ability to override the system and bend its direction to his will. His expression is resolute, a silent testament to his newfound power. He begins to formulate a plan for what lies ahead, his intentions clear. Far away, in the Planet Earth main branch in the USA, a woman questions the truly adaptive nature of the story system. Her male colleague sighs, asking if they know when the update was released, as it appears the system has been active since the game's maintenance for the pet system, a fact that elicits a small sound of surprise from her. He finds it incredible, while she points out that traces of ownership are embedded within this very update. Her eyes widen in shock, a single question escaping her lips. Deus is awake now. The analyst observes the data, noting that logs indicate the system was accessed at the same level as Isaac's, yet there's still no response. He considers the possibility that the entire situation might have been orchestrated by Deus, not Isaac, which would explain the system's unresponsiveness. The woman acknowledges it's not impossible, especially if Deus is dedicating all its resources to system maintenance. She adds that the former B-62 has recently been seen with young Neon, and the name of the system itself also bothers her. A smartphone screen displays a chat, revealing a conversation with an artificial intelligence. Jackson exclaims, "Deus?" as the AI on the screen introduces itself, stating, "I'm sorry, I'm the world's best artificial intelligence." Neon reveals the AI's ultimate purpose, and when Deus is completed, we'll be able to control the entire planet with it. She reassures him, "Don't you worry about it. I'll tell you everything you need to know when we get there." Jackson urges her to hurry. He then asks, "Is there anything else?" Neon confirms they're finding unusual logs, suggesting someone is due for renewal. She declares their next move, confident they will soon acquire what they need from her grade brother. The command rings out to decrypt the gathered data using all available resources. As Neon, holding a tablet, playfully claims a portion for herself, whispering that while others can have some, this particular piece is hers. Later, a message arrives on her phone, a playful apology from her grade brother, who boasts of his million subscribers. Jackson explains that with the system now unresponsive, he had already made preparations for the new system, pondering why they reacted so swiftly during the previous pet incident. A system message flashes, congratulating anonymous viewer G on a 5 million won donation and a completed special mission, prompting a question about further tasks. Neon then suggests incorporating paid pay-per-view content for their upcoming stream. Jackson, however, firmly rejects the idea, insisting they must continue with player versus environment content. Woo-hyun reflects on a past choice, acknowledging the inevitability of a decision that didn't favor him and the understanding that came with it. He muses on the unwavering nature of the one chosen, noting that they have never once strayed towards the darker path. Considering it further, he realizes that the chosen one's expression rarely changes, a fact that seems to surprise Neon. Shifting the topic, Neon observes the sheer number of Haxical subscribers, then asks Woo-hyun how he is in real life, prompting him to reply that he's pretty much the same as he is now, before a confused "huh" escapes him. She internally dismisses the idea of him being a system hacker, finding him to be a typical, ordinary person. Woo-hyun then playfully questions if Haxical is even human at this point, while Neon adds that compared to before, he's not as expressive as he used to be. She trails off, a blush creeping onto her face, as she tries to articulate that he doesn't even show his. This lack of expression is coupled with a strange habit of constantly looking over his shoulder, as Woo-hyun is seen in a flurry of motion, kicking an opponent amidst a chaotic fight against multiple dark-clad figures. Woo-hyun challenges her, asking if she's even his friend, or just a supporter, to which Neon quickly clarifies that she doesn't know. She's just a fan who happens to be in the same class, and definitely not his friend. A final, embarrassed escapes her, as the conversation about Haxical's true nature continues to fluster her. Neon continues her conversation, admitting that something has been on her mind for a while, wondering if something happened to Woo-hyun when she wasn't with him, as she feels he has changed. As she speaks, Woo-hyun flinches almost imperceptibly, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Neon's thoughts race, realizing that his expression is exactly like the character from the video game, Haxical, as Woohyun's eyes briefly glow yellow in the rearview mirror. Unaware of his internal state, she extends a hand towards him, offering her help with anything he might need. Her hand gently rests on his, reassuring him that she can help anytime. Woohyun, still maintaining his poker face, internally questions if his expression has become too rigid, if he has somehow lost his ability to show emotion. Neon, sensing his quietness, expresses her reluctance to be a burden, then quickly shifts the topic, asking about current content trends, before again checking if he's truly fine. Relieved by his non-committal response, Neon lets out a sigh and enthusiastically declares they should continue their previous conversation. As Neon chatters on, Woohyun's head subtly turns, his eyes glowing intensely yellow as he glances over his shoulder, as if sensing something unseen. Young Neon finds herself caught in a swirl of conflicting thoughts, a part of her wishing for something to simply disappear, while another part yearns for simple comforts like coffee, waffles, and cake, her mind constantly returning to Woohyun. A digital interface flashes with the title Echoes of the Reverse Plans, displaying various game statistics and menu options, a character portrait with glowing red eyes dominating the screen. A few days later, the scene shifts. Now, a large screen broadcasts a live event, revealing the behind-the-scenes of a story mode. An unseen voice announces, "I reckon we've already announced our comeback today, right?" The goal, it seems, is to break the winning streak record with a build the viewers themselves choose. Young Neon, watching intently, exclaims, "Hell yeah, great choice," as comments praising her appear on screen. Another voice chimes in, asking if people have been requesting other builds for him to try. Woohyun, looking thoughtful, remarks that this plan has probably gone as well as the illusion one. A third voice, dismissive, haughtily states that while they're not trying to degrade the comment section, they don't believe anyone in the world will be able to stop Haxical's winning streak. Sitting together, Woohyun explains, which is why we're going to put pressure on him by forcing him to use a variety of builds. To avenge the ones he loved, a powerful kick slices through the air, leaving a trail of sparks. Meanwhile, in a control room, Young Neon expresses her concern, admitting she was worried about a particular issue and had already inquired about it, then asks if her colleague can guess the response. Woohyun, his expression unreadable, stands silently, lost in thought. Neon, exasperated by his serious demeanor, insists that he do whatever is necessary, finding his unchanging face particularly frustrating. The male colleague, Char Antagonist B, explains the core issue, stating that unlike player versus player matches, there's no way to level up or properly assemble a build against an automatically generated opponent. He emphasizes that if the opponent is significantly weakened, they cannot afford to let their guard down. Woohyun, known as Haxical, stands on a glowing platform, his presence commanding, as a narrator acknowledges his mastery, asserting that a true master never blames their tools. The team continues their discussion, with one member noting that it would still be difficult if he received a strange build, while another comments on the accuracy of Neon's imitation. A third voice humorously suggests banning anyone who claims that people who love each other start to resemble one another, and a final voice questions who even said that. A game interface displays a massive reward of 100 million won, along with the crucial information that there are no weak builds among the top 100 rankers. Young Neon, now determined, declares her intention to secure the best build for him and initiates the spinning wheel to decide the next match's build, signaling the start of the challenge. As the donations pour in, the system confirms the funding for the invincible build, ready to be pitched and used. Observing the screen, the man notes the significant influx of donations and declares that with 30 seconds past, it's time to spin the roulette. With a blur of colors, the roulette wheel spins rapidly. It finally settles, revealing a card that simply states, "It's a weird build," confirming that this first, unusual configuration will be the one used. The screen then displays the build's core mechanic. The player must summon and control up to 12 knights. A voice from the shadows acknowledges the immense difficulty of multi-summoning, even without modifiers, implying the player might be forced to summon fewer than the maximum. Woohyun's expression hardens as he processes the challenge. He must control 12 knights entirely on his own. Further details appear on screen, describing the build as one hell of a start, and comparing its complexity to writing with both hands or playing a rhythm game with one's feet, requiring at least a 50% modifier to even be viable. Neon, considering the implications, wonders if such a demanding build would inherently drag down its own stats. Young Neon, watching the unfolding events, still believes in him, hoping he isn't someone who always loses. Meanwhile, the smirking man challenges. Now then, let us see if he can go above his 76-game winning streak. Woohyun's eyes glow with an intense blue light, as the system highlights the challenge, beating his opponent, Battler, in their own 76-game winning streak. The system confirms the match, announcing he has been successfully paired in a PvP showdown mode, a normal solo game. The arena is revealed as Area 9, Factory. With the location set, the first match toward breaking his winning streak has officially begun. The smirking man wonders aloud if Haxical can overcome this handicap, while Jackson notes his opponent's outstanding reaction time, leading Neon to conclude he must be a high ranker. Other viewers in the chat express their shock, seeing a 75% win rate in Master Tier, noting that Grandmaster tier is usually reached with around a 60% win rate, and speculating he might be a smurf account. As the match begins, he moves with decisive force, driven by a singular purpose, to avenge those he loved. He questions the notion of fairness in this world, believing that if others truly think it's a just place, then he'll have to teach them otherwise. The first round officially begins, and he prepares to deliver his lesson. Engaging his opponent, he dismisses any talk of honor or friendship, focusing only on the brutal reality of the fight. With a surge of power, he initiates a summon, calling forth an ally to aid him in battle. A burst of green energy erupts, signaling the arrival of his summoned entity. Now fighting alongside his blue-armored ally, Woohyun presses the attack against his green-glowing foe. The opponent's true form is revealed, a formidable steel golem. The massive construct wins back its fist, preparing a devastating counterattack. Woohyun launches himself forward, but the observers question his strategy, wondering why he's only focused on one thing. They dismiss him as a low-ranker, a noob who's never played before, while the steel golem begins to charge its counterattack. A smirk plays on the antagonist's lips as the golem unleashes a devastating green lightning strike, engulfing Woohyun's summon knight. The attack continues to surge, its power visibly draining the summoned ally. The summon, previously battered, now retaliates with a swift, blue-glowing strike, catching its metallic opponent off guard. The opponent reels back, a single thought echoing in his mind. When did I? The force of the blow sends tremors through the golem's leg, its metallic plating groaning under the impact. His surprise quickly turns to alarm as not one, but an entire legion of blue-glowing knights materializes around him, each one identical to the last. One of the newly summoned knights stands triumphantly over the now-fallen steel golem, its blue aura shimmering. Meanwhile, in the observation chat, viewers recall earlier discussions, with one commenting, "I told y'all he can summon at least 3, and another adding, "might even summon more." Nayeon, watching the unfolding battle, expresses her exasperation, reminding her companions that she had predicted this very outcome, while the man beside her concedes that Woohyun might not stop at just 3. The chat continues to buzz with speculation, one user joking about 12 haxicles at once, while another muses that even slightly weaker versions would be terrifying. Despite the overwhelming assault, the steel golem's gauntlet still crackles with a faint, green lightning, a sign of its lingering power. The summoned knights deliver the final, overwhelming blow, a gale thunder strike, that engulfs the already weakened steel golem. Green energy crackles violently around the impact zone. The attack concludes, leaving the massive construct utterly defeated, and Woohyun glances at his hand, a quiet affirmation of the battle's end. A sudden understanding dawns on him, a profound realization about his own capabilities. Purple energy swirls around his palm, a testament to his newfound control. His summoned knights stand victorious over the shattered steel golem, leaving its master stunned by the overwhelming display of power. The sheer speed of his actions leaves onlookers bewildered, questioning how he could summon so many, so quickly, and with such precision. Young Nayeon and the man in the suit watch, noting his calm expression and the perfect control he exerts over his multiple summons. The man in the suit considers the implications, as others marvel at the legendary feat of summoning so many, so flawlessly, and wonder what he might achieve with more time. As the battle rages, a knight unleashes a devastating attack, a lightning wind slash, driven by the silent vow to avenge those he loved. The opponent cries out in pain, realizing they never stood a chance against such overwhelming force. Controlling a single steel knight might feel within the realm of reason, but coordinating the movements of 12 of them is clearly beyond mere tactics. To command each one, he must push his brain to the point of overexertion. It is a style of play that demands complete control of the battlefield, requiring instantaneous and complex decision-making. An extreme level of concentration is needed, and he channels it all through his gaze. As his power surges, his eyes glow with a fierce green light, reflecting the energy of his summons. The opponent lets out a final gasp, completely surrounded and overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the knights. The impact reverberates, signaling the decisive end of the battle. The first round concludes with Baek Woohyun declared the victor, leaving his anonymous opponent defeated. Without pause, the next round immediately begins. From a distant observation room, a man in a suit remarks that now Haxical knows what he's doing. His performance is going to improve significantly, expecting it to take only 3 minutes. On the arena floor, the opponent screams, demanding to be left alone as a powerful, green-tinged force slams into him, sending him reeling. Before he can recover, a summoned knight closes the distance, its blade striking with brutal efficiency. Another knight follows up instantly, delivering a crushing blow that leaves the opponent no room to breathe. With a final, powerful thrust, the opponent is sent hurtling through the air, utterly defeated. A female observer gasps, utterly incredulous at the display of power, as various online comments flood the screen, praising Haxical and calling the match a god game. The man in the suit, antagonist B, nods approvingly, declaring that with this performance, Woohyun's overall evaluation has now risen to a B, while Nayeon, still stunned, can only agree. As the match continued, young Nayeon found herself hoping he would get a fun build, wanting to see him win even with a really weak one, anticipating his next challenge. The round concluded with unprecedented speed, achieving an SS rank clearing, leaving antagonist B silently observing the holographic display. Meanwhile, Jackson, also engrossed in the display, mused over the performance, acknowledging how truly amazing it was. Neon's thoughts echoed her earlier sentiment, still wishing to see him win with a truly weak build. Antagonist B, however, offered a different perspective, muttering that it wasn't truly fun for him, lamenting that he was currently using his main build. With only 2 rounds remaining before a new record could be set, Jackson inquired if his colleague understood how to utilize the system without interference, receiving confirmation that the more opponents he defeated, the more his abilities would be recognized. Having decided to fully commit, he knew there was no longer any reason to hold back. A voice from the system prompted, "Shall we begin the next match?" as he prepared to engage, wondering how long this amazing match would last. The holographic display confirmed his entry. Below him, the sprawling, futuristic cityscape of the arena awaited, as he descended into the heart of the virtual battlefield. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an observer exclaimed, "I finally did it," while another, confused, questioned, "Wait a minute. He looks familiar. Am I mistaken?" A man with dark hair and glasses, recognizing the figure, asked his companion, "Why, uncle? Is that him?" To which she confirmed, "Yes, it is." This was Baek Yonkel, a player belonging to Korea's strongest Scream Tier 1 league team, the one who had won the last World Championship and was widely considered the only pro who could go up against the world's best. Indeed, the world-class pro player, Baek Yonkel, stood ready, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light. A voice rings out, calling him by a name he hasn't heard in this world. "Nikki, Lee Gunwoo." The sudden address causes a sharp intake of breath, as the purple energy around him intensifies. His opponent, Yonkel, offers a formal greeting, declaring it an honor to finally meet him. Woo Hyun's gaze sharpens, acknowledging the challenge as his internal moniker, Haxical, echoes in his mind. A confident smirk plays on his lips, his eyes now glowing with an electric blue intensity, fully prepared for the impending battle. Yonkel, eyes wide with disbelief, questions if the figure on screen is truly Shinhoon, to which Nayeon confirms his identity. The narrative explains that everyone had believed Lee Gunwoo had abandoned the World Championship, only for him to narrowly avoid leaving it just a day prior. The screen then declares him a world-class pro player, identifying him as NAKS, Lee Gunwoo, as a dark, powerful aura of purple energy begins to coalesce around his form. The energy intensifies, swirling around him with palpable force. With a confident gaze, he utters, "It's an honor to meet you." His true identity, Haxical, is then revealed. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, the purple energy still crackling around him. Yonkel remarks on the sheer number of people streaming him, acknowledging his status as a world-class pro player, while Nayeon simply expresses her awe. As the online audience buzzes with speculation about his strategy, wondering if he's sniping alone or if Battler is also involved, Yonkel questions the wisdom of Woo Hyun's approach, asking if he's truly confident in his main build. Meanwhile, another observer, Antagonist B, remarks that it's probably due to the contract, as Woo Hyun isn't allowed to use his main build outside of tournaments. The stream chat continues, noting that Big Raven's build is strong enough, and that his skill doesn't change depending on the build, as Yonkel expresses disbelief, unable to fathom how Woo Hyun could possibly win with such a handicap. Woo Hyun stands firm, his dark purple aura now shifting to a vibrant blue, as Yonkel insists that he simply cannot win. As the system declares, "Let's see what you got," and first round, begin. A powerful blue energy impact erupts, signaling the immediate start of the battle. Without hesitation, Woo Hyun charges forward, his body wreathed in blue energy, delivering a devastating strike. Driven by a singular purpose, Woo Hyun's summon unleashes a devastating, wide-arc attack, its massive weapon blurring with purple energy. The sheer velocity of the strike leaves young Nayeon stunned, barely able to process the speed of the summit swing. But before the weapon can connect, Woo Hyun vanishes in a flash of blue, leaving only an afterimage. The observers gasp, realizing the figure was merely a clone, a testament to his world-class speed and skill. Having successfully dodged the attack, Woo Hyun lands some distance away, taking a moment to assess the situation. The summon, undeterred, declares its turn, its massive form radiating purple energy as it prepares for its next move. Yet, before it can act, the summon lets out a pained grunt, its body recoiling from an unseen impact. The purple energy around it distorts and flares, as the summon struggles against the force of Woo Hyun's attack. Suddenly, a new threat emerges from above, placing Woo Hyun in immediate danger. He unleashes a concentrated burst of purple energy, a swirling vortex of power. The impact ripples outward, sending shockwaves through the arena. His summon recoils, caught off guard, a surprised gasp escaping its form. As expected. Woo Hyun stands ready, sword in hand, the residual purple energy still swirling around him, a testament to such a great battle. He moves with blinding speed, a blur across the ground. "You're a bit too fast to catch." From the observation deck, young Nayeon watches intently, commenting, both Woo Hyun and his summon are so good at each other. Each strike feels heavy. One wrong move, and it's all for nothing. Yunkel adds. Every strike is a critical hit. Woohyun considers his summon. I am very flexible compared to the foolish summon I've raised until now. He realizes this means the creature is free from the monster system's restrictions to some extent, perhaps 10%. No, even 15%. So, despite this newfound freedom, since there's no way to tell it, the summon can't know the truth. Woohyun launches himself forward, a blur of motion as he declares he'll go again, his fist connecting with a burst of blue energy. He presses the attack, determined to end the fight before his skill cooldown resets. A powerful kick arcs through the air, aimed directly at the summon's head. Following up instantly, he unleashes a piercing energy blade. The summon groans in frustration as its iron monks block the attacks yet again, but Woohyun is not letting up. He unleashes a whirlwind of purple energy, a flurry of strikes overwhelming the defenses. The summon cries out in anger, as Woohyun's relentless assault continues to land. With a final, explosive impact, he sends the massive construct reeling. The summon crashes backward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The summon reels, its dark, armored form absorbing another devastating impact, a voice echoing, "You're very strong." The grip on its massive axe tightens, a desperate attempt to maintain its stance. But Woohyun, a blur of purple energy, closes the distance, delivering a powerful, arcing kick that sends the construct spinning. The force lifts it off its feet, sending it hurtling backward through the air, leaving him to gasp, UGH, as the exertion of his relentless assault takes its toll. His leg, still crackling with residual power, settles as a system message flashes, confirming the round timer has reset, and declaring him the victor of the first round, 1-0. Watching from afar, Nayeon remarks that she thought it would be a close fight, but it looked pretty one-sided, while Yonkel, impressed, acknowledges that just going now shows how strong he really is, as the system prepares to start the next round. As the first round concludes, the sheer reality of the situation settles in for the observers, who acknowledge the protagonist's power, comparing him to the legendary Haxical. Meanwhile, a man known as the Dragon Man poses a surprising question, asking if Woohyun would consider joining his organization as a professional advisor. With a confident smirk, he confirms his presence, explaining that he was ordered by his team to verify Woohyun's talent and extend an offer. The revelation sends a shockwave through the unseen audience, as they realize this scout is not only from the prestigious tech Div Empire Corp, but is also making a direct offer to the protagonist, confirming Haxical is truly on another level. However, Woohyun calmly declines the intriguing offer, stating he has no current plans to join the professional league. His refusal elicits a bewildered outcry from the observers, who desperately urge him to go pro and bring pride to their nation. Ignoring the commotion, Yonkel, now crackling with purple energy, reminds Woohyun of their previous agreement, that he could approach him anytime he changed his mind. Then, with a surge of power, he challenges Woohyun to a match. His eyes glowing with the same purple energy, Yonkel closes the distance instantly, moving before his words even finish echoing. He lunges forward, a blur of purple energy, determined to make his opponent regret refusing his offer, moving with incredible speed. Yonkel unleashes a furious barrage, his eyes glowing with raw power. He presses the attack, demanding just one hit. Woohyun grunts, taking a glancing blow, but holds his ground. Despite the relentless assault, Woohyun plants his feet, refusing to be twisted or thrown, and with a sudden burst of his own, sends Yonkel stumbling back. Yonkel recovers quickly, a smirk playing on his lips, acknowledging his opponent's skill and telling him he's too good to remain an amateur. Woohyun, still radiating a subtle purple aura, admits the fight was fun, but reiterates his refusal of the offer. The system declares Woohyun the winner of the second round, marking his 75th consecutive victory. Nayeon exclaims that Haxical has defeated Hax, while Jackson observes that Woohyun didn't even use his full power, calling him a perfect slave. As the crowd cheers for Haxical, the screen flashes with notifications of his incredible performance, urging him to set a new record. A viewer, Murder, donates a significant sum, noting his 75th match and wondering if he'll face Battler on his 77th, a thought that sparks a flicker of surprise in young Nayeon. The chat agrees that sniping the current record holder won't be easy, but it's not impossible, and the idea of the reigning champion trying to stop someone from breaking his record is deemed legendary. This perfect scenario sets the stage for the next match, as Nayeon watches the screen with anticipation. However, the narrative interjects, reminding everyone that he wasn't the only one with exceptional taste. A determined voice echoes, declaring an unwavering resolve to become the strongest, no matter the obstacles. Yet, after the fervent declaration, the green-haired man stands defeated, a single, somber admission escaping his lips, "I tried." Driven by a fierce desire to avenge those he loved, a determined figure strikes with unwavering resolve. Yet, a familiar voice cautions him, reminding him of the abysmal survival rate, a mere 0.0001%, and the certainty of death without greater strength. The warning is met with a sharp retort. With a cheerful affirmation, the green-haired man then turns to Gunwoo, recalling a YouTube content proposal they had received. He eagerly suggests they pursue it to earn money, and Gunwoo, after a moment, calmly agrees to the venture. The green-haired man's resolve hardens, declaring that he will see it through, no matter the cost, for the content titled Echoes of the Reverse Planet. A few days later, under the glow of a crescent moon, the day of the unexpected stream arrives. The memory of the warning echoes, a stark reminder that without growing stronger, death is inevitable. Reflecting on the new content, he muses that it's far more engaging than the original story, likely because it's an entirely fresh experience. He notes that he has changed his outfit, wondering what his new appearance truly conveys. From the confines of her car, young Nayeon watches a screen, wondering if he would return to another enterprise, though she quickly dismisses the thought, knowing a high ranker like him wouldn't. She admits to not knowing the name, but suspects he's already involved, and usually, there's no need to worry about the enterprise, but now, there aren't any. Her search yields nothing, the place feeling like an impenetrable maze, leaving her to wonder how Haxical could possibly navigate it. Meanwhile, a heavy boot lands with a soft thud, signaling his arrival at the destination. He stands before a building marked, the General Store, its entrance glowing with an otherworldly light as he prepares to step inside. As he steps into the dark, red-lit interior, Nayeon finds some relief that the location remains consistent with the other world. Elsewhere, a masked figure with white hair reflects on past events, believing they had overthought things since the incident, which had fundamentally altered the story mode. With a hand glowing crimson, the figure acknowledges many paths to delve into the depths of the Enterprise and its labs, but they're glowing red-eye arrows, confirming this chosen method is the most direct and fastest way, because the Enterprise in story mode holds a unique power. Driven by a fierce desire to avenge those he loved, the masked figure moved with swift, silent purpose through the neon-lit alleyways. He knew that to dismantle the formidable Enterprise, he would need to uncover every piece of information, every potential weakness, held by its operatives. But before he could delve deeper into their secrets, a sudden, powerful kick launched him into action, purple energy flaring around him as he unleashed a telekinetic field, silencing the panicked cries of his unseen opponents. With a sickening crunch, he crushed the device in their hand, eliciting a pained gasp as they cried out about their arm. His voice, cold and unwavering, cut through the air, promising to sever their neck if they dared to look at him with such defiance. Turning away, he paused, offering a chilling ultimatum. Did they truly wish for him to break down the door they were guarding? The masked figure stood, an imposing silhouette against the glowing city, his white hair stark against the dark mask. As if to punctuate his threat, blue energy crackled around his hand, confirming the destruction of the device, a silent testament to his power. Woo-hyun moves with purpose, his thoughts consumed by the desire to avenge those he loved, as his foot connects with an unseen object, sending sparks flying. He pauses, a slight impatience in his demeanor, before deciding to simply open the door before him. Stepping inside, he finds himself at the bottom of a long staircase, a sign above welcoming him to the General Store. The interior of the store is a chaotic collection of goods, a voice echoing that this place sells everything one might desire. Among the myriad items, a peculiar purple teddy bear sits on a shelf, its glowing eyes seeming to confirm that no matter what it may be, it's here. The teddy bear then speaks, its voice surprisingly clear, inquiring what brings the young man who attacked the Enterprise's electronics to its establishment. Woo-hyun, unfazed, explains that the Enterprise's directors will be quite busy, and he's there to acquire something that can help him deal with any unexpected surprises. A smirk plays on Woo-hyun's lips as the teddy bear finds his request interesting, then offers him the perfect item. The teddy bear presents a glowing, heart-shaped locket, asking if he would like to hear more about it. The sentient teddy bear, its large head looming, addresses him directly, acknowledging him as our Avenger customer. A game interface flashes, displaying a character portrait and the declaration, ready to be the winner, as the system prompts a new beginning. Meanwhile, a plush figure with glowing eyes greets a visitor, asking what brings them to his humble abode, and if they too are there to avenge the Bruisman brothers. The man responds with a tale of betrayal, of a man left for dead and stripped of everything he possessed, a story that clearly piques the plush figure's interest. With a knowing smirk, he assures his host that he has the perfect solution. Turning his back slightly, he then asks if his host would care to hear it. The plush figure, now identified as a purveyor of such services, simply refers to him as our Avenger customer. The man, intrigued, gestures for him to continue. The man then reveals the true scope of his offer, promising a whole new world where one can become the strongest. Later, now in a formal suit and holding a document, he adds a final instruction to continue research within that place, if possible. Woo-hyun's eyes snap open, a quiet resolve settling over his features as he murmurs, "Nice. Sounds good." Immediately, a vibrant blue digital screen materializes before him, emblazoned with the words, "Mission, Attack Laboratory, Begin." Elsewhere, Yonkel leans back on a couch, explaining to Nayeon that they're dealing with a barely held truce, which means a notification flashes across a different screen, announcing that Who Rules has donated 50,000 won, suggesting this FR seems like a third power route. The game interface then visually confirms this, highlighting a third power route, and noting that after the end of the game, we were around here and there, and we finally found it. Other players chime in, some questioning if they're finally escaping the government bureau versus league trope, while another observes that it seemed like the general store was also fighting the league, with someone else exclaiming, "If another story route appears, holy shit," and declaring, "I'll be DMing to do it with my alt immediately." Yonkel continues, speculating that perhaps the third power route is a separate route, adding that with other routes already available at the same time, it's a new system. A digital confirmation appears, stating, "That's true," and a narration box clarifies that since Hackchical was fighting government bureau route and then league route, it's yet another appearance. More player comments flood the screen, expressing surprise to think I can do simultaneous routes, though one cautions against jumping to conclusions, stating, "It's not modified, so finally it's a game of probability," before another player asks, "But how did Who Rules know about the general store?" With a renewed sense of anticipation, Neon declares that it's time to witness how Hackchical will conquer the game and bring its story to a close. As the scene shifts to a vibrant, bioluminescent underwater forest, its glowing flora illuminating the depths. Through this ethereal landscape, a figure plummets rapidly, a blur of motion cutting through the water. He descends further, the thought echoing that his target must be hiding incredibly deep within these waters. Then, a faint glow catches his attention, confirming his suspicions. Over there? Having reached his destination, Woohyun activates an ability, a purple aura flaring around him as he begins to levitate upwards from the submerged structure. A feat that always surprises him, even as the system confirms he can freely use his long-distance abilities without modifiers, though acknowledging that modifiers, while helpful, also come with restrictions. A haunting voice echoes from the past, a plea for vengeance. Woohyun, engulfed in a surge of purple energy, responds with unwavering resolve, his power manifesting to eradicate everything in his path. The very structure around him begins to crumble and shatter under the immense pressure. As he stands firm, a beacon of destructive force. Guards are sent flying by the shockwave, their bodies recoiling from the sudden, violent impact. He confronts the remaining figures, his aura still blazing with power. Finally, Woohyun stands alone in a vast, empty space, the purple energy slowly dissipating around him. Meanwhile, Neon watches the display remotely, utterly awestruck by his overwhelming strength, relieved she never had to face him in combat. A powerful voice cuts through the chaos, declaring an end to the resistance. As the system notes that Hackchical has managed to preserve a group of guards, though Neon observes, even a few seem like a lot to handle. The masked figure continues to surge with destructive purple energy, leaving a trail of incapacitated guards in his wake, the environment itself becoming unsafe. Neon urges the use of supplies, while the masked figure questions the situation, causing one of the guards to visibly gulp in fear. She realizes the guards who took the medicine are transforming into monsters. And as Hackchical faces this new threat, she wonders if he will be alright. With a determined expression, Woohyun prepares to unleash a devastating strike, his form enveloped in a crackling purple aura. His mechanical arm extends, glowing with intense energy, as he acknowledges the target, however minor, is still a threat. A deafening KACK echoes as the purple energy erupts in a violent impact. The target, a complex mechanical construct, is utterly consumed by the overwhelming purple force. Meanwhile, his internal system reflects that it's often easier to simply be buried and forgotten. The sensation is almost refreshing. Observing the unfolding events, Yonkel laments that no one truly remembers him, while young Neon watches on with a worried expression. A new private mission appears on a screen, originating from anonymous viewer 62, tasking a thorough investigation on the T1 series medicine, with a prize of 3 million won upon completion. The mission details are displayed clearly, confirming it's indeed another assignment from anonymous viewer 62. As Woohyun walks down a sterile corridor, his system informs him that he has received a mission from anonymous viewer 62, specifically to thoroughly investigate the T1 series medicine. He considers the mission, knowing a thorough investigation into the T1 series medicine is paramount, for logically, the person who created it must be the key. He also needs to confirm if someone other than himself could have issued such a mission, wondering if that implies another version of him has emerged. The thought leaves him with a choked gasp, a silent question of who else could possibly exist. A chilling image of a fallen figure, lying in a pool of blood, flashes through his mind, prompting a silent, anguished query of why. Regardless of the unsettling implications, his resolve hardens, knowing he has to properly investigate. His gloved hand reaches into the grim, blood-splattered scene. The world blurs around him as he moves with purpose. A quiet whoosh accompanies his entry into a desolate, industrial-looking building. He pauses, taking in the stark, empty room before him, a single word forming in his mind: this. Within the desolate, abandoned building, papers lay scattered across the floor, and forgotten medical equipment hinted at a dark history. A flickering monitor displayed a haunting image as a hand reached out, as if trying to grasp a fading memory. The reflection in an eye, distorted and fractured, mirrored the broken pieces of a painful past. A spectral voice echoed through his mind, urging him to avenge the fallen, calling out his name: Woohyun. Overwhelmed by the memory, Woohyun could only whisper a pained, "Sorry." The face of a loved one, pale and bloodied, flashed before his eyes, a constant reminder of his failure. But sorrow quickly turned to burning resolve, as Woo Hyun's body began to glow with a fierce, bitter energy, fueled by the injustice he felt. The tormented voices of the past cried out, begging him to avenge them, to eradicate the very hell that consumed them. A final, desperate plea echoed, a soul yearning for eternal rest from its suffering. Driven by a burning desire to avenge those he loved, Woo Hyun declares his unwavering resolve, a potent purple energy swirling around him. He vows to eradicate everything that stands in his way, the purple aura intensifying around his form. This is the very technique he once employed during his time at Jumshin Electronics, a swirling vortex of dark energy now fully manifesting. The vortex engulfs an unfortunate soul, who screams in sheer terror as the purple energy begins to violently distort his form. His face contorts in agony, the destructive force tearing at his features. The energy continues its relentless assault, consuming him further. His desperate cry of "NNO" echoes as his body visibly begins to tear apart. The sheer power is astonishing, resembling a black hole, and observers note that Woo Hyun seems even more formidable than before. With a final, desperate plea of "NNO, I can't die," the victim is utterly consumed. Woo Hyun moves with fierce determination, driven by the singular purpose of avenging those he loved. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon and a male companion discuss the theoretical limits of power, wondering if it's truly possible to convert energy into a black hole in one concentrated spot, or if there's a way to improve upon such a technique. Nayeon ponders the concept further, considering the idea of a black hole forming from concentrated power. If that were true, she wonders, wouldn't there also be a corresponding technique that releases power in every direction? A system message appears, acknowledging the idea as reasonable, comparing it to the theoretical concept of a white hole, but then humorously reminding them not to apply scientific knowledge to RP, as white holes have been proven not to exist. Back in the present, Woo Hyun stands amidst swirling purple energy, a powerful aura emanating from him, confident that he has already mastered this challenge. His eyes glow with an intense purple light behind his mask as he contemplates what remains to be done. He clenches his hand, purple energy crackling around it. Later, at a wide-layered computational laboratory, Woo Hyun types on a laptop, confirming his suspicions with the data he finds. Hunched over his research, Woo Hyun realizes the data he's examining mirrors his own findings, yet the power conversion rate remains frustratingly low. He notes that someone else has already achieved a similar effect, leaving him to wonder who could possibly be behind it. His screen then reveals a private notice, indicating that anonymous viewer number 2 triggered an investigation into TL series medicine, a revelation that costs a significant sum to access. As a masked figure with white hair and glowing eyes appears on screen, Woo Hyun's thoughts race, wondering if someone else is truly interfering with this world. The investigation further reveals that Tempest L specimens have all been used, prompting a need for additional production. Meanwhile, in a different location, antagonist B turns to Young Nayeon, asking if the name Tempest L sparks any recognition, but she admits she's unsure as well. He confirms it's definitely linked to the TL series medication, while external viewers comment on their own fruitless searches for information, despite being obsessed with the story. Suddenly, a notification blares, announcing a generous 100,000 won donation from Chloe Martinez, sparking an excited reaction from a viewer who believes they know something. The name Chloe Martinez echoes through the commentary, as other viewers express awe at the large sum and quickly identify her as a famous 10 million subscriber YouTuber. Chloe Martinez, a popular streamer with vibrant pink hair and cat ears, makes an enthusiastic request to be invited as a guest, confirming her absolute consent to participate. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon, engrossed in her phone, reads a message from Chloe Martinez, a YouTuber who founded a 10 million subscriber channel, expressing her desire to participate in Hackjical's stream, to which Nayeon herself exclaims, "I consent to it for sure." A hint of worry crosses her face as she recalls having already mentioned this to Woo Hyun, hoping it will be acceptable. The stream's chat erupts with disbelief and excitement as an official announcement confirms that Chloe Martinez, a renowned expert on Reverse Planet story, will be joining for a conversation, with viewers questioning if it's truly happening. Chloe then appears on screen, waving cheerfully, and introduces herself with a friendly, "Hello. It's nice to meet you, I'm Chloe." As she speaks, a simultaneous translating system activates, ensuring her words are understood by all. The chat explodes once more, viewers expressing shock and amusement at the sudden appearance of a foreign 10 million subscriber YouTuber on Hackjical's stream. On the stream, Young Nayeon greets the audience, while a viewer's comment about Hackjical sparks a strong reaction from another, exclaiming, "What the fuck?" Chloe Martinez, on screen, questions if the story is truly beginning, then clarifies that Tempest L is a critical item, not just a concept. Meanwhile, an unnamed man observes the stream, his thoughts turning to the Reverse Planet story announcement, and how only those who have completed the game can use the Lord title. This revelation connects to the Dimensional Lords, who are tied to the rules of Dimension Invaders and the source of the Dimensional War, as well as the cause for the League of Enforcers and Dimensions Transcendent. The unnamed man ponders how a laboratory could possibly obtain a Tempest L specimen. As Chloe Martinez continues, explaining that since the League claims exclusive use of it, it implies a specific truth, which Jung Naeon confirms with a simple correct. The unnamed man concludes that the laboratory and other dimensions have united efforts, leading him to the chilling realization that a large-scale raid, even bigger than they can imagine, may occur. A profound determination settles over Wu Hyun, his thoughts consumed by the singular purpose of avenging those he loved. This powerful conviction, a silent promise, reverberates through him, a stark, abstract energy swirling around his very being. A masked figure, clad in sleek armor, lets out a soft sigh, his gaze fixed downward. Meanwhile, in a sterile laboratory, a scientist stands before a monitor, contemplating the need to first check Tempest before moving on to other research labs. Back with the masked figure, a surge of blue energy envelopes him as the system confirms his success. The mission to obtain the Tempest specimen is complete, the attack on the laboratories is successful, and he has leveled up, gaining 1 ability point. Still looking down, he mutters to himself, wondering if he'll ever find what he's looking for in this place. Suddenly, a hand appears, its fingers delicately curled, emitting a soft, ethereal pink glow. He senses a strange energy emanating from the reverse planet. Unlike anything he's encountered before, neither mana nor magic, but something entirely new. He resolves to investigate, activating his new ability, sweep up the territory, to scan for anomalies and destroy whatever he finds, all to avenge the ones he loved. Meanwhile, 2 figures, one hooded and another with glasses, discuss the enigma, admitting they have no information about the reverse planet, as if it doesn't even exist. Unconcerned with their lack of data, he demands to know what the strange energy is, regardless of its origin. His skill, sweep up the territory, activates, revealing a massive laboratory within the reverse planet, prompting a surprised what? From him. The man with glasses confirms the unsettling truth, explaining that the reverse planet and this new dimension have undeniably joined forces, creating this lab. The hooded figure, still unable to access information about the reverse planet, can only acknowledge the revelation with a simple "I see." Having pinpointed the exact location, he declares his intention to go there himself. With a determined expression, he resolves to end this, whatever this may be. Crackling energy surrounds him as he charges forward, a blur of motion towards his objective. Driven by a singular purpose, to avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun pushes forward, a massive surge of unknown energy erupting around him. The raw power distorts the very space, creating a shimmering, otherworldly gateway. As Jung Naeon observes from afar, noting the mysterious energy profile emanating from the reverse planet. It's an entirely new type of energy, unlike anything previously recorded. She deduces that if the Dimensional Lord is indeed the next major threat, then the Otherworld must be utilizing the lab they discovered. However, she quickly corrects herself, stating that the lab itself is the primary concern, its existence far more unsettling than any individual entity. A new anomaly catches her attention, a glowing orb appearing on her screen, prompting a surprised gasp. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun's foot lands firmly on the ground, the sound echoing as he steps into the unknown. His gaze fixed on the ethereal, glowing forest before him. He takes in the strange, alien landscape, a single thought forming in his mind. The vibrant purple flora pulses with an unknown energy, prompting questions about its nature. Is it mana, or something far more dangerous, signaling an impending apocalypse? As the portal stabilizes, a young woman with brown hair points to the swirling anomaly, explaining, this is the reverse otherworld, a dimension that exists parallel to their own, but with a completely different energy signature. It's a place where the laws of physics are warped, and creatures like this colossal spider, known as reverse otherworld monsters, roam freely. These beings, including grotesque goblins, are not merely strong. Their very existence is a distortion of reality, their power stemming from the unique energy of their home dimension. From their remote observation post, the brown-haired woman notes that Wu Hyun will have to contend with these monsters in the reverse otherworld's headquarters, a daunting task if he faces the S-rank dungeon's creatures alone. Meanwhile, Wu Hyun steps deeper into the alien landscape, the purple forest glowing ominously around him, its strange flora casting an ethereal light. He moves cautiously, a question forming in his mind. Why is it so quiet here? He had expected to be immediately overwhelmed, hindered by the sheer force of his entry. The silence is unnerving, and he quickly realizes the reason. He can't sense any mana in this entire forest. Suddenly, a stark white-clad figure with glowing red eyes appears before him, and Wu Hyun understands. This isn't just any monster, but a powerful guardian. To leave the reverse otherworld, he'll have to defeat this unexpectedly formidable foe. Back at the observation post, the pink-haired woman wonders if this sudden appearance is a trap, but the brown-haired woman dismisses the idea, stating that the value of this reverse otherworld is far too high to be used for such a simple ploy. To avenge the ones he loved, Wu Hyun moved with decisive force, his foot striking the ground with a powerful impact. The environment around him shifted, revealing a purple forest, yet a voice echoed, musing that it felt more like some kind of problem had occurred. As he navigated a sterile, metallic corridor, the thought solidified. The situation inside the lab was exactly the same. The eerie silence of the deserted facility suggested it was as if the people had simply evaporated instantaneously. Not a single person remained, and the unsettling question arose. Was an Tyrell suddenly on the move? A wave of anxiety washed over him. His gaze fell upon a glowing purple vial, and he knew instantly, this must be it. Carefully, he retrieved the specimen. A mission now complete, though Chloe Martinez, observing remotely, couldn't shake the feeling that it was ending more quietly than expected, and something still felt off. As if in response to her unease, Woo-hyun turned, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, a silent hum escaping him. A strange, almost melodic sound echoes through the void. As Woo-hyun's foot connects with an unseen barrier, shattering it with a burst of blue energy. He reaches out, the crystalline prison around him exploding into fragments, a declaration of freedom escaping his lips. Surrounded by a vibrant purple aura, he floats amidst the chaos, the glowing Tempest L specimen clutched in his hand. As the shattered remnants of his confinement fall away, leaving him with a profound sense of liberation. There are no strings on him now. He descends through the swirling debris, landing heavily on the ravaged ground. The crystalline fragments settle around him, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Woo-hyun covers his face, his eyes now glowing with an intense purple light, the transformation complete. He stands amidst the wreckage, the Tempest L specimen lying discarded near his foot, surveying the aftermath of his awakening. He stands amidst the wreckage, his eyes burning with a fierce purple glow, the destruction around him a testament to his newfound power, all of it to avenge the ones he loved. Meanwhile, the online world erupts in confusion, as viewers question if this figure, now identified as Woo-hyun, is truly the mysterious Haxical they know, wondering what he could possibly be doing. Donations flood in as the audience reacts to the shocking revelation, some exclaiming about his unexpected appearance, and others captivated by his striking looks. Among the stunned viewers, Chloe Martinez and Young Nayeon watch with wide eyes, struggling to process the unfolding events. The comments continue to flood the feed, celebrating the face reveal and speculating about a doppelganger, as many admit this is their first time witnessing such a spectacle on a smaller stream. One comment confirms the figure is indeed Baek Woo-hyun, the true appearance of Master Haxical, though another suggests the doppelganger might just be an appearance, not his true self. Both Chloe and Nayeon remain utterly bewildered, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The online discussion intensifies, now framed as Haxical versus Haxical, as the image of Woo-hyun in his dark suit is shared across the platform. Unaware of the online frenzy, Woo-hyun stands in the desolate landscape, a lone figure amidst the ruins, while the audience clamors for a perfect matchup in real life. As the online world declares that if it's Haxical versus Haxical, Haxical always wins, a powerful, energy-infused kick connects with a resounding impact. The force of the blow reverberates, sending waves of purple energy rippling outwards. This is the power of the absolute being, a skill executed with Haxical's incredibly fast reaction speed, as the glowing figure delivers another crushing kick to a monstrous foe. The purple energy swirls violently around him, each impact echoing with destructive force. Watching the live feed, Young Nayeon exclaims that the situation has become tempestuous lately, while Chloe Martinez agrees, noting it's like watching Haxical, the absolute being, in action. With an intense glow in his eyes, Woo-hyun begins to gather an immense amount of purple energy in his hands. The discussion continues about whether he is a doppelganger that copies abilities or if it's definitely an appearance, as the energy concentrates around his hand. Then, with a final, explosive burst, he unleashes a massive sphere of concentrated purple power. Having demonstrated his skill with overwhelming force, Woo-hyun stands amidst the fading purple aura, a testament to his power. He delivers a swift, powerful kick, the impact sparking against his unseen foe. A voice taunts him, claiming his blocks won't last, but Woo-hyun's thoughts race, acknowledging the enemy's speed. He knows that a moment of weakness means another attack, yet with something precious to protect, he cannot falter. The opponent then challenges him, asking what he'll do next. A concentrated burst of purple energy erupts from him, striking his adversary. The energy expands, forming a glowing, intricate sphere that traps the foe within its web-like confines. From afar, Nayeon gasps at the sheer speed, noting how he uses quick, direct attacks to surround them, while Chloe speculates they might have been waiting for a specific moment to strike. Inside the pulsating energy cage, Woo-hyun stands resolute, his gaze unwavering. With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating purple explosion, engulfing his trapped enemy. The destructive energy continues to churn, a maelstrom of raw power. His eyes glow with fierce determination as the earlier thoughts resurface, the enemy's speed, the need to protect. The battle culminates as he seizes his defeated opponent, the victory confirmed. Driven by the fierce desire to avenge those he loved, he delivers a final, decisive blow. He knows that Haxical, the one who wields a stronger power, will ultimately be acknowledged as the absolute being. From a distance, Young Nayeon and Chloe Martinez observe, with Nayeon noting, and now, when the cover runs over, he'll be my target. Chloe adds, as expected, a copy has limits. Still standing amidst the aftermath, he mutters, hell, I have something to ask you. Suddenly, he finds himself kneeling, surrounded by a surge of purple energy, reacting with a startled, "What the?" His eyes glow with an intense purple light, reflecting the overwhelming power now surrounding him. In a stark, futuristic chamber, a figure stands over the kneeling Wu Hyun, stating, "I needed time, so I'll answer a few questions." Wu Hyun simply responds, "Okay." The imposing figure then asks, "First, who are you?" Before introducing himself with a powerful declaration, "I'm Abrasax, a god of the otherworld." As Wu Hyun processes this revelation, Abrasax continues, "I received this role from the creator." Still asserting his enigmatic presence, Abrasax explains that due to the limitations placed upon him, he cannot directly answer Wu Hyun's question. Meanwhile, observing the unfolding drama, young Nayeon uses that even without a direct answer, she can already guess the identity of the creator. Abrasax continues, his voice echoing with a strange finality, reiterating the concept of limitations that bind him. Wu Hyun, undeterred, presses him further, demanding to know his true goal. Abrasax responds with a chilling declaration, "Freedom. The freedom to live as me, the freedom to die as me." A look of shock crosses Wu Hyun's face as he questions the statement, while Abrasax adds, "Ah, I can feel the disgusting creator's gaze." Turning his head slightly, Abrasax confirms Wu Hyun's presence in the creator's scheme, declaring, "Yes, you were there." He then delivers a profound statement, "I exist due to you, but I don't resemble you." Abrasax pauses, then adds with a sinister twist, "But now you resemble me." As Abrasax's hand glows with ominous power, Wu Hyun's body begins to crack and disintegrate, blue energy emanating from the fissures. Abrasax questions, "Perhaps our roles have switched now. Don't you think, creator?" Wu Hyun's face contorts in pain and confusion, his breaking form barely able to utter, "What are you saying?" His body continued to crack and shatter under the relentless purple energy, but he tried to speak, knowing this conversation was far from over. As the disintegration intensified, he desperately tried to halt the process, a single word escaping his lips. His form dissolving into pure energy, he knew there was still a crucial question he needed to ask. Engulfed in a maelstrom of purple light, he was consumed by the overwhelming power. Even as his face fractured, a thought flickered through his mind, acknowledging the narrow escape from total oblivion. The source of the devastating energy, Abrasax's hand, glowed with an ominous purple light, radiating immense power. With a final, explosive surge, his remaining form was utterly obliterated, vanishing into the swirling purple void. Where he once stood, only dissipating energy remained, and Abrasax's voice echoed, proclaiming the existence of a universal law. The digital interface of Echoes of the Reverse Planet displays the current status, showing Hachikal as the sole player, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Suddenly, a torrent of raw, purple energy erupts, pushing him back with immense force, the sheer power threatening to overwhelm him. A voice echoes, acknowledging the unexpected intensity of the attack. Wu Hyun braces himself against the onslaught, his body enveloped in the swirling purple aura. The source of the overwhelming power is revealed, a colossal, monstrous entity, its form radiating pure, destructive energy. Undaunted, Wu Hyun lunges forward, engaging the towering beast, his own purple energy flaring as he meets its might head-on. This formidable opponent is none other than a dimensional lord. Meanwhile, from a distant observation point, Young Nayeon and Chloe Martinez watch the unfolding battle, their expressions a mix of awe and concern as the story intensifies. Back in the fray, Wu Hyun channels his power, his hand glowing with concentrated purple energy, ready to unleash a devastating attack. A chilling silence falls over the snow-dusted landscape, broken only by the faint, ominous glow of purple energy. Then, a monstrous roar begins to tear through the quiet, as the dimensional lord's eyes flare with malevolent purple light, its form contorting with raw power. The air around it crackles, charged with an overwhelming surge of energy, building to a terrifying crescendo. With a guttural cry, the dimensional lord unleashes a devastating blast, a torrent of purple energy erupting from its maw. The concentrated force slams into the ground, instantly cracking the earth and sending shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to its destructive power. The explosion expands, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of purple, leaving only chaos in its wake. Observing the cataclysm, young Nayeon reflects, "I never thought it was possible for an ancestral being like that." Chloe Martinez then questions aloud, "Just how strong is the dimensional lord?" To which Nayeon confidently replies, "If it's strong, I'm pretty sure Wu Hyun will be able to handle it. He's proven himself capable." Unaware of their conversation, the dimensional lord lets out another triumphant roar, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target. Its entire massive form is now wreathed in an overwhelming aura of purple energy, a terrifying manifestation of its full power. Responding to the dimensional lord's devastating assault, Wu Hyun unleashes his own overwhelming power, a colossal wave of purple energy erupting from him. The energy expands rapidly, distorting the very space around him. With unwavering resolve, he channels the destructive power, his eyes glowing with fierce determination. The sheer scale of the attack leaves onlookers stunned. The overwhelming surge of power continues, a relentless torrent of purple energy consuming everything in its path. With a final, explosive push, he unleashes the full might of his counterattack. As the energy dissipates, Woo-hyun drops to one knee, the immense effort evident in his posture. The online audience reacts with a mix of awe and concern, some relieved he survived, others noting the escalating difficulty and the toll it's taking on him. Meanwhile, Young Nayeon, Chloe Martinez, and another observer discuss the unfolding events, with Nayeon expressing confidence in Woo-hyun's ability to handle the situation, despite the overwhelming power of the Dimensional Lord. Following the intense battle, Chloe Martinez and Young Nayeon discuss the future, with Chloe stating, "To defeat the Dimensional Lord, we need to make a proper team with thorough preparation." Young Nayeon readily agrees. Nayeon then expresses her relief. "Even so, I'm glad Woo-hyun is safe. I was so worried about him." Meanwhile, another observer exclaims, "He's so strong. I'm getting goosebumps." As the discussion winds down, Chloe announces, "It's gotten pretty late. I'm going to wrap up. We'll be seeing you next time." Nayeon adds, "Thank you for tuning in today." The chat fills with farewells and comments about Woo-hyun's wild stream, as if a viewer's internal thought of being born to wait for this and needing to research the Dimensional Lord has now concluded with the stream's end. With a final, "all right," from Nayeon, the screen officially goes offline, confirming that the broadcast is over. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit walks away, muttering, "Anyway, yes, you were there." He turns, his expression serious, concluding, "Anonymous viewer 62 must have been there." Far away, amidst a dense forest, a white-haired figure stands contemplatively, asking into the silence, "Are you still here?" His electric blue eyes glow with an intense, almost digital light, as the abstract digital space around him shimmers and shifts. A stark contrast to the forest he was just in. He surveys his new surroundings, a place that feels both familiar and alien, before addressing an unseen presence with a knowing smile. "This is the first time we've actually met, isn't it?" The digital landscape hums with anticipation as he continues. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Baek Woo-hyun." The revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving his counterpart stunned. With a confident posture, he introduces himself fully. "My name is Isaac Goodman." Then, with a final, enigmatic flourish, he adds, "You might know me better as Anonymous Viewer 62. As the digital confrontation intensifies, Woo-hyun's gaze sharpens, a voice echoing in his mind, asking if this moment, this ultimate challenge, is finally for him. The abstract space around him shifts, the voice clarifying its position, neither fully right nor fully wrong. Woo-hyun clenches his fist, a scoff escaping him as he processes the cryptic message, realizing the speaker's words are a deliberate provocation. Before he can react, a sudden burst of glowing blue energy erupts, slamming into him and sending him reeling, the force of the impact momentarily overwhelming. Meanwhile, in another space, Young Nayeon watches the unfolding events with growing alarm, her mind racing as she tries to comprehend the vague, yet terrifying, implications of the digital battle. Her distress mounts, unable to believe the gravity of the situation could be a mere jest. Back in the digital realm, Isaac Goodman stands unfazed, his voice calm and assured, telling his opponent to cease his futile efforts, for he is already defeated, his attacks powerless. His expression remains cold and resolute, a chilling testament to his absolute confidence in his victory. He floats amidst the digital expanse, a contemplative expression on his face, wondering where to even begin his story and questioning the point of trying to hide anything further. With a wry smile, he explains that the very world creation rebelled against him, a notion he now dismisses as nothing more than a joke. His form crackles with raw power as he declares his true nature. He is a superhuman, an overlord, the very creator of this world. After a long and deadly struggle, he managed to seal that rebellious force within this digital realm. However, the cost was immense, as he lost his physical body during that arduous process. This sacrifice explains why he has been seen in his current form up until this very moment. He continues his explanation, revealing that he had sealed not only his soul, but also his body, on the other side of this digital divide. A system message flashes, detailing a bug fix that flawlessly repaired the digital realm and restored the system, concluding that after this, he became a superhuman and a player who could not be killed, making him utterly undefeatable. Woo-hyun, now with his hair a stark white and his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, reflects on his past, stating that he cared little for the world that had rebelled against him, his sole desire being to cross over to the other side, having lost all reason to live. He then challenges his unseen listener, asking if his past truly mattered to them, or if they were simply curious about what transpired. He presses further, questioning if they truly believed nothing would change even if they knew the truth, and if they weren't eager to learn what became of the other world and their comrades after his departure. A chilling smile spreads across his face as he mockingly asks what they thought happened to the people who suffered because of him. He repeats the question with an unsettling intensity, demanding to know their thoughts. He continues to probe, wondering if they believed the other world and their comrades would be safe, and if they truly trusted in their own convictions. With a cold, piercing gaze, he asserts that they have no idea what he is truly capable of. Then, in a sudden, desperate shift, he utters a single, unexpected plea, "Help me." The abrupt change in his tone elicits a surprised "what?" from an unheard party. Woo-hyun concludes his monologue by stating that the world continues to revolve, and no matter the action, the consequences will always remain. If he was to become a superhuman player for this very reason, if he was to collapse and rebuild this world with his own hands, then he alone must be the one to stop everything and everyone from interfering. With his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, Woo-hyun declared his desire to build a completely new world. Abrasax, observing him intently, urged him to take care, reminding him that this was the only way Woo-hyun could compensate him for all the time he had spent trying to stop him. He corrected himself, or more precisely, he needed himself, Abrasax, and all the other individuals to transform this world, especially if he was going to be a very rare being. Now that he knew who could stop him, he would stop the one who had arrived. Abrasax pressed him further, demanding he stop this and promising to tell him everything he wanted to know, then questioned if he was truly going to give up his dream. Woo-hyun affirmed that he was, because without him, Abrasax would never find out the secrets of the other side, and above all, he needed his complete support. Abrasax found it interesting, yet doubted, questioning if Woo-hyun truly believed he could accomplish this. With his eyes glowing once more, Woo-hyun called it an arrogant attitude, but conceded there was no other way for now. He makes a solemn vow, asking if his counterpart will uphold their end of the bargain should he assist in achieving their goals. With a firm handshake, sealing the pact, the deal is done. A few days later, the world continued its relentless pace. At the Africa Gallery Cafe, a new chapter began. Inside, young Nayeon savors a dish, exclaiming how delicious it is, while Woo-hyun remarks that it's something he's always wanted to try, unaware of the familiar face of Chloe Martinez seated nearby. Later, as he checks his phone, a message reveals his college colleagues had already suspected his secret identity from the start. The chat log scrolls down, filled with messages from various friends, all expressing surprise and recognition, asking if he was indeed Haxical, and if he was now doing YouTube, confirming their suspicions. Nayeon, peering over his shoulder, comments on his sudden popularity, but he dismisses it, unsure whether to be pleased or troubled by his colleague's interest. Still, Nayeon encourages him to continue, reminding him of the people who depend on him. Continuing their conversation, young Nayeon reassures him that it wasn't just him, explaining that even she had been contacted by the community manager and was trying to keep the situation as quiet as possible before expressing her gratitude for his words. Woo-hyun then asks what's wrong, as Nayeon reiterates the community manager's request to keep things quiet, adding that she suspects the information came from the stream, though she personally doesn't mind. He looks at her intently, questioning if she truly doesn't mind, a fleeting image of Chloe Martinez appearing in his thoughts. Nayeon then reflects on the Dimensional Lord incident, admitting she couldn't have handled it alone, a silent thought suggesting he's once again too deeply engrossed in the game. She then states that he won't tell her anything, even if she asks, before gently inquiring if he's truly alright, to which he simply replies, "Of course." Nayeon's eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh wow, and when did they?" Woo-hyun looks at her, his expression unreadable, simply asking, "What's the matter?" With a sigh, Nayeon takes a sip from her drink, deciding it's nothing and proposing they resume the stream next week. According to Chloe, the Dimensional Lord raid began with the first-year class. It was a good thing, she muses, that they continued creating content with their superstar in. Because he trained her, the viewers grew much stronger too. Woo-hyun agrees, finding it easier to follow his training with a little more concern, believing he can lead them better that way, but Nayeon's attention drifts to his eye aura, finding it quite pretty, which makes him question her observation. She then admits, she thought he would complain more about his identity. As her own eye glows faintly, she realizes something profound. Observing him, she thinks to herself that Woo-hyun truly likes her, and again, that his eye aura is quite striking. Clarifying her earlier statement, Nayeon explains that it's not that she dislikes him, but rather that she expected him to be more concerned about his public identity, to which he simply responds, "Okay." Woo-hyun had actually begun actively streaming even before they started their joint streams, right after he started playing RPGs. In a stark memory, a foot strikes with decisive force, driven by a singular, burning purpose, to avenge the ones he loved. Back in the present, Nayeon leans forward, her voice dropping conspiratorially, wondering if he ever considered sharing his thoughts. She presses on, her gaze fixed on him, asking if he doesn't sometimes ponder the same things she does, about what exactly. Nayeon clarifies, revealing her own investigations into his alter ego, admitting she's done some research on Haxical and finds his public image almost too perfect, almost too well known, making her wonder if it doesn't feel strange to him. As if in response to her thoughts, a vision of Haxical appears, glowing with an ethereal purple aura, while a deeper question echoes, are they truly living in a novel or a game? Woo-hyun remains silent, lost in thought, his expression unreadable as he processes Nayeon's words and the implications of his dual life. The scene shifts to an abstract, digital landscape, a shimmering grid of light and data, hinting at the underlying systems governing their reality. Within this digital realm, a small, chibi-like figure appears, declaring with absolute certainty, "Only I, the great Abrasax, can save this world." A system message then corrects, "This is never still true," before the figure asserts, "I am the goal." Driven by the deep-seated need to avenge those he loved, Woo-hyun unleashes a devastating kick, the impact reverberating through the air. To avenge the ones he loved, a powerful kick sends ripples through the air. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a male voice asks, Naeon, don't you sometimes think about it, too? He continues, referring to a popular game character, about Haxical, if he's really a reference to someone. Young Naeon, seated opposite him, dismisses the thought, exclaiming, we'll never know. It's all just a game, right? Far away, Woo-hyun's eyes glow with an ethereal blue light as he ponders. Doesn't it feel like I actually lived in the world of Reverse Planet before? He sits before a monitor, his gaze fixed on the screen, which displays a complex, glowing digital interface. Back with Naeon and her friend, he insists, but still, it's a bit strange, isn't it? Naeon, however, simply asks, what are you talking about? Changing the subject, he suggests, anyway, we'll do a live stream to get up for today. Naeon nods in agreement. Okay. A few days after the Hacktour stream day, Naeon, Chloe Martinez, and Abrasax greet their audience, a flurry of Icha and Wasup filling the chat as they prepare to share some news. Abrasax responds to a comment, while Naeon explains that her last stream turned her into a hacker for a day, delving into the mysteries of Haxical, Doppelganger, and the mysterious hacker, actually. Chloe Martinez, whose face remains obscured for privacy, listens intently as the discussion unfolds. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun watches the stream, his gaze fixed on the chat as viewers react with OMGFR and questions about Chloe Martinez and the mysterious hack. The conversation shifts to Born Anew Manhwa and other topics, with viewers exclaiming good. Back on the stream, Naeon concludes her explanation, stating, and so on and so forth. He holds his phone, a single thought echoing in his mind, for now. Soon, the Dimensional Lord raid will begin, and when it does, Reverse Planet will be filled with his comrades. He envisions a powerful figure, glowing with blue energy, imposing sanctions on the League of Dimensional Lords who divide his power. A warning echoes in his mind, urging him to be careful. The stakes are high, for Reverse Planet is dangerously close to that world. With a decisive click, he readies a blade. Before the raid, he knows he needs to find his own power, and see if there's anyone else like him along the way. His gaze hardens, the knife a reflection of his resolve, as he declares his need to find his own leader now too. So, an agent stands before Woo-hyun, remarking that he'd heard something similar in the past. Meanwhile, online chatter speculates on Woo-hyun's motives, with one user questioning why he'd randomly seek out Kim Chol, while another suggests it's because he needs to operate under his Dimensional Management Bureau identity. The agent, holding a document, declares his ambition, stating his desire to become a special agent. Young Naeon, watching the stream with Chloe Martinez, repeats the phrase, a special agent of the Dimensional Management Bureau, admitting it's not well known but occasionally mentioned. The screen then displays the imposing logo for Black OPS. More chat comments appear, explaining that these expert agents undertake restricted missions, with one user wondering why they hadn't known about it, and another suggesting Woo-hyun, or Haxical, researched it for his stream or because he genuinely wants the role. Naeon reiterates her surprise, confessing she'd never heard of such a thing before joining. The agent, deep in thought, muses that one must be well known to even hear of the Dimensional Management Bureau, implying its exclusivity. Finally, the agent presents Woo-hyun with a document, explaining that it's a special agent form, specifically for the Dimensional Management Bureau. Woo-hyun listens intently, the agent's words echoing in his mind about the Dimensional Management Bureau's inability to interfere with his future endeavors. Because without their involvement, the League would be unable to dispatch hunting teams, and he himself would be unable to utilize his full power. A determined expression crosses his face as he considers the General Secretary's recommendation, realizing he needs to protect himself by leveraging both factions to his advantage. The agent continues, explaining that if they cannot control him, they cannot keep him within the peace, and their friendship would only last until he reveals the true potential of the missions special agents undertake. With a soft thud, a badge is placed on the table, a symbol of the protection afforded to special agents. Woo-hyun looks at the badge as the agent clarifies that it is not only proof of identity and authority, but also a binding contract to the Dimensional Management Bureau. He simply acknowledges, understood. The agent then addresses him directly, summarizing the situation. So this is what happened, my junior. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chloe Martinez observes a screen, her attention fixed on the unfolding events. Back in the Black Ops Division's office, Woo-hyun stands before the seated agent, who calmly states, I thought you'd come one day. He considers the implications of his new role, wondering if there are any other witnesses to the events he's involved in, though he knows there are not many. The agent, however, warns him that if he gets caught trying to avenge and overdoes it, she will exclude him from the Americas with her authority. He understands, knowing that special agents face all kinds of people, even other humans. She adds that he will face unpleasantness with the Dimensional Management Bureau, though usually, he will be protected from nearly every evil. With the explanation complete, she assigns his first mission. The mission details flash before his eyes, the death of Sung Jin-woo. She clarifies, asking if he remembers Sung Jin-woo, the hunter who died in the S-Class gate a year ago, explaining that he died without any police evidence. She then asks if he is aware that there's no such thing as real in this line of work, to which he simply replies, yes. Woo-hyun then considers his own limitations, realizing he won't be able to use his Abraxas League for planning, nor could he even use it at the starting point. An agent in a crisp suit informs a masked figure that a confirmed suspect has been identified, handing over a file. The masked figure acknowledges the information, noting that the face is unfamiliar. The agent, with a casual sigh, assures the masked figure that he will remain hidden from scrutiny for now, having already provided all necessary details. With a firm grip on the file, Woo-hyun confirms his understanding, ready to take on the task. Meanwhile, a news report flashes across a television screen, detailing an incident at Gumwon Electronics where a suspect's whereabouts remain unknown. A man lounging on a couch, watching the news, groans in frustration. He muses that the incident, reported as a simple robbery, was actually a theft of secret information, convinced that the authorities are too incompetent to ever find the true culprit. Clenching his phone, he mutters about what he would do if he caught the perpetrators himself. Suddenly, a blur of motion, Woo-hyun, now a masked shadow, moves with incredible speed. Before the man can react, Woo-hyun delivers a devastating blow, sending him reeling to the floor with a pained gasp. Standing over the incapacitated figure, Woo-hyun observes the outcome, a hint of surprise in his voice as he questions the ease of the apprehension. His voice cold and unwavering, Woo-hyun lays down the ground rules for the interrogation. He asks, and the other man answers. Maintaining a firm grip, he demands answers from the struggling man. The man gasps, his face contorted in pain and fear. Overwhelmed, the man finally breaks, agreeing to cooperate as a narration box identifies him as Haxical, a skilled infiltrator and thief. Standing back, Woo-hyun presses him further, inquiring about Jin-hoon and the Daram-dong incident. From the floor, Haxical reveals that he infiltrated the labs. Woo-hyun's next question elicits a fresh wave of terror from the man. His eyes widen in panic before rolling back, and he slumps into unconsciousness. A narration box confirms that Haxical has been knocked out, leaving him motionless on the floor. He stands over the unconscious figure, a slight scoff escaping him, as he considers the information he'd just extracted. He had thought his captive would have tried to kill the target, but it seems he was wrong. The thought lingers, with what he usually shows us, yeah. He concludes that since the infiltrator isn't related to the target, there was no need for a lethal outcome. Turning his gaze slightly, he poses a silent question to the unconscious man. So, why did you test me? He muses on the infiltrator's surprise at being caught, acknowledging that the information provided was merely for the police to gather. He had found the reason for the man's suspect status and his sloppiness. Still, the information Haxical provided was unrelated to the true target, a deliberate misdirection to prevent tracking. He had prepared for such a special situation, just in case. A quiet realization dawns on him, as he recalls wondering why Haxical had asked for random names, now understanding it was to prevent backtracking. He acknowledges the deception, pondering Haxical's exceptional skill. He corrects his earlier assumption. Nice, you're wrong. You didn't kill the target, but you also proved your ability to overcome him. He looks down at the bound figure, assuring himself that there's no need to worry about Haxical, as he will be released once the police are involved. With his current task concluded, he resolves to move on to the real target. He confirms his arrival at the location. Standing before the target's residence, he identifies it as Lee Hyunjin's house. His mind races, connecting the dots, Lee Hyunjin's secret movements and the fact that Young Naeon last called him confirm his culpability. As he approaches the entrance, a faint, metallic scent fills the air, and he realizes it's the unmistakable smell of blood. Standing with a silent companion outside the house, he observes that something has clearly happened here, though the full extent of the situation and the motives of those involved remain unknown. Stepping inside, he finds the interior in disarray, confirming his suspicions of a struggle. The floor is stained with fresh blood, a grim testament to the violence that unfolded. Among the wreckage, a bloody hand lies motionless, prompting immediate reactions from unseen observers who question if the victim is dead, lamenting that they were too late to intervene. He stands resolute, a glowing blue orb clutched in his hand, his voice a fierce declaration. I'm going to avenge the ones I loved. Then, with a surge of purple-blue energy, he launches a devastating kick, a blur of motion and power. The impact sends his target sprawling, leaving him to stand over the injured figure, a question escaping his lips. Junior? Another powerful strike lands, the force reverberating through the room. The blonde-haired man recoils, his eyes wide with shock, a desperate curse escaping him. Despite the pain, he attempts to retaliate, blue energy coalescing around his hand as he tries to conjure ice. But before his power can fully manifest, another unseen blow connects, sending him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth. Suddenly, a figure in a white armored suit is sent flying backward, impact lines tracing their violent trajectory through the air. His focus sharpens, an observer noting that even an average awareness of 100 pales in comparison to his own, which slowly but surely raises the threshold to 1,000. Meanwhile, in a different setting, a kneeling man suggests an interception tactic, only to be met with a cautionary wait from his standing superior. The superior then outlines his own strategy, believing the best interrogation is to make the target feel safe, a plan the subordinate acknowledges with a simple understood. Back in the field, a red-haired masked figure, surrounded by crackling green energy, gives a quiet affirmation. Okay then. As the green aura intensifies around him, Woo-hyun, now wearing a black mask, prepares for action, asking, "Shall we begin?" The vibrant energy pulses around him, a clear sign of his heightened state. He moves swiftly through the building, his search leading him to the kitchen, where he confirms no one else is present. Leaving the defeated Lee Hyunjun behind, Woo-hyun continues his methodical sweep, wondering if there are any other clues to be found. His steps echo through the empty halls as he presses onward. Only the truth can be found, he muses, as he forcefully kicks open a drawer, his form cloaked in a tactical black suit and mask, green energy shimmering around him. Moving with swift, almost ethereal speed. He pauses at a desk, a realization dawning on him as he spots a document, confirming his suspicion that something important was indeed written there. He picks up the item, a ledger of some kind, wondering what exactly this directory of hunting dogs could be. A jolt of recognition passes through him as he stares at the pages, realizing it's a ledger he's seen before, in another world, containing the names of his comrades. With a grim understanding, he declares his search in this location complete. The ledger, now glowing with an ominous red light, reveals its true, horrifying nature. He identifies it with chilling certainty as a human trafficking record. Driven by a profound resolve, Woo-hyun moves with fierce determination, his every action fueled by the need to avenge those he loved, as he delivers a powerful, unseen kick. Woo-hyun surveys his surroundings, a sense of curiosity mingling with a deeper understanding of the world he inhabits, musing that he has seen much. And realizing that his fallen comrades were also recorded here, it must be the reason for his presence. Suddenly, a female figure with dark hair and bangs appears, stating her task is complete, which prompts Woo-hyun to question her words. Before he can react, he finds himself on the ground, defeated, as the woman stands over him, a silent testament to her overwhelming power. Her dark eyes glow with a sinister red light as she reveals her true purpose, believing she has uncovered a human trafficking record. A surge of energy ripples through the air. Now wearing a helmet and holding a tablet, the woman coldly asserts her belief that humans are a superior life form, justifying the existence of research facilities. A man casually remarks that the situation truly felt like a human trafficking operation, prompting Nayeon to agree, adding that she initially thought it was a mistake. Meanwhile, online viewers express their disbelief and amusement at the unfolding events, with one wondering what the situation was about, while another recognizes Haxicle's incredible hacking and reasoning abilities, speculating that he must be preparing something before the stream. Woo-hyun, now focused on the task at hand, acknowledges that the facility's security is indeed formidable, making it difficult to extract information. The revelation causes Nayeon to gasp, realizing the implications of the situation. Woo-hyun continues his investigation, noting that the most recent information he could find was related to the human trafficking of Lee Hyunjun, and he's unsure if it's a coincidence or a deliberate act. He considers the implications, acknowledging that this is the most accessible piece of information he has found so far. As he delves further, he finds a promising lead. He instructs someone to forward the information to the LOC members, telling them to make sure their names are on it, and confirms that he understands the need for a bespoke approach. Nayeon, observing the unfolding events, exclaims that they are truly getting into something big, while another voice comments that the basics don't seem to be working. As observers discuss the ongoing mission, one confidently asserts that there's no need to worry about Haxicle, proclaiming him the best, while Nayeon suggests they should be more careful. The conversation continues, with the observer reiterating that nothing is impossible for Haxicle, especially since he even has Hannah Nuna with him, dismissing any worries and affirming their unwavering support for his endeavors. Meanwhile, Hannah, with a playful wink, signals her readiness to begin. Far from the digital chatter, the mission's true location is revealed, the sprawling outskirts of Seoul. There, nestled amidst the urban sprawl, stands the ominous target, a large warehouse belonging to a human trafficking organization. From a nearby rooftop, Woo-hyun and a female companion survey the building, with him stating they just need to get in quietly, but she warns that the tight security will make it difficult. Woo-hyun considers her words, acknowledging the challenge as he gazes up at the fortified structure, realizing it might indeed be difficult to get in quietly. With a decisive shift in strategy, he begins to move, declaring that they simply need to launch a frontal assault. With a fierce resolve, Woo-hyun's fist glows as he prepares to strike, a low growl escaping him. He descends with a powerful, arcing kick, the impact shattering the very ground beneath him, sending debris flying. Standing amidst the wreckage, he surveys the path ahead, a determined command leaving his lips. "You're going to regret this," he warns the unseen foes. "Let's go." But before he can advance, a voice from the shadows cries out, "Stop them." In response, a blood-red energy begins to coalesce around his hand. His eyes glowing with an ominous light as a dark aura flares around him, ready for whatever comes next. From behind, a figure with tightly braided hair watches the unfolding chaos, her expression unreadable. With a sickening crunch, Woo-hyun's blood-red aura-infused strike connects, shattering the defenses of his first opponent. He continues his relentless assault, each blow resonating with the same brutal force. Another opponent is sent flying, propelled by a powerful kick that leaves a crimson trail. A third thug cries out in agony, overwhelmed by the sheer speed and power of the assault. From a hidden vantage point, a masked figure watches the chaos unfold, a faint, amused chuckle escaping them. Unaware of the observer, Woo-hyun continues his brutal work, another opponent crumpling under his blood-red fist. Meanwhile, in a different location, Young Nayeon, Kim Hana, and Lee Hyunjun watch the live stream of the fight, Nayeon exclaiming that her stream is the best and that she finds her subject so cute she could die. The commentary continues, with one observer noting how terrifying he is, while another jokes that he seems to have a personal vendetta, beating them down even faster than usual. Back in the warehouse, Woo-hyun delivers a final, devastating kick, sending another opponent flying with a crimson burst of energy. With a surge of raw power, he shatters the metal restraints binding him, before letting out a quiet sigh of relief, confirming that the last of his immediate threats has been neutralized. He considers his options, realizing that with no other choice, he must now focus on rescuing the victims. He affirms his decision, ready to proceed. With a determined stride, he moves deeper into the facility. The sight before him is chilling, a long corridor lined with grim prison cells. Inside, a man's face contorts in silent agony. One of many victims trapped within the cold, metal bars. The sheer scale of the horror is almost too much to bear, a truly horrible scene. Standing before a cell holding a female victim, he declares his intention to free her first, instructing that the male victims also be taken care of. He continues his relentless advance, a powerful kick shattering the final barrier, opening the way to the imprisoned. As he steps into the chamber, the terrified cries of the captives echo through the confined space, a chorus of desperate pleas and fearful warnings. One prisoner, face contorted in anguish, insists that they've done nothing wrong, caught in a nightmare they can't comprehend. Undeterred by their fear, Woo-hyun stands firm, his resolve unwavering as he prepares to address them. He extends a hand, his voice cutting through the chaos with a clear promise. They are here to rescue them. The prisoners, however, remain skeptical, some questioning his words, while others warn against being deceived. An older man among them, his face etched with weariness, claims that it was all a lie, a deception to save themselves, a sentiment that resonates with a sad understanding from unseen observers, who lament the thought of living with such a betrayal. Without hesitation, Woo-hyun reaches through the bars and seizes the older man by his collar, his patience clearly at its end. He firmly grasps the older man's arm, a silent command in his touch. And with a steady gaze, he offers a quiet apology. "I'm sorry we were late." The words break through the prisoner's hardened resolve, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. Still reeling from the shock, the older man can only whisper, "Is it true? We can really get out of here?" Woo-hyun's gaze is unwavering as he confirms, "Yes. The threats have been neutralized." A cold determination settles over his features, his resolve absolute. Leading the hesitant prisoner away from the cells, he addresses the others still trapped. "Now, if you cooperate, we'll lead you to the exit. Please don't make a single fuss." He continues to guide the older man. "Now then, please." From their cells, the other prisoners watch them go, one of them cautioning, "Move careful." He grips the blond man's shoulder firmly, pulling him forward as the prisoner lets out a surprised gasp. His gaze unwavering, Woo-hyun's resolve is clear, even as the blond man utters his name in disbelief. A silent promise forms on his lips, a command to survive echoing in the tense air. The blond man, still reeling from the suddenness of it all, is firmly held by Woo-hyun, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. As they move past the other prisoners, whose eyes follow their cautious departure, Woo-hyun dismisses any potential resistance from the blond man, asserting that his status means nothing here. A faint blue glow emanates from his hand, a subtle surge of energy passing into the prisoner, perhaps to ensure compliance or provide protection. Elsewhere, a mysterious white-haired woman with glowing blue eyes seethes, her face contorted in a menacing smile as she rails against the actions that harmed her master's rage monsters. Back with Woo-hyun, his thoughts drift to a deeper mystery, reflecting on his fruitless search for a particular individual since his arrival. In a flash of memory or a parallel event, he delivers a powerful, mid-air kick, questioning whether his adversaries truly understand the game's architect. His mind races, the faces of those he needs to save flashing before his eyes, especially Lee Yujin and Hannah. A voice, perhaps Kim Chul's, cuts through his thoughts, confirming that all the victims are outside and urging them to head up. With a quiet affirmation, he continues his purposeful stride. He pauses, facing one of his subordinates, a silent exchange passing between them. His internal resolve hardens, driven by an urgent need to uncover the full truth of their predicament. Leading the small group of guards, he guides them towards what should be their escape route. Suddenly, a prickle of unease makes him pause, crouching low and signaling for them to wait. The grim realization dawns on them. They have been completely surrounded. As his subordinates react with surprise, he quickly assesses the situation, knowing it would be best to find a different route outside. He observes the shimmering green energy of the portal, a gateway that promises escape, yet also a potential threat. A voice confirms his fears, stating that they will emerge the moment it opens, but he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong, sensing the energy is far too weak for their current predicament. Suddenly, a panicked voice cries out, realizing they are surrounded, as Kim Hana and Kim Chul look on, understanding that their pursuers have found them once more. Woo Hyun's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering, as he reassures his companions, promising to get them out of here safe and sound. Turning towards the blinding light of the exit, he prepares for whatever lies ahead. Suddenly, a powerful impact reverberates through the air. As a wave of dark-suited figures, some with glowing red eyes, surges forward, their movements swift and menacing. Another sharp crack echoes, and a voice urgently points out the new threat, confirming their arrival. A black-clad foot lands firmly on the glowing blue grid floor, signaling the full deployment of their adversaries. As the hostile agents close in, Woo Hyun, enveloped in a vibrant green aura, surges forward, ignoring their desperate plea to halt. With a surge of power, he launches into a rapid assault, his movements blurring as he strikes. The agents are overwhelmed by his blinding speed, unable to react as he carves a path through their formation. A voice echoes in his mind, questioning the nature of his transformation, but he continues his relentless assault, each blow precise and devastating. Another agent cries out as they are sent flying, a testament to his overwhelming power. In moments, the ground is littered with defeated figures, their comrades watching in stunned silence as the dust settles. Woo Hyun and Kim Chul continue their advance, stepping over the fallen agents towards their objective. One of the remaining agents, his face grim, urgently reports the unexpected turn of events through his communicator. Suddenly, a new, ominous purple energy begins to manifest, signaling an even greater threat on the horizon. As the ominous purple energy surged around him, Woo Hyun moved with blinding speed, his presence disorienting the surrounding figures. One of them, caught off guard, could only question his sudden disappearance. Unbeknownst to his adversaries, who were already shifting their tactics, he was preparing a new assault, a brilliant yellow lightning now arcing around his form. With a commanding declaration, he unleashed the raw power, directing the lightning to spread wide and engulf his foes. The concentrated energy detonated, erupting into a blinding, concussive blast that ripped through the area. As the echoes of the blast faded, a lingering hum filled the air, the silence a testament to the devastating power unleashed. From the lingering dust, a figure emerged, one of the shadowy agents, barely conscious, muttering in disbelief about the sheer power they had just witnessed. Another agent, equally stunned, could only manage a choked gasp, the shock of the attack still reverberating through him. As the dust settled, Woo Hyun stood tall, his gaze unwavering, while the remaining agents, now clearly outmatched, were ordered to stand down. One of the agents, still defiant, attempted to question the command, but the sheer terror of Woo Hyun's power silenced him before he could finish. As the battle rages on, a powerful impact reverberates through the facility, Woo Hyun's assault continuing with relentless force. Purple energy trails behind him, a testament to his sustained output. Then, a new hue emerges as green energy flares around him, his abilities shifting and evolving even further. Observing the escalating display of power, Kim Chul can only stare in disbelief, realizing the true nature of these opponents. Woo Hyun, however, remains undeterred, charging forward with a fierce resolve to make his enemies regret their actions. Suddenly, a sharp, decisive sound cuts through the air. As a new, ominous presence manifests, red energy crackling from their hand, a clear challenge to the ongoing conflict. This new figure swiftly seizes Lee Hyunjun, their red eyes glowing as they address their captive. The sudden, unexpected turn of events leaves Woo Hyun in utter shock, his previous momentum halted by this unforeseen intervention. An opponent, crackling with yellow lightning, charges forward, screaming in rage. The yellow energy erupts in a violent burst. But before the attack can fully connect, Woo Hyun delivers a devastating kick, sending the assailant reeling backward, their own energy scattering. A year ago, Woo Hyun hangs suspended in the air, a dark, powerful aura swirling around him as he watches his foe plummet. The impact sends the opponent tumbling through the air, crashing hard onto the metallic ground below. Woo Hyun descends, his eyes glowing with an intense purple light, ready to finish the fight. From a distance, a scientist watches the display of power, utterly stunned, a green energy field flickering around him in disbelief. He unleashes a devastating wave of green energy, sweeping through his opponents with overwhelming force. But a sudden, unseen blow catches him off guard, sending him reeling as voices from the shadows cheer the strike. Still reeling from the impact, he grunts, struggling to maintain his footing against the unexpected assault. Yet, his eyes blaze with furious green light, and the energy around him surges, a defiant roar escaping his lips. In the next instant, he stands victorious, his opponent slumped at his feet, defeated. A detached voice notes that he still hasn't achieved a victory to surpass the last seasons. Reacting to the cryptic message, Kim Chul questions, "Traitor?" while Young Naeon nervously wonders if it means what they think it means. The aftermath reveals a scene of utter devastation, debris scattered across the ruined landscape. Indeed, the destruction extends far and wide, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Despite the visible damage and the grim situation, Woo-hyun reassures his companion that he is fine, insisting with a firm gaze that he is perfectly fine. Meanwhile, Kim Chul and Young Nayeon watch a screen, where a message urges everyone to calm down, while Nayeon can only manage a soft sob. Back with Woo-hyun, he confirms to Hannah that the perpetrators are from the Dimensional Management Bureau, identifying them as the bastards responsible. On the screen, Kim Chul and Young Nayeon see a masked figure, with the accompanying text drawing a parallel to the traitor who attacked them previously. Woo-hyun clarifies that the drug in question is a regular one, known as Lucid, a fact Hannah readily confirms. Hannah expresses her dismay, lamenting that the Dimensional Management Bureau's actions have led to significant losses, costing them many technicians and researchers. She then states her intention to request transportation for the victims, to which Woo-hyun simply responds, "Understood." Back at the observation post, the screen displays a comment about Hannah looking good, and another noting the traitor's return, unchanged. Young Nayeon, however, ponders aloud, questioning if the eyes are different. She considers the rapid progression of events, suspecting it's a direct consequence of her own forceful interference with the story, which leads to developments that seem to unravel themselves. Her companion, a woman with pink hair and cat ears, agrees that such a theory could be true. The unfolding narrative, dubbed Haxical Story, is deemed quite convincing, especially how a human trafficking organization was overturned in a single day. Young Nayeon reflects on the accelerated pace, feeling a sense of desperation as the story flows quickly, noting that another mission has been completed. Meanwhile, a system message flashes across a phone screen, announcing a donation of 100,000 won from anonymous viewer number 62, praising the good work on the mission and reminding them to search the countless lives. Woo-hyun receives the message, a voice informing him of the donation and asking if it's related to Haxical Story. The phrase, "countless lives" from the donation message echoes in his mind, hinting at a deeper meaning. He is then informed that the transport team is almost there. Looking at a screen displaying a distorted image, Woo-hyun declares his intention to return to the portal, but a voice reminds him of the lucid drug, prompting a thoughtful "ah" from him. As Woo-hyun prepares for his next move, he informs an associate that he has a separate matter to attend to, promising to make contact later. Meanwhile, a chorus of unseen voices questions his actions, demanding to know what he's doing and urging him to proceed immediately. The unseen observers continue their frantic discussion, wondering if he's at the general store and what his true objective might be. Their confusion grows as they spot a peculiar sign, questioning why he would be at a place called Toilet Land when he claimed to be at the general store. Suddenly, a figure with white hair and piercing red eyes, clad in a pristine white coat, pushes open a red door, a voice echoing with anticipation. "You've finally come." The heavy door creaks open, revealing the path forward. As a pair of boots steps through the threshold, the waiting figure's thoughts are revealed. "I've been waiting for my avenger." He continues to speak through the pink bear, detailing his last few commissions. Meanwhile, an unseen individual reaches through metal bars, demanding to know what the bear was doing in the planet research facility, especially in those specific areas. Before that, the white-haired figure, her eye glowing faintly red, makes a solemn promise to herself, vowing that the other will help her get her revenge. The pink bear continues, offering to provide the necessary information, though a detached thought suggests that Haxical, the entity behind the bear, likely doesn't care about such trivial matters. The white-haired figure, still masked, expresses her doubt, believing that this much alone wouldn't be enough as a gift. Her gaze fixed on the pink bear, she then asks if there is anything else. The bear responds, confirming that there are indeed other matters, as a hand swiftly snips a wire, cutting the connection to the device. The white-haired figure reacts with a surprised, almost disbelieving sound, her eyes widening slightly. She then demands to know what the bear means by other matters, her expression hardening with renewed focus. Still reeling from the sudden interruption, Woo-hyun exclaims, "Who?" He's coming on hard. The masked figure, observing the situation, lets out a dry laugh. "Haha, looks like the store owner's not just an ordinary person either," she remarks, before pressing him further. "Well then, will you answer me? What happened in the research facility on Reverse Planet?" With a sigh, Woo-hyun reveals, "When I first entered, all the researchers were dead. I assumed they died to the monster they created," the masked woman states, her voice laced with certainty. Woo-hyun, however, seeks clarification. "By monster you mean?" "A scrawny bastard who can't even respect human form," she spits, a small inset showing a figure with glowing red eyes standing over a fallen body. Woo-hyun's eyes widen in recognition, realizing, Kami. He's talking about Lee Hyunjun. Her voice sharpens, demanding, Did you kill it?" Woo-hyun's response is immediate and somber, "I couldn't." The masked figure then reveals a shocking truth. A dimensional lord appeared, and Woo-hyun finishes her sentence, and destroyed the Reverse Planet. A monstrous entity with glowing red eyes is depicted, embodying the destructive force that destroyed the Reverse Planet. If so, then what happened to researcher number 29? The masked figure inquires, an inset showing a figure in a suit looking at a screen. Woo-hyun admits, "That's what I'm trying to figure out. A crew to reverse the time." Finally, she presses him for any tangible leads, Do you happen to have any evidence, or anything at all? As the masked figure pressed for evidence, Woo-hyun remained silent for a moment, his thoughts racing. He knew the masked figure was wondering if he had indeed acquired the Tempest L specimen, and whether it would even be acceptable to present such a dangerous item to the general store. Knowing that the general store would reject it due to its inherent danger, Woo-hyun produced a glowing purple test tube, holding it carefully in his hand. After all, as long as there were no witnesses, the Dimensional Management Bureau would never be able to trace anything back to them, even if it meant dealing with formidable enforcers. Woo-hyun then declared that he possessed a Tempest L specimen, intending to sell it and make a fortune. The masked figure responded with a skeptical, "Oh, really?" as Woo-hyun then presented a glowing pink teddy bear. But the masked figure cut him off, a warning in their voice. "You better not pull any tricks." The masked figure continued, their purple aura intensifying, explaining that if the research facility and lab were all gone, there would be no evidence. Woo-hyun stammered, "BB but," in response. Woo-hyun, his eyes now glowing with a faint red light, looked down, a chilling understanding dawning on him. "I understand, so you," he began, before finishing with an ominous declaration. Now, everything is going to fall apart soon." The gravity of his words hung in the air, leaving the masked figure to ponder the implications. As Woo-hyun held the pink teddy bear, he mused internally about who that guy had gone to meet with him, realizing the Bureau had once again been fooled by the one who was about to kill. He dismisses the idea of discussing the specimen, declaring his intent to sell it, then confirms his understanding of the situation. He states, "Then I'll let them know as such." As he reaches for a phone, a message appears, confirming his preparation to control the Dimensional Management Bureau by showing them a fabricated report. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing red as he muses, "If I put out that fake report, ha ha ha. This is nothing short of absolute psychological warfare, a truly insane maneuver." Meanwhile, observing the unfolding events, Young Naeon exclaims that this is a completely new phenomenon, unlike anything seen before, especially with a group of experiments searching for hackers. Kim Hana, intrigued, adds that she is looking forward to seeing what kind of people will show up. Woo-hyun, still focused on his scheme, emphasizes, "We have to make sure they don't know too much." This leads to a desperate message on a phone, indicating someone is forced to hide for a while, unsure of what else to do. He stood before the desolate, abandoned factory, the full moon casting long shadows across the decaying structure, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Meanwhile, a digital interface displayed the location, an abandoned factory area, noting that only one person was present within. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy indicated an unseen presence, and he instinctively registered, "I sensed something from the right." But the true threat materialized from an unexpected direction, as he quickly corrected, "But the attack is coming from the left." Before the assault could connect, he moved with impossible speed, a burst of purple energy flaring around his hand as he effortlessly intercepted the blow. From a remote observation, a flurry of shocked messages appeared. "Holy shit, what the F? That would have been really bad, goddamn." Another observer exclaimed, "What a legend. Haxical blocked it immediately. Told you they might not be allies." The observers continued their frantic exchange, one questioning, "You can't tell me that wasn't an attack, right? And how was he able to block it so easily?" Unfazed by the attempt, he simply mused to himself, "Well, it's not like you can't block something like this anyway." With the threat neutralized and his presence acknowledged, he calmly turned and walked away from the scene. As a faint blue aura emanates around him, Woo-hyun's sharp gaze narrows, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he registers an unfamiliar voice. His expression shifts to one of intense focus, the blue light intensifying as he processes the sound, realizing its true nature. He quickly dismisses the attempt at deception, having already subdued the source of the trickery, another individual attempting to impersonate others with artificial intelligence. Holding the struggling figure by the collar, Woo-hyun declares his disdain for such a foolish attempt to deceive him with someone else's voice. The struggle quickly ends, leaving the imposter limp and unconscious in his grasp. His gaze remains sharp and unwavering, the blue energy still subtly pulsing around him as he considers his next move. Looking down at the subdued figure, Woo-hyun identifies him by name, Kim Yongjin, then questions the identity of Wall, the voice he had heard. Kim Yongjin, now conscious and standing, looks utterly bewildered, asking how Woo-hyun knows him. As Woo-hyun turns to leave, glancing back over his shoulder, an unseen observer remarks that their guild will likely need to join the Rankers Guild for this particular situation. He presses the blade closer, his voice a low, dangerous murmur, asking if Kim can truly perceive the pain they experience, then demanding he simply use his mana to get rid of it. His gaze unwavering, he offers a chilling proposition. Should he teach him how to saw off his own arm? Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he dismisses the thought, admitting he'd confused him for someone else, before casually adding that he heard Kim was looking for him. As Woo-hyun turns to leave, a sigh escapes Kim Yongjin, who acknowledges the protagonist's capabilities and his own undeniable position. His face etched with pain, Kim Yongjin repeats the chilling sentiment that only their kind can truly understand the suffering they endure, confirming to himself that this man is indeed Kim Yongjin. Meanwhile, Woo-hyun's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his thoughts consumed by the question of just how deep the connection between Wall, and this side truly runs. Back in the office, a defeated Sai escapes Kim Yongjin once more, as he struggles to comprehend the hellish training Woo Hyun must have endured to possess such abilities. Far away, amidst a swirling void of dark energy and glowing red particles, a chilling voice ponders the nature of that side. The white-haired figure, eyes burning with a crimson glow, scoffs at the thought of giving up, urging the unseen target to simply surrender and rank away. A figure in a pristine white suit turns his back on a chorus of accusing voices, their shadowy forms reaching out. The faces of those he leaves behind contort in anguish, their eyes burning crimson. One spectral hand extends, a chilling reminder of the sins he must not forget. The memory shatters, a sharp, jarring impact. Elsewhere, a woman's eyes blaze with an intense, crimson glow, red energy crackling around her. The man in white continues his solitary walk, the echoes of his painful decision still haunting him. She stands beside a dark-suited man, both observing, as he remarks on the protagonist's dwindling time and questions if this is his first act. Her glowing red eyes narrow, a silent, sharp command hanging in the air. She looks down, her voice firm yet reassuring, telling him to get it together, that he's fine now, even as a pained gasp escapes him. She holds him close, offering silent support, but his disorientation persists. Suddenly, he finds himself alone, kneeling in a desolate void, a desperate question escaping his lips. But where am I? As if in response, a crimson energy begins to pulse from his hands, illuminating the darkness around him.